Good morning. You look mighty well this morning. Thank you so much for your great effort to come here today. We have some 61 countries represented, and your support and your involvement is the reason why this will be a successful dialogue. We have remarkable opportunity to hear some experts in all the fields that we'll be discussing today. So my encouragement is to consider this a high-level briefing. While I always enjoy the dialogue, we try to establish luncheons, receptions, and everything, morning times to the time to visit, but our time during the day will be a very focused, regimented briefing. And so thank you, even as we complete lunch, that you can come back in a timely way. We can continue. We're going to try to stay on the clock. We do have hundreds of people joining us live stream. This entire meeting will be broadcast live stream throughout the globe through our website. So we welcome all who are joining us now through live stream for this two-day forum. So at this moment, I would like to introduce our host, a remarkable lady, Alicia Kearns, who's chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I met Alicia several years ago and had been told about her from my dear friend David Amos, whom we lost 2 years ago through a murder. But Alicia is an extremely capable individual, and I would say the Margaret Thatcher of our day. So, please come. Thank you, Alicia.
Welcome everyone, and it's lovely to see you all again after last night, friends old and new. I hope you can enjoy your time in our beautiful city. The next 2 days will see us discuss shared global challenges, forge new connections, and together seek solutions to the pressing questions of our time. But I do first want to pay tribute to my good friend, Congressman Pittenger, whose personal drive once again brings us together here for the 24th Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. Robert, your sense of mission and leadership really is second to none, so thank you ever so much for all you have done. I do also want to pause to remember the man who first introduced us, Sir David Amos. He was murdered by a terrorist in 2021 in his constituency of Southend-on-Sea as he was meeting with his constituents and serving them. David was a staunch supporter of this forum. He should have been stood where I am today, and he should have been welcoming you all to London. And I hope that we can all keep him and his family in our minds over the next few days, because few people better represent the virtues of service and democracy than David did. And for those of you who knew him, he did so with the cheekiest smile that none of us will ever forget in Parliament. The first of these forums was held back in 2014, when the newly elected president of China, Xi Jinping, was beginning his purge of potential rivals, and Vladimir Putin had just launched his illegal invasion of Ukraine through Crimea. We missed the warning signs then, and we failed to act, and we failed to deter. Instead, we buried our heads in the sand in the hope that our values, the benefits of market economies and democracy, would in and of themselves be enough to sway even these most callous of men and their dreams of empire at the barrel of a gun. Now, 9 years later, the threat posed from these autocrats and other hostile states and actors is first and foremost on our minds, because the failure to deter comes at a high price. Now, in the first 2 decades of this century, we focused on terrorists who behaved like states. Now we face states who behave like terrorists. These hostile states are systematically seeking to undermine the 4 pillars that help us uphold peace: democracy, rule of law, the international rules-based system, and the rejection of violence as a means to sovereignty. We see this in the daily reports of cyber attacks, debt traps, private military organizations, the weaponization of food and resources, the dissemination of disinformation, orchestrated campaigns to hijack multilateral organizations, and to take them to their logical conclusion, the use of hard military force to achieve political aims both at home and abroad. Whether it be in Russia's renewed illegal invasion of Ukraine and its Wagner war dogs, or ethnic cleansing in Darfur, attempts to destabilize Kosovo and Bosnia, Iran's use of torture and rape against its own girls, or the Sahel, and even China's genocide against 2 million of its own Muslim citizens. These regimes are orchestrating mass atrocities to maintain and expand their power base and to erode the rules-based system upon which global peace rests. Be sure that they are trying to rip apart the unity that brings us here today. In the UK, we also face consistent attacks, be it espionage, disinformation to discredit our democracy, the theft of intellectual property, the funding of groups to rip apart our societal fabric, or even the use of violence and threats on British streets to silence dissidents, refugees, critics, and even parliamentarians. I and many of my colleagues know this firsthand. Sanctioned for speaking out against genocide. So how do we protect that which is so precious to us? First, we must together make the case that defense is never an escalation. There is a deliberate attempt by hostile states to invert the truth and present those that they attack as the aggressors. This is most clear in Russia's assertion that Ukraine and NATO are responsible for Putin's illegal and brutal invasion. This is, of course, nonsense. NATO is a defensive alliance, and those in Ukraine who wish to join before the war have been vindicated by that aggression. I would urge you all to speak to our distinguished guests from the Baltic states over the coming days to understand the reality of life as a previously occupied people, now neighbouring a terrorist state. Likewise, China uses visits by Taiwanese officials to other countries as an excuse to mimic invasions, to edge the median line ever closer to Taiwan shores, and to threaten parliamentarians like me that no good end comes to troublemakers. It is only a fool who would observe the People's Liberation Army Navy practicing the encirclement of a free and democratic Taiwan and not conclude that CCP is the aggressor. Defense is never an escalation. So how do we best defend ourselves and the international order? The answer lies in 3 key priorities: deterrence, resilience, and commitment. So let us start with deterrence. There is a saying in the UK that prevention is always better than the cure. This saying really makes clear why deterrence is so important, and the last decades have seen a failure of deterrence diplomacy. Regimes have felt increasingly confident taking violent, unilateral action, always committing atrocities in their path. We must reverse this trend and make clear to would-be perpetrators the consequences of their actions. And once a red line is set, it must be defended, and that is a failure of countries like mine that we have failed to do so. Backsliding always seems an attractive option in a crisis, called by so-called peace organisations that will uphold and protect the peace. It does not. It emboldens other and further endangers the cause of peace. We must also recognise that without national security, there is no economic security, and a Chinese invasion of Taiwan would be catastrophic for our shared global economy. And yet there are countries who are choosing to feign neutrality on the renewed illegal invasion of Ukraine. What I ask is the need to be neutral when a legal act is perpetrated, when a sovereign, non-threatening country is invaded, when war crimes are being committed on a daily basis, when food is being weaponized by the aggressor, and yet somehow the victim is expected to answer for those actions, when an actor uses violence to secure falsely claimed sovereignty. It is a farce. We must deter future aggression. Prevention is always better than a cure, but we do not do so by feigning neutrality or looking the other way. Deterrence is vital in a geopolitical context, and we also need to see improvements in atrocity prevention, whether Myanmar, Ethiopia, or Sudan. We are witnessing a renewal of mass human rights abuses by perpetrators confident that they will never face justice. So we must ensure together that multilaterals like the International Criminal Court are strengthened. Multilaterals are the sum of their parts, of their members. I do not criticise the organisations themselves. I criticise that we have not chosen to fight for those organisations that we created to make sure they can be effective. And Vladimir Putin's absence from South Africa for the recent BRICS summit is a notable example of how multilaterals, when enforced, can have an impact. Now, whilst deterrence is always preferable, we must also be realistic and we must plan to fail. And that is my second priority, resilience. For me, resilience is a multi-decade endeavour. As hostile states look for novel ways to infiltrate and undermine our societies, it becomes more important that resilience is cross-government and cross-nation. From future-proofing supply chains to nurturing tech sectors, foreign policy is not the remit of just our foreign ministries. I have successfully lobbied the British government to tighten national security clauses in our procurement bills, in our education bills, in our health bills, protecting our genomics, protecting the future of our children's minds. We have to make sure that we deal with hostile actors in every possible sphere. Clamping down on hostile foreign investment, closing illegal police stations operating on our streets. Autocratic states will continue to attempt to shame and blackmail us into not making ourselves more resilient if we allow them to. They will claim once again that decisions made for the defence are the next step of an offensive. Russia played this game for far too long, and now she is adopting it. And it is only with a consistent mindset of building resilience across government and society that we can insulate ourselves from malign influences abroad and at home. Finally, we must demonstrate steadfast commitment to our principles and our allies. We have to reinvest and compete within international institutions that are under attack from hostile states. They seek to smash these organisations for their benefit. It is through a constellation of alliances around the world that we can uphold the rules-based system that makes our multilaterals more effective and protects us all. Because they, as I say, are the sum of their parts. We must fight for leadership roles within them so that countries who believe in democracy and human rights lead them. We must refuse to be told that the world can be divided into spheres of influence that some are seeking to create. Because in their world, friendship does not mean respecting sovereignty. They still embrace the principle of indivisible security. Indeed, it was not long ago that my friends in Ukraine referred to Russia as a brother country, a sentiment quickly lost as your women are being raped and Russian missiles, shells and bullets rain down on civilian targets to terrorize the population. To expansionists like Putin, kinship means nothing, and sly grins of friendship exist only to trick and exploit. Meanwhile, there are friendships waiting for free-minded societies around the world, but we, in the UK government, need to make sure that they are meaningful and that when people take a leap of faith to stand by us, we show up. That when we clasp that hand, it is not a temporary visit on a jet. It is a meaningful, long-standing relationship. So we must prove that we can and we will, because we do face a generational challenge. As autocracies seek to undermine democracy and expand their own influence, we must not be found wanting. And this is why this conference is timely and important, bringing together almost 300 parliamentarians from over 60 countries. We must discuss these shared problems, we must not shy away from honesty, and we must devise workable solutions. Over the next 2 days, we'll discuss everything from human trafficking to AI, to cellular IoT modules, to cybersecurity and other threats, emanating largely from autocrats. So I hope in these discussions we can keep those three principles in our mind: deterrence, resilience, and commitment, because we are fighting for our conception of freedoms, and because defence is never an escalation, and what we are defending, democracy, human rights, rule of law, the right to self-determination, these are the lifeblood of our freedoms, and they are more than worth defending. I wish you a wonderful few days in London, and I hope that our conversations send us all back to our countries with a renewed mission, a new sense of unity, an absolute certainty of what our mission is. Thank you ever so much.
Alicia, Lady Thatcher is smiling in heaven. Very grateful for you and proud of you. So pleased now to introduce another very dear and close friend of Sir David Amos, Colonel Bob Stewart. Let me just say, Colonel Stewart is a quintessential British Army colonel. He is absolutely one of the most engaging people. You're going to love his presentation. Very knowledgeable. I had friends who came here from Charlotte and spent a day with him, and he graciously had them for lunch. And they said they would never forget it as long as they lived. Bob Stewart is an experience. Come be with us, Bob Stewart.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm sorry I wasn't with you last night, but I was in Northern Ireland, and I got back late last night. I was a soldier there for 3.5 years during what we call the Troubles, but actually it was a civil war. So I have a real affection for the place, and I couldn't be with you last night, Robert. I did send apologies, but I feel regret that I wasn't. Welcome to London. I'm on the Intelligence Security Committee, but I want to emphasise, please, that I'm speaking personally, not for anyone else. I'm also the joint chair of the all-party Parliamentary Group for Taiwan, and that is members of Parliament that care about a certain area, and Taiwan we care about. So that's what I'm going to concentrate on in my short speech, because I've become increasingly concerned with the growing intimidation of Taiwan from China, People's Republic. The recent decision of the Central American Parliament to remove Taiwan as a permanent observer is an example of where Chinese pressure seems to be succeeding, sadly. So I'm very pleased that the next session of our forum will be looking at what's happening in East Asia. And I hope Taiwan will figure big in that. Taiwan is facing increasing pressure from the People's Republic of China in every sphere of influence, and that includes military coercion. Maintaining peace in the Taiwan Strait is a strategic priority for all of us. It's not just the economic impact of some sort of conflict there. It's more. If there was a problem in the Taiwan Strait, the inflationary blowback, the result on the rest of us, would actually be far greater than what's happening in Ukraine. I remind everyone that the supply of semiconductors, the brains of all electronic equipment, depends hugely on Taiwan. The country manufactures something like 90, I'm not going to argue figures, somewhere around 90% of high-end microchips in the world. So we all probably know that every electronic device these days needs microchips. From the internet, computers, telephones, to medical devices and cars. Imagine if we didn't have Taiwan doing that. It would have a direct impact on everyone in this hall. Some 23 million people live in Taiwan. It's a fully functioning democracy, and my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, how quick has that come about? That's an astonishing record in the last 30 years or so. Astonishing. You know, look at this place, the mother of all bloody parliaments. 900 years and we still haven't got it right. It's clear that the Taiwanese want to remain a sovereign, independent state, most definitely separate from mainland China. Yet diplomatically, Taiwan is barred from UN membership. It's also been expelled from even observer status in the World Health Organization. Do you know what? Some of the rescue teams sent out from Taiwan were the best in the world when you have disasters. So it's wrong. Why are we not fully supporting Taiwan's membership as an independent sovereign state? China, mainland China, consistently opposes anything Taiwan does. It refuses to accept Taiwanese passports, denies Taipei entry to absolutely any forum where it has influence, and it has a hell of a lot of influence now through its money. Yet economically, mainland China is perfectly willing to accept Taiwanese money to invest in the country. But it is determined to refuse any other sort of commercial activity from the island. At the same time, Taiwan is under constant, unmitigated cyber attack from China. By the way, it happens to all of us. It's not just Taiwan. United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, sorry, not Russia, they're actually doing it, a slip of the tongue. But all our countries are one way or other being attacked. And it reaches, actually, to all aspects of our society, these attacks, these cyber attacks. I'm really pleased that in September 2021, Taiwan submitted its application to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. My God, that's a hell of a mouthful to say, and I'm an English speaker by birth. It's great. I hope that happens. The UK is now going to be a member too. We are thrilled by that. We all want trade to work throughout the world. Militarily, China's People's Liberation Army is having its defense expenditure increase by about 10% a year, year on year. And as an ex-soldier, it's reorganizing its armed forces for expeditionary warfare. And I watch very carefully, they're practicing assaults from the sea. Guess where that might go? I'm particularly worried, as we all should be, that islands, atolls in the South China Sea are being occupied, expanded, and militarized by China. Why? In truth, they're well outside China's traditional area, mainland China, because remember, Taiwan is Chinese. Outside the mainland China's traditional area of expertise. The Chinese intention is clear: to make the whole of the South China Sea national waters of China. Looking at the air, the People's Liberation Air Force, its aircraft, have breached Taiwan's air defense identification zone 1,727 times in 2022, according to Taiwan's defense ministry, which I believe. That compares with about 960 times in 2021 and 380 times in 2020. You see what's happening? Increasing. It particularly worries me that the number one openly expressed aim of Chinese policy is to take back Taiwan. To take back Taiwan. It's reckoned, as most of us know, I suspect everyone knows, that about 40% of world trade goes through that strait. 40%. So what would happen if mainland China controlled them? And that's a concern for free trade. Taiwan is a beacon for democracy. It also has huge strategic importance. I believe it's in the front line of the global struggle, as Alicia, my very good friend, superb, actually chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I don't want to be too smoky up the bottom, but great girl, great lady, sorry, great person. I'm trying to be woke. Okay. Unfortunately, I fail most of the time. But are you allowed to say she's a lady? She is. Yeah, you're. Great, great. We're all people, and we're all equal. And that's the end of it. Let's leave it there. I've lost my place in what notes I had. But look, the rule of law and freedom of speech are clear in Taiwan. Taiwan has press freedom. And it's reckoned to be either the first or the second freest country by some means in Asia. Not that there are other countries aren't, say, close, but free, so that people like myself can say things like this without being fear of being arrested. We must support Taiwan in exactly the same way as we support our own systems and values. Taiwan's security challenges and its survival as a thriving and successful democracy matter a great deal to the world. So to end, may I make 2 points. Firstly, to say how pleased I was to see Alyssa Cairns, Foreign Affairs Committee, produce a report in the last week, Alyssa, which says clearly, first country that said it, Taiwan must be independent. Is that right? What did you say? First committee.
Because our Lithuanian friends and many others in the room, we're not the first country, but it's the first time the British Parliament.
Okay, you know what? She's always right and I'm always wrong. So that's my first final point. My second final point is to say how pleased I am that the very next session will probably include a section on Taiwan. Please, everyone, do all you can to support this great country, this country that contributes so much to the world and who actually produce a seriously good democracy as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel Bob. Such clear-eyed thinking from our British colleagues. We deeply appreciate you, Alicia and Colonel Bob, for your extraordinary leadership and the focus that you've allowed us to have to set the stage for this forum today. I now am so grateful to introduce my former colleague when I was in Congress. You know, I was there for 3 terms. I left in 2018 to do this full time. But French Hill, a very distinguished member of Congress from Arkansas. French is the only member in our Congress to serve on the Intelligence Committee, on the Foreign Affairs Committee, on the Financial Services Committee. 3 very major committees. Usually you get 1 committee to serve on. In 1975, when I first started working in Washington, I became friends with a congressman named Bill Armstrong, who became a senator. Time magazine wrote about Senator Armstrong that there were 3 people in Washington who thought, and everyone else followed. And Bill Armstrong was one of those who thought. The person you're going to hear today, French Hill, is one of them who thinks and the Congress follows. French is very adept on a broad range of subjects, and that's why he, frankly, has been requested by the leadership to serve on all 3 of these committees. So, sir, we're most grateful to have you here with us today for your perspective and your leadership in behalf of the United States and on behalf of the free world.
Well, good morning. It's a treat to be here in London. I want to thank our hosts, Foreign Affairs Chair Kearns, Colonel Stewart, Robert Pittenger, and the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Committee for inviting me to participate in your forum. I've had an opportunity to participate in the forum before in Washington, and it's a real treat to be here in the center of democracy for 900 years and share this time with you. It's true, Robert and I shared some great years together in the House of Representatives, and we worked on the House Financial Services Committee together on the principal issues that this forum, around which it was created. We also had our shared past because we both started our careers in the 1970s in Dallas, Texas, which were formative in both our lives and our financial careers. I want to thank J.C. Boggs and the Forum Board of Directors, too, for helping the Forum grow and prosper and continue to bring this kind of help and a messaging to some 60 countries today. This morning, I want to discuss three principal topics that are interconnected. They're fundamental components of the global growth and prosperous growth that we all want for our globe. They're interconnected and linked to the outstanding two presentations that you just heard from Colonel Stewart on the importance of Taiwan and Taiwan's sovereignty and role in the world, and the importance of the Indo-Pacific as a hub for all of that global growth, and for the outstanding message delivered by Chair Kearns on how we have to work together in this globe to achieve our ultimate objective, which is shared prosperity for all of our citizens. So the first of these three components I want to talk about this morning is the role of the U.S. dollar. Every week we read new headlines, including in this morning's Financial Times, that somehow the dollar is in decline and that its status as the reserve currency for the global economy is under threat. So as this conventional wisdom goes, a growing number of countries are unhappy with the US dollar and the euro and are seeking to set up a parallel payment system with a new currency, a new arrangement, all of their imagination that will represent a credible alternative. The global sanctions imposed on Russia by its neighbors, allies, including the United States, in response to Russia's illegal invasion of sovereign Ukraine, have only fueled this speculation that some countries seek to shift away from the dollar. In fact, earlier this month, Brazilian President Lula da Silva called on the BRICS to create such a common currency. And it's true, the dollar's share of global foreign exchange reserves has been trending down over many, many years. But the IMF noted just last year that while 3/4 of that shift away from dollar didn't go to the euro, the yen, or the pound, but in fact went to a variety of smaller currencies like the Canadian dollar, the Swedish krona, and the South Korean won. Not only that, but nearly all commodity contracts, including oil, are still priced and settled in dollars, while again, clearly some countries are seeking and exploring ways to purchase and settle commodity transactions in non-dollar denominations. But let me be frank in front of this group of shared economic policy thinkers. Some countries that are advocating for a non-dollar future are also the promoters of transnational crime, promote unprovoked military action against fellow sovereign nations, operate or provide support to state sponsors of terrorism. And they may well find a common cause in a siren song of an alternative to a dollar global system. But in my view, nations with closed economic systems, restrictions on cross-border capital flows, no freely exchangeable currency, no rule of law, no legal process around which to adjudicate conflicts, no independent central bank, do not, in fact, possess the prerequisite conditions to accomplish such an enormous undertaking as displacing the dollar-based, well-functioning trading and capital market system that the globe has enjoyed now for some 8 decades, despite ups and downs and terrible conflict and bouts of terrible inflation, as we are all experiencing today. Another emerging trend that I read about that is said to challenge the dollar is the just inevitable future I read in all the financial press of a surveillance CBDC, a central bank digital currency from China that's just inevitably going to be delivered to you by Huawei and at all of your cell phones. Now, it's true that faster payments are now available, soon 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and in some cases, new blockchain solutions are emerging for digital tokenized payments. That will be a great new additional payment rail for global payment opportunities. And to stay ahead of this, the United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union are all working that, in fact, if we're going to use a blockchain, they ought to be done using a private sector-oriented stablecoin. And in the United States, we are engaged right now in creating the regulatory and legal environment for a dollar-based payment stablecoin, which could be used even in that sort of a blockchain environment. Currently, I chair the committee in the House of Representatives that's working on this framework and legislation, and we want to make sure that the U.S. is a leader in that arena. But let me reinforce to this knowledgeable audience that a surveillance CBDC or a assertion that we can make another currency in the world overnight just because we're mad about being sanctioned is not the greatest threat to the dollar-based system. Instead, that threat's in the United States itself. Our failure to craft a sustainable and long-term strategy to rein in out-of-control pandemic-related spending habits and budget deficits would do far more harm to the dollar as a reserve currency than in any of these efforts for de-dollarization through technology or politics. And I hope all of us as parliamentarians recognize the preposterous nature of what was fostered on the global system due to the pandemic, that we can spend all the money we could borrow and there was no consequence of that. In our country, on the left, this is called modern monetary theory, which basically says we can borrow all the money in US dollars and spend it on the citizens of the United States and it has no consequence. That's insane. And that misguided viewpoint is also the kind of viewpoint I see in the leadership at my second point I want to address this morning, and that's reform of the International Monetary Fund. Because those same modern monetary theorists that are trying to change the ordinary laws of supply and demand and economics also are trying to change the International Monetary Fund from a critical element for short-term payment imbalance, short-term exchange concerns in individual countries in our world, and they're trying to change it into a climate bank, while at the same time turning a blind eye to how China makes a mockery of the international process for lending and debt restructuring, particularly for the poorest nations of our world. I believe the IMF is having an identity crisis. It has strayed from its long-standing mission and needs functional governance reform to get back on track. The International Monetary Fund's purpose, as laid out in its charter, is to promote international monetary cooperation through exchange and balance of payments stability. Instead, the fund in the last 2 years has been morphing into a development bank and surrendering to mission creep in areas like climate, even though that's the jobs of the World Bank and the other international financial institutions. This identity crisis is nowhere more evident than in the debate or in and around special drawing rights. My friend Raymond Chisty, member of Parliament here in the United Kingdom, and I have worked on this legislatively in our two respective bodies. We wrote an op-ed published here in the UK about it to call out the IMF for this mistaken approach to financial policy in the globe. The special drawing rights created back in 1969 to supplement long-term global need for central bank reserve assets are now being used to arm countries with short-term spending to address food shortages and rising energy prices. That's not the mission of special drawing rights. Foreign development assistance is best left to foreign development aid organizations, the World Bank, the international financial institutions, working with sovereign governments on a bipartisan basis. The fund should be focused on addressing temporary balance of payments problems and advocating for long-term economic reforms. The lack of guardrails associated with these it's called a general special drawing rights allocation, means that each country can utilize those SDRs for whatever they want, as they see fit, with very limited conditions on how they might be used. And the lack of transparency and any meaningful enforcement in and around that is a real governance gap in the modern international monetary policy. Raymond and I propose concrete changes, legislative changes in our countries, and governance changes on the board of the IMF to impact that. The SDRs have to be allocated in a general allocation across all members according to their shareholding, which means who benefits from an SDR allocation? The Netherlands, the United Kingdom, the United States, the richest countries in the world are who benefit. Or Iran, Syria, Myanmar, and maybe some countries that are on your list that you don't think need more access to cash. That's bizarre. It wasn't intended that way 60 years ago, but the results are troubling to me now. And if we're serious about those governance changes, I think we should do the hard work. We should ask the IMF Board of Directors to do the tough job of getting a consensus, a majority, and that we should target SDRs so they actually help low-income countries, and that we would do that by a target of a special allocation, not a general allocation. And that way we can specifically help those 80 countries in desperate need under the IMF's rules for additional reserve assets for long-term balance of payment support, and not deliver cash in the central bank account to Iran or Syria or North Korea, not North Korea, they're not a member, but the people who are a part of the IMF who from time to time stray from the global mission of a rules-based order. The landscape of sovereign lending requires the IMF's more direct intervention. And the G20 has had this as a topic, and the G20 has had conversations about it, and the finance ministers talk about it and write about it in the public statements associated with G7 meetings and the like, but we're not making enough progress fast enough. China's now the largest creditor in the world. Their terms are not transparent. Their terms are for them. We'll make this loan, deliver to you a bridge that collapses in a few years, but we've got your oil assets. Might have a port facility. Might build a road to a community college that you built, maybe in a city that I visited not long ago on the equator. It looks like the University of California at Santa Barbara. It's on a green hillside. It's a beautiful facility, white concrete. As you get closer and closer and closer and closer, there are no windows, there are no doors, there are no people there. It's just white concrete buildings built by Chinese labor in a country on the equator, on the continent of Africa, that the country has now pledged assets for, that it serves no economic basis whatsoever. Now, there's a wake up out there, and I hear it when I travel. Was just in Rome, 31 countries in Rome, most from Africa. I hear it. The Africans are asking for help. That help needs to be delivered by the men and women who are at work in the G7 and other countries to reform the IMF. The IMF should not lend money until they get transparent terms and that we see the full picture of the predatory lending that has been done by China across this world. In my view, as a result of the last 15 years of so-called Belt and Road, China has not been a responsible creditor, and its resistance to continue reform ideas, either the G20 ideas or the ideas that Raymond and I have outlined in our work, in my view, personal view, not a view of the United States, they have not earned that merited increase in a bigger voice and a bigger responsibility in the multilateral organizations. Shareholding in one of our multilateral institutions, foundational, as the chairwoman said, to a rules-based system for 8 decades is more than money. It's about a commitment to multilateral cooperation, not just the size and scope of a nation. So until China gets serious about coming to the table and acting more like a responsible member of the international community, including in its role as a creditor nation, I believe they ought to understand that many others in the international community will continue to object to that point of view until they see a more responsible, transparent use of their leadership. Let me turn to my third and final point about how we work together in economics for a brighter future. I want to talk about Ukraine. Last month, the White House asked the Congress for an additional $24 billion in supplemental assistance to support Ukraine in its effort to eject Putin's illegal invading army that's now crafted a mined trench warfare system longer than the Maginot Line in World War I. This was met with pushback from some in the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, which consistently has asked the Biden administration for full accountability on where each aspect of the funding that we've allocated so far has gone, and also particularly show us transparently how American contributions for humanitarian purposes, military purposes, and Ukraine monthly budget support compare to our European and Asian allies. Some people were pessimistic about that, but I call your attention just last month to votes in the House where members offered amendments to the National Defense Authorization Bill to limit spending for ejecting Vladimir Putin from Ukraine, or calling for a different form of accountability about that spending. Those amendments were rejected by overwhelming numbers on a bipartisan basis in the House. The United States is committed to the global mission of ejecting Putin's army from Ukraine. Those House Republicans are well aware that the Munich-style appeasement of Putin by the Obama administration and some here in Europe led to the takeover of Crimea, the vicious chemical weapons attacks and barrel bomb destruction of Syria in support of Assad, and ultimately this invasion of Ukraine. And that's why, in my view, you saw that overwhelming rejection of those amendments in July that would have rolled back American support for Ukraine. However, this supplemental request comes at a time where there's serious concern and debate, as I said, about overall spending in the United States and the level of budget deficits. And that's why I'll conclude with my legislation that I've been working on that I need all of your support for in each of your nations. It's called the Ukraine Reconstruction Act. It gives the President of the United States authority to seize and transfer title of Russian sovereign assets within U.S. jurisdiction into an international fund for the sole purpose of Ukraine's eventual reconstruction and humanitarian relief. The idea is simple. Russia should be responsible for the long-term costs stemming from its illegal invasion of Ukraine, not British, Japanese, or American taxpayers. This approach was crafted to be consistent with United States policy and international law, including the respect for the territorial integrity of states and the human rights of individuals. It's also consistent with international precedent where the U.S. has worked with international partners to establish a precise fund like this that we saw in Afghanistan in 2002, the Iran-U.S. Claims Tribunal in 1981, and the UN Compensation Fund for Kuwait following Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1991. Considering most Russian sovereign assets are located outside of the United States, though, it's important for our partners to recognize that they need to introduce and pass similar legislation in each of their jurisdictions, because the United States is not in a capacity to act in their countries. This policy builds on the generosity and solidarity of the 59 nations who gathered here in London 2 months ago and pledged $60 billion for recovery and reconstruction for Ukraine. The approach goes well beyond the long-tailed, complex legal battle that we'll have on this issue that you've read so much about, the oligarch assets. The attempt to turn oligarch assets into money that could be used for Ukrainian reconstruction is a long road, filled with years of litigation. And we would be better spent if our treasuries and finance ministries and leaders focused on how to find the Russian sovereign assets controlled by the Russian Federation in each of our jurisdictions and use those as the bargaining chip. So these three interconnected things are about working together for a more prosperous future under a rules-based system that Chair Kearns so beautifully outlined. I'm so grateful to share this time with you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be together. I thank my friend Robert Pittenger for the introduction. And again, thank you, Robert, for bringing like-minded people together to solve challenges that we face.
A very clear perspective of where we need to be going together. This dialogue is about all of us, our collaboration together. And thank you, Congressman Hill, for your great insights. Chairman Kearns, do you have any other remarks you'd like to leave with us? Colonel Bob? I'd also like to introduce John Spiller. I saw back here. He is also one of our co-hosts here in the UK. He requested to be on the supply chain dialogue, so we'll hear from Mr. Spiller later, but thank you, sir, for your great leadership. I've known him for the last decade. He came to our very first forum in 2014, and it's been a great discussion. We have about 5 minutes left. If are there any questions that you might want to pose over the next, we could answer very briefly to any of our leaders. Yes, sir. Stand up and speak up, please.
I just want, first of all, thank you, Chair Bishop Kearns, and your comments about Russia are grateful, and of course, Bob Stewart for standing up for Taiwan. But my question is for French.
All right.
The World Bank just got Adia Bangladesh ahead, and in a meeting that he had with Macron, the Kenyan president said that Africa, which is really what the 21st century is going to swing with, said they wanted to see at the table. How do you? The 54 nations on the African continent are so important to our globe, to the future of our globe, the dynamism of their people, of their innovation. And the time has come for consistency. The consistency in partnership there, not episodic partnership. And the NGO community active on the continent, the multilateral community on the continent, needs to have a sense of priority. If a nation needs development assistance in education, public health, water resources, I would say resource development done in the right way, they should obtain that assistance and not be told, if you don't change your social policy, we're not going to drill a water well. We don't have our priorities in order, and we really don't. And that's why you hear a voice calling, we want to have a seat at the table because, we're trying to develop our port. We're trying to develop our roads. We're trying to develop broadband. We're trying to develop a public health infrastructure, and you're asking us about a social policy issue that's inconsistent with the religion of our nation. So what about the Declaration of Human Rights? For in America, there's two parts to the First Amendment. We have freedom of religion, but nobody ever mentions the second part, and the free exercise thereof. So this has to be balanced in that order of priorities. I don't want the reputation, whether I'm at the Gates Foundation or the United States of America or the European Union, of the reputation that I heard when I was in Rome. We asked China for an airport. We asked the European Union for an airport, and we got a lecture. China built the airport, although I would recommend you test the concrete very carefully. And check on how it was financed. Check if you gave up the rights to your port, or all the landing fees, or the oil and gas, or the strategic minerals. You don't want to either have staked your financial future on non-transparent terms, or the fact that the first plane that lands sinks. So let's get our priorities right. And if we have our priorities right in the multilateral community in partnership with nations around the world, including those on the African continent, I think we'll have a better outcome. And in the United States, we're committed to power innovation in Africa through the spread of nuclear power. We're there for free trade in Africa. And I'm a proud supporter of $7 billion U.S. to extend the PEPFAR initiative of President George W. Bush to end AIDS in Africa.
Thank you, each of you. We appreciate your remarks and your leadership. We will now continue with the balance of our program, but this has been a tremendous opening for our discussion in the next 2 days. Thank you very much. Well, now, we will have our next presentation on ominous security challenges from adversarial nation states. And our first presentation will be from Speaker Yu Si-kun, President of the Legislative Yuan of the Republic of Taiwan. the Republic of China, which is Taiwan. I was the host for Speaker Yu several months ago. He was in Washington for 3 days, and I think that you will find his remarks now to be very clear relative to the challenges that they're facing. So if we could play now the message from Speaker Yu. Thank you very much.
毕廷哲创办人，凯恩斯主席，各位贵宾、各位女士、各位先生，大家好！受邀参加今天的盛会，深感荣幸。跨国国会情报安全论坛是一个致力于促进全球安全、繁荣与自由的平台。每年会有来自世界各国的国会议员、政府官员与专家学者齐聚一堂。 为全球光明美好的未来脑力激荡，意义非凡。因为公务在身，未能亲自与会，除借此向大家表达歉意之外，也委请本院的国防外交委员会召集委员蔡世应先生代表参加，并以此影片分享我个人的浅见。 敬请大家多多指教。借此机会，我要特别感谢全球民主同盟国仗义支持台湾。今年4月18日 ，G7 外长一致同意对抗中国在台海任何胁迫行动及企图。4月19日，韩国尹锡悦总统说，台湾为全球议题。 坚决反对武力改变现状。5月5日，菲律宾总统说，若台湾受攻击，菲律宾基地将会有用处。5月10日，日本岸田首相也说，台湾安全属全球问题。7月9日，拜登总统更一反过去美国的态度。 毫不犹豫地说出，中国确实有取代美国成为全球新霸主的野心。7月25日，美国众议院通过《台湾国际团结法案》，拆穿中共长久以来的谎言，澄清联合国大会第2758号决议案未涉及台湾。8月1日。 法国总统马克宏先生颁布7年建军法，明在保卫台海自由航行及维护印太的和平稳定。这些事件凸显了民主国际对台海安全的重视。美国前总统杰弗森先生曾经说过：“自由之花必须经常用暴君。” 与爱国者的鲜血浇灌，近10年来，全球的民主版图呈现萎缩。从香港反送中、缅甸军政府、阿富汗威权体制到俄罗斯入侵乌克兰等发展，令人忧心。美国自由之家2022年全球自由报告指出。 全球有60个国家呈现民主衰退状况，今日的台湾民主也面临着严峻的挑战，时刻遭受中共基建霸凌。中共除了部署1000余枚飞弹针对台湾外，去年派出1727架次军机扰台，同时又密集对台湾进行认知战、资讯战。 及大外宣等，台湾的局势可以说是危机四伏。台湾因为位居国际陆权与海权国家接壤处，战略地位至关重要，而成为民主阵营与威权国家必争之地。中共为了称霸全球，必欲取台湾而后快。中共为了营造侵略的正当性，不断声称。 台湾自古即是中国的领土，台湾是中国领土不可分割的一部分。但是我要严正地向大家报告， 中共这些声明都是谎言。今天，请容许我借这个机会向大家说明台湾国际地位的历史真相。1895年日清战争，清国战败，将其殖民地台湾割让给日本。其后，中国许多重要领导人都支持台湾独立，例如1925年孙中山、1938年蒋介石、1941年周恩来及1947年毛泽东都曾经公开宣誓支持台湾独立，也支持台湾成为自己所要求的国家。另外，依据二战后49个国家签订于1952年4月28日生效的旧金山合约第2条，日本放弃台湾、澎湖、南沙群岛与西沙群岛的一切权利名义与要求，内容并未提及台湾的主权归属。而1971年联合国大会第2758号决议也只处理中国在联合国的代表权，决议案全文只字未提及台湾。但是中共一直是一个喜欢说谎的国家，它不仅弃国际条约于不顾，甚至妄引美中双方在二战期间的战时意愿书、开罗宣言及波茨坦宣言为据，更完全否定过去中共领导人支持台湾独立的政策。所以今天我要借此机会郑重强调，不论是根据现状、国际法还是联合国决议，台湾与中国互不隶属。历史上中国也未曾统治过台湾，所以台湾结为中国的一部分，台湾与中国一边一国是铁铮铮的事实。万幸的是，世界上有越来越多国家渐渐认清中共一直是一个喜欢说谎的国家。借此，我要特别呼吁国际一定要注意中共威权对全球民主的威胁，尤其今年3月23日的普习会，习近平与普丁达成共同推动百年变局的共识，意图携手改变既有的国际秩序，已经毫不掩饰。今年5月，我访问美国的时候，曾经呼吁国际民主盟友们，台湾不是中共终极目的地，中共的目标是要东升西降，是欧美，是全球，是要成为世界帝国。从华为电子产品安装后门，中共间谍气球入侵美国，战狼外交、一带一路及中共军费近20年来成长8倍等等，已经充分显示他称霸世界的野心。而台湾不但是中共称霸世界必经之路上的挡路石，更是捍卫全球民主自由的重要堡垒。我相信台湾在遏制威权力量的道路上不会孤单，我相信会有越来越多国家跟台湾站在一起。我们拥有相同的普世价值，我们一定能够团结，共同守护世界的民主与自由。我也相信暴政必亡，民主必胜。敬祝论坛圆满成功，各位嘉宾平安顺心，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to ask the Honorable Chua Sik-ing, please come forward. I'd like to have you and your interpreter and come give us your remarks. Mr. Sik-ing is a member of the Legislative Yuan, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and please come to the lectern. Thank you, sir. Good to see you.
大家午安，大家好。 非常感谢主持人，也非常感谢我们这一次联合举办外交事务委员会的丽卡小姐，也非常感谢尤院长带来的精辟演说。
Thank you, Mr. Pollinger. I would like to thank my counterpart, the Honorable Alicia Kearns, and also President Yu of Republic of China Legislative Yuan for their insightful speeches.
我是来自台湾，台湾北部的基隆市，台湾的国会议员蔡思应，目前是台湾立法院外交及国防委员会的召集委员，也是台湾与欧洲议会国会议员友好联谊会长。我也曾经担任过陆军炮兵上尉，过去我担任过国会助理以及基隆市的市议员。
My name is Cai Shiying. I'm a legislator from Keelung, which is a coastal port city in northern Taiwan. I'm currently the co-chairman of the Foreign Affairs and National Defense Committee of the Legislative Yuan. I'm also the president of the Taiwan-Europe Inter-Parliamentary Amity Association. At the same time, I'm also a Reserve Army artillery captain. In the past, I have served as a parliament assistant and Keelung City Councilor.
2年前，当英国的海军重新推动航母战力，伊丽莎白女王号航空母舰首次执行远洋任务，率领代号 CS-721 的航舰打击群前往印太，与美国、日本、澳洲、韩国、新加坡、马来西亚、印度等国家交流演习。同时，英国的皇家海军也派遣了2艘河流级的远洋巡航舰，常驻在印太地区。
2 years ago, when the Royal Navy regained its aircraft carrier capabilities, the first ocean mission of HMS Queen Elizabeth has been to lead the carrier strike group, code-named CSG-21, to the Indo-Pacific region, where it exchanged experiences and held drills together with United States, Japan, Australia, South Korea, Singapore, Malaysia, India, and other countries. In the same year, the Royal Navy also dispatched 2 River-class offshore patrol vessels to be based permanently in the Indo-Pacific region.
今年的7月16号，历经2年多的谈判，英国正式加入跨太平洋伙伴全面协定 （CPTPP）， 成为继创始会员国之后第一个的新加入成员，也是目前唯一一个欧洲国家。在显示英国从脱欧之后国家战略的重新分配，以及对于苏伊士以东重新关注的趋势。
On July 16 this year, after more than 2 years of negotiations, the United Kingdom officially joined the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP, becoming the first new member after the founding member states, and is currently the only European country. Indeed, this demonstrates the shift in the UK's strategic priority post-Brexit and the emerging emphasis on the East of Suez region.
印太地区是一个非常特别的区域，这里汇集了全球1半的人口，有数条非常繁忙的海上贸易，连接了亚洲、欧洲、美洲。大英国协56个成员国中，有19位国家位在印太，这里也包括了中国、日本、印度、韩国、台湾、东南亚国协等许多大型的经济体，这些都是英国的重要贸易伙伴。
The Indo-Pacific is a very special region because it gathers more than half of the world's population and includes many busy maritime trade routes connecting Asia, Europe, and Americas. 19 of the 56 member states of the Commonwealth of Great Britain are located in the Indo-Pacific region. The region also includes many large economies, such as China, Japan, India, South Korea, Taiwan, and the Association of Southeast Asian Countries, which are important trading partners of the UK.
但在同个时间点，印太地区却有许多的战略热点，具有引发军事冲突的风险。英国参加的五眼联盟或者是五国联防，都是为了风险管控所做的努力。
But at the same time, there are several strategic hot points in the Indo-Pacific region, which carry the risk of triggering military conflict. The Five Eyes Alliance, the Five Power Defense Arrangements, the AUKUS that the United Kingdom participated in are all efforts to control this risk.
当然，我要说的是，很遗憾，中华民国台湾并不是像英国是个正常的国家，全世界只有13个国家跟我们维持正式的外交关系，我们也不是联合国的会员国。即便如此，作为一个区域间的参与者，台湾执政的民主进步党核心的政策和台湾多数的民意就是维持现状，台湾与中国互不隶属，保持着以自由、民主、人权、法治所构成的生活方式和价值。
Of course, it is a pity that the Republic of China, Taiwan, is not a normal country like the United Kingdom. Only 13 countries in the world are willing to maintain formal diplomatic relations with us. And we are not a member of the United Nations. Even so, as a responsible inter-regional participant, the core policy of the ruling party, Democratic Progressive Party, and the major public opinion is to maintain the status quo. Taiwan and China don't belong to each other, and we can maintain our lifestyle and values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and rule of law.
尽管如此，中华人民共和国始终不放弃以武力来追求统一。解放军东部战区的军事能量持续的扩大，陆军和海军陆战队拥有39个旅级的单位，空军有10个旅级的单位，包括使用歼16、歼20、轰6在内的新型军机。海军有120艘的各式军舰，包括12艘配备主动扫描雷达与垂直发射器的驱逐舰，19艘潜舰等等。而火箭军则有7个旅级单位使用各型的弹道飞弹，这些都是针对的台湾。
Nevertheless, the People's Republic of China has been reluctant to give up the pursuit of unification by force, and the PLA's Eastern Theater Command has continued to expand its military capabilities. These include 39 brigades between the Army and Marine Corps, and 10 brigades in the Air Force, which is using new military aircrafts, including J-16 and J-20 fighters, and H-6 bombers. The Navy counts 120 warships of various types, including 12 equipped with active electronic scanning arrays radar, AESA, and vertical launching destroyer, 19 submarines, etc. While the Rocky Force has the equivalent of 7 brigades using various types of ballistic missiles, and these are all aiming at Taiwan.
近年来，北京当局更是扩大灰色地带的威胁。举例而言，去年解放军军机进入台湾防空识别区的架次就高达1727架次，更连续2年进行环台军事演练，发射弹道飞弹越过台湾的上空。我的家乡基隆就是中华民国海军在北部的重要军港。中国这些行为不仅对台湾的安全是一大威胁，对于国际的秩序更是直接的冲击。
In recent years, the Beijing authorities have also expanded their gray zone activities. For example, last year, the PLA military planes entered Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, ADIZ, for as many as 1,727 sorties. They also conducted military drills around Taiwan for 2 consecutive years, launching ballistic missiles over Taiwan. My hometown, Keelung, is an important military port for the Navy of the Republic of China in the north. China's action not only pose a major threat to Taiwan's security, but also have a direct impact on international order and prosperity. In order to demonstrate our determination to self-defense,
为了展现自我防卫的决心，近年来台湾致力于国防能量的提升。今年台湾国防的整体预算达到144亿英镑，约占 GDP 2.4%。明年这个数字将进一步的接近到149亿英镑，每年都创上历史的新高。
in order to demonstrate our determination for self-defense, we have been committed to improve the capacity of our national defense in recent years. This year, overall defense budget reached a record high to £14.4 billion, accounting for about 2.4% of GDP. Next year, this figure will be further increased to nearly £14.9 billion, setting a record high for 2 years in a row.
2024年，台湾将会将义务役的役期从4个月恢复至1年。官士兵退伍后纳入后备的部队，定期教召也将从1周延长至2周，以接受更完整的训练。
In 2024, Taiwan will restore the period of compulsory military service from 4 months to 1 year. Officers and soldiers retiring from the Army will be included in the reserve force, and periodic training courses will also be gradually extended from 1 week to 2 weeks to provide more complete training.
台湾的传统战力包括购得108辆 M1A2 主力战车、66架 F-16CD Block 70，自制的防御潜舰也准备下水。另外，国防部也编列了相关预算，采购不对称战所需要的装备，包括各型的防空飞弹、反舰飞弹、反装甲武器以及无人机等等。
With regards to our conventional military capabilities, we have purchased 108 MIA-2 battle tanks and 66 F-16 fighter jets, C/D Block 70, and the self-made defense submarine prototype ship is ready to launch. In addition, the Ministry of Defense is also preparing budgets to purchase equipment needed for asymmetric warfare, including various types of surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-tank weapons, drones, and so on.
上述的这些努力都是为了和平的稳定。台湾海峡如果爆发军事冲突，将会对全世界的运作带来难以想象的重创。中华民国台湾不求战，不过面对中国步步进逼的军事威胁，我们也不怯战。唯有坚持国防战力，才能降低战争的风险。这是当前台湾国防政策的原则。
All the above-mentioned efforts are for the pursuit of peace and stability. If a military conflict breaks out in Taiwan Strait, it will bring unimaginable damage to the operations of the world. The Republic of China, Taiwan, do not seek war, but we are not afraid to fight in the face of China's increasing military threats. Only by improving our national defense capabilities, we can reduce the risk of war. This is the current principle of our national defense policy.
战争不会有赢家，我深深的期盼乌俄战争能够落幕，愿死者安息，愿生者平安。诚心希望，不论英国或台湾，乃至地球上所有的人们，都可以生活在和平稳定当中。谢谢大家。
There won't be any winners in war. I deeply hope that the war between Russia and Ukraine will end. May the deceased rest in peace, and may the living ones be safe. I sincerely hope that the peoples in the UK, Taiwan, and also the rest of the world can live in a peaceful and stable environment. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We look forward to being with you in January at our forum in Taipei that Speaker Yu will be hosting, and we hope you all can join us as well. Now we would like to show a very important video by the former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, Matt Pottinger. Let me say Matt Pottinger was the strategic individual in the administration who gave a clear understanding and focus of the realities of the threats coming from China as we see it today. I think the message that you will see now in this presentation will be incredibly compelling, particularly as you observe the remarks and the words from Chairman Xi himself. So if we could invite those from the other room to come in and join us, we will begin this presentation now. Matt Pottinger, thank you.
It's an honor to be invited to speak to you today. The Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum has played a pivotal role bringing together parliamentarians and other officials from nearly 100 countries to discuss matters of security and technology that affect us all. I'd like to extend my deepest thanks to my friend, Congressman Rob Pittenger, for your leadership of this forum. The nature of global threats today requires robust cooperation among the countries gathered for this forum. Clear analysis, frank discussion, and forthright collaboration are a prerequisite for successfully confronting global threats. Yet there is one government in particular that, far from helping to solve challenges, is a net contributor to the biggest problems we face. The Chinese Communist Party, which currently rules China, is engaged in activities that endanger our health, prosperity, security, and liberty. Beijing undermined our health with its reckless cover-up of the COVID outbreak in Wuhan in late 2019, seeding a global pandemic that has killed millions. And it threatens even worse to come through its biological warfare programs, which violate its treaty commitments to all nations. Beijing further undermines our health as the single greatest source of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere and of pollution in our oceans. Beijing weakened our prosperity through its state-sponsored theft of intellectual property and its official subsidies, protectionism, and dumping practices which punish innovation and competition by law-abiding nations and entrepreneurs. Beijing stripped away our security by backing rogue dictators in Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea. Xi Jinping signed a no-limits pact with Vladimir Putin on the eve of Russia's re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022, helping cause the largest war in Europe since World War II. Even now, Beijing spends more money on pro-Russian propaganda worldwide than even Russia itself spends. And Beijing is threatening to wage a war over Taiwan that would devastate the global economy and trigger a possible third world war. Beijing threatens our liberty through its coercive, corrupt, and covert lending activities in the global south, and through its multi-billion-dollar propaganda and influence activities. Through its debt diplomacy and loan sharking, Beijing seeks to co-opt our elites. Through its control and manipulation of social media platforms, such as TikTok and WeChat, Beijing influences ordinary people by the hundreds of millions. For too long, too many of us around the world have indulged the wishful view that if we opened our markets to China, transferred more of our technology, invested greater sums of money, and trained more Chinese technocrats, government officials, and scientists and military officers, we might finally persuade China's leaders to see the world how we do. We told ourselves that a policy of engagement at any cost would result sooner or later in the liberalization of China's economy, society, and perhaps even its politics. These assumptions were reasonable to make a quarter century ago when the Soviet Union had recently collapsed and democracy was spreading around the globe. But Chinese leaders, we now know, have shown tremendous determination to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, less by emulating democracies than by exploiting, outmaneuvering, and undermining them. Beijing has been waging a silent Cold War against democracies when we thought such thinking had ended at the close of the 20th century. For some people, it's hard even now to let go of the myths that we've held about China's rulers and their intentions. Sometimes it helps to listen to China's leaders in their own words. Myth number one is that the Chinese Communist Party is communist in name only.
我志愿加入中国共产党。保守党的秘密。为共产主义奋斗终生。
In a once secret speech to the party's Central Committee, Xi Jinping said, quote, "Facts have repeatedly told us that Marx and Engels' analysis of the basic contradiction of capitalist society is not outdated, nor is the historical materialist view that capitalism will inevitably perish and socialism will inevitably triumph." Myth number two is that Beijing isn't seeking to spread its own autocratic model or upend the liberal international order.
同志们，今天我们纪念马克思，是为了向人类历史上最伟大的思想家致敬。马克思主义不是书斋里的学问，而是为了改变人民历史命运而创立的。坚守共产党人的理想信念，像马克思那样为共产主义奋斗终身。
China's new official ideology, called Xi Jinping Thought, advances the notion of Chinese political and cultural supremacy. It even attacks the centuries-old concept of a world composed of sovereign nation-states. Xi Jinping Thought states that, quote, "All mankind needs a new order that surpasses and supplants the balance of power. A new world order is under construction now that will surpass and supplant the Westphalian system." Toward this end, Beijing is promoting the idea that single-party autocracy is superior to democracy, not just in China, but around the world. As Dutch and American news reporters recently discovered, the Chinese Communist Party has set up a leadership school in Tanzania to indoctrinate African officials in the idea that the ruling party should sit above the government and the courts, and that fierce discipline within the party can ensure adherence to party ideology. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party is exporting its autocratic model, even as that model is showing serious signs of failure inside China itself. Myth number three is that Beijing isn't pursuing a zero-sum competition with democracies or a new Cold War. According to an official textbook on Xi Jinping Thought, quote, "Xi Jinping has emphasized that our state's ideology and social system are fundamentally incompatible with the West. Xi has said this determines that our struggle and contest with Western countries is irreconcilable. So it will inevitably be long, complicated, and sometimes even very sharp." By very sharp, Xi appears to be referring to war. He has delivered several speeches in 2023 on the need to prepare for war. The official textbook on Xi Jinping Thought defines the waging of war as perfectly compatible with China's policy of allegedly peaceful development. Quote, "To use war as a means to protect our core national interests is not in contradiction with the path of peaceful development. Moreover, it is a manifestation of the Marxist view of warfare."
中国人民也绝不允许任何外来势力欺负、压迫、奴役我们。谁妄想这样干，必将在14多亿中国人民用血肉铸成的钢铁长城面前碰得头破血流。
So those are examples of the Chinese Communist Party's real intentions in its own words. For years, Chinese leaders have hidden their true intentions behind the facade of a country eager to join the international system and willing to abide by its norms. Dual messaging, that is, deceptive external propaganda for foreign ears, twinned with authoritative internal guidance for party members, comes naturally to the party. Hence, we have Chinese leaders outwardly urging, quote, peace talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine, while those same leaders secretly connive internally to provide Moscow with lethal arms to lengthen the war. Publicly, Beijing feigns neutrality with calls for respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Behind closed doors, it has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as, quote, a counterattack, and, quote, the only action that could be taken. Beijing's doublethink is ubiquitous once you learn how to spot it. Concentration camps holding more than 1 million ethnic Uyghurs and other minorities inside China are called, quote, vocational training schools. Beijing's dismantling of the rule of law in Hong Kong and the jailing of local journalists and lawmakers is passed off as, quote, one country, two systems. The use of covert operations to interfere in the elections of Canada and other democracies is disguised as civic engagement and couched in gauzy slogans advocating, quote, a community of common destiny for mankind. Special units of China's premier spy agency, which infiltrate and influence our universities and policymaking circles, are disguised as, quote, think tanks and civil society organizations. In short, China's leaders' most revealing statements are not the ones they make at Davos or at the United Nations. They are the statements they make to their fellow Chinese Communist Party leaders. Here are a few principles I believe are worth bearing in mind throughout this forum and after its conclusion, as your governments go about their essential work of safeguarding your sovereignty and the rights of your people. First, speak candidly, publicly, and at the highest possible level to Beijing about its actions that undermine your sovereignty or the sovereignty of other nations. It's important to speak openly and loudly if we are to prevent Xi Jinping from making grave miscalculations. Miscalculations and missteps are common for long-serving dictators, as Vladimir Putin reminds us. Second, impose steep costs on Beijing's actions that harm our countries and our friends. Imposing costs isn't provocative, it is stabilizing. One of the paradoxes of Marxist-Leninist dictatorships is that the more comfortable and more self-confident they are, the more aggressive they become. Gratuitous efforts to flatter and reassure Beijing are likely to be taken as signs of weakness. Third, it would be better to constrain and temper Xi Jinping's ambitions now through robust, coordinated military deterrence and through strict limits on China's access to technology, capital, and data controlled by our countries. That is better than waiting until Xi Jinping has taken fateful and irrevocable steps, such as attacking Taiwan, that would lead to a war between superpowers. Such a war would have severe effects on the security and prosperity of all nations. Putin's war in Ukraine offers constant reminders that deterrence is far preferable to rollback. Fourth, the, quote, main battleground, to borrow Xi Jinping's term, is the internet. Beijing employs many varieties of information warfare, from united front activities to cognitive warfare to deep fakes. Beijing has invested billions of dollars into these techniques to enhance what Xi Jinping calls discourse power, the power to shape perceptions and narratives worldwide, to whitewash China's record, and to disintegrate free people's faith in their fellow citizens and in democracy itself. We must go on the offense and the defense simultaneously. Right now, we are doing neither. Free societies should never traffic in disinformation the way Beijing does. All we need to do is prevent Beijing's platforms from manipulating our discourse at home, while making it easier for Chinese citizens to communicate safely with one another and with the outside world. Banning TikTok and WeChat, as India's government has done, was a prudent step that other governments should consider. Finally, Protect the rights of Chinese people living, studying, and working in your countries so they can enjoy the freedoms that so starkly distinguish free nations from the increasingly oppressive atmosphere inside China today. This means standing up against discrimination at home. It also means taking proactive steps inside your borders to expose and counter the Chinese Communist Party's activities to censor, intimidate, and coerce your citizens, and especially people of Chinese descent. We should always distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party on the one hand and China and the Chinese people on the other. I commend all of you who have come to this forum with the mission of understanding global threats and finding solutions to them. I'm hopeful that with more initiatives like the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, we can foster and strengthen our own united front, one of independent and sovereign nations working together to protect our health, our prosperity, our security, and our liberty. Thank you for the honor of speaking with you today.
Thank you, Matt. We would now like to welcome the very distinguished member of the UK Parliament, Teresa Villers. If you could please come join us today. We thank you, Ms. Villers, for your strong leadership, and we are grateful for your participation with us in this important dialogue.
Thank you. Well, it's a great honour to join such a distinguished panel at a very important conference on security threats that we face. I am a member of the House of Commons Intelligence and Security Committee. That has responsibility for scrutinising the intelligence services, and that means we have access in our reports and investigations to highly classified intelligence material. And today, whilst I'm not speaking on behalf of the Intelligence and Security Committee, I am going to focus on our most recent report that we've published, and that is on the threat posed by China to the United Kingdom's interests. The chair of the highly influential Joint Intelligence Committee told us, quote, "There is a global values struggle in which China is determined to assert itself as a world power." The UK's close relationship with the United States, our thriving and successful science and research sector, and the perception of us as a global opinion former make us of interest to the Chinese state, probably just below its high priority targets. We concluded in the report we published just a few weeks ago that China's ambition to become a technological and economic superpower on which others are reliant poses some significant risks for the United Kingdom. China seeks to influence elites and decision makers, and it also works to acquire intellectual property and research using covert and overt methods to provide a shortcut to economic success. Its laws enable it to co-opt Chinese organizations, businesses, and citizens, whether willingly or unwillingly. They can be co-opted into the Chinese state's espionage and interference activities. China seeks technological supremacy, and it is clear, according to the work of the ISE, both its recent report and its previous work on Huawei, that we are already too reliant on Chinese technology. China's state intelligence apparatus is almost certainly the biggest in the world, and it targets the United Kingdom prolifically and aggressively. China, we concluded, has successfully penetrated every sector of the UK's economy. And China routinely oversteps the boundary between influence and interference, seeking, for example, to penetrate our universities and academic institutions, not only for research purposes, but to try to advance its international narrative and to mute criticism of the Chinese Communist Party. We concluded that the resource currently dedicated by the UK to the China security risk is inadequate. Policies and strategies to address China concerns have gone forward, but too slowly. We felt that the UK is in many ways playing catch-up on this issue. For example, the United States has some time ago identified a list of sensitive technologies where engagement with China is regulated and restricted. The United Kingdom so far has not done this. We feel as a committee that that was a serious failure and the impact of that may be felt for years to come. It's urgent that these kinds of initiatives go forward. Another problem we identified is that security responsibilities have been devolved across government. There are a number of Whitehall policy departments who now have responsibility for tackling more overt threats from China. For example, the DFE's relationship with universities and the Department of Business and Trade in relation to business. But we feared as a committee that they don't have sufficient security expertise, resources or knowledge to carry out those responsibilities as effectively as is needed. And we also highlighted that at the moment they're not subject to proper parliamentary scrutiny because the remit of the intelligence and security does not apply to them. This is a serious failing which we ask the government to correct. Another concern we've highlighted as vitally important is that the government needs to take a more longer-term approach on this. A long-term strategy should be followed on China, and we need to see opposition parties also concurring with that. This is too important an issue to play politics with. In the past, I fear in this country that sometimes Chinese money was too often accepted with few questions asked. The economic benefits of engagement with China were felt to be the most important. Now this has started to change, particularly in the era since the COVID outbreak. There's been much more of a focus on the security issues in addition to the prosperity and economic development issues. Now, to be honest, the balance between security and prosperity requires real dexterity. Of course, we're going to be trading with China and engaging with China on economic matters. That is inevitable. And there are difficult trade-offs to be made. But the government needs to get its house in order to ensure that security concerns aren't continuously trumped by economic interests and that security concerns are giving appropriate weight. Now, as I started by saying, the UK's science and research is world-leading and world-beating, and it is the source of considerable interest from China. And I'm afraid the UK's universities provide what we described in our report as a rich feeding ground for China to achieve influence and economic advantage over our country. We were particularly concerned that at the time of writing there was no single point of contact for universities seeking advice on China. China has often acted in plain sight in the context of universities, benefiting their military through research projects with UK universities that have dual use. It is a concern expressed by the committee that universities are not sufficiently alive to the threat posed by, for example, the obligations in many research contracts and agreement to transfer information, data, and intellectual property to China. We fear that the ball is being dropped because of transfer of important responsibilities on security to policy departments without fully understanding the need to tackle it. This means that China is on hand to collect and exploit the achievements of the UK's best and brightest researchers and scientists, and the fear is that the government's knowingly letting this fall through the cracks. We need swift and decisive action to prevent the nightmare scenario where China steals blueprints, sets standards and builds products, exerting political influence at every step. This is a serious commercial challenge, but it's also a threat to liberal democratic values, as Matt Pottinger has so ably outlined in the video we've just seen. And finally, just a word or two on the UK's nuclear sector and the involvement of the company China General Nuclear. It's wrong that ministers at the moment apparently look at nuclear investments on a case-by-case basis without taking on board the overall picture right across the sector. We felt it was obfuscatory for ministers to say that the investment by China General Nuclear in Hinkley C was okay because EDF would operate the facility, when the government actually knew that China expected Hinkley investment to lead to CGN going on to operate the Bradwell B facility. So one of the conclusions of our report is that the government should review the involvement of CGN in the UK's nuclear sector. So I want to conclude by returning to that quote with which I started. There is a global values struggle between China and the West, and I'm sure this conference will provide important insight into how we approach that value struggle and promote our values of liberal democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you. Wonderful remarks. Now we will lead into our series of topical panels, and we will ask our panelists on the illicit finance to come forward. And John Walsh, if you could please come forward and lead this panel, we'd appreciate it. But Mr. David Lewis, the Managing Director of Kroll and former Financial Action Task Force Executive Secretary, John Walsh, President and Chief Executive Officer of SiteSpan, Tom Keatings, Director for the Financial Crime and Security Studies at RUSI, Mr. Michael Greenwald, the Amazon Web Services Senior Executive and Global Lead for Digital Assets and Financial Innovation, former United States Treasury Attaché to Qatar and Kuwait, and Ms. Lita Infante, Chief Executive Officer of Cat Labs. Thank you so much for each of you for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for attending. It's an honor to be here again at another forum. It's also an honor to be involved with Robert Pittenger for many years in establishing this and being on his board. And I want to thank you, Robert, for your friendship. And also, many people don't know, I was pleased to be able to celebrate Robert's birthday last week. So happy birthday, Congressman Pittenger, for those that don't know. I have the opportunity to kick off this group, but when I was speaking with them, I actually emailed Robert directly afterwards, and I said, this is such a group of deep thinkers, and it's an honor to be able to speak with all of you for both what you do today and what you've done in the past. So I'm going to yield some of my time back so that we have more time to listen to the guest. The boss told me that the train leaves on time, we have to finish at a certain period, so I'm gladly give up some of the time. A couple of points I do want to make before I turn it over to Tom and David. Actually, David's going to speak, and then Tom, Lily, and then Michael, in that order. One of the things that happened in the United States after 9/11 and around the world, private sector was deputized to go and find terrorists, money launderers, and everything. So all the financial services firms around the world were obligated to do so. And whether they wanted to or not, private sector has now stepped up and invested in technology, invested in human resources, and the technology is now picking up speed at a pace that was not predicted. If you look at some of the SAR filing numbers, in the United States, 3.6 million SARs were filed recently. That's an increase of 18%. Here in the UK, it's approaching 1 million STRs, which is an increase of 22%. Technology has gotten better, and data gathering has gotten more increased and more challenging, but there's a lot more data. One of the things I found interesting, in 2021, there was 74 zettabytes of data generated. A zettabyte is equal to 100 trillion Bibles. That's a lot of data. That's a lot of information. Next year, in 2024, it's estimated that it will be 149 zettabytes generated of information. It's almost unimaginable when you're dealing with that much of an increase of information. But when you combine that amount of information with quantum AI, QAI, the private sector is going to be finding more and more needles in the haystack. And as they're being found, governments are going to have to respond, because some of those SARs and STRs that are filed are on very elite individuals, very well-known individuals, and the governments are now going to have to look at their justice departments and their law enforcement and start dealing with this on a more equal playing field. Private sector will find illicit activity. Private sector is now finding illicit activity. But what we need to do is balance our resources from looking from small money service brokers to billionaires that are moving money around illegally. And we're going to have to level that playing field in order to create a democracy in the financial services system that we are somewhat lacking right now. And on that comment, I'm going to pass it off to my colleagues, but the general dialogue when it comes to illicit activity is becoming more and more technology driven, and we have to be looking at these tools in order to find bad actors within the financial services market. So, David.
Thank you, John. So I hope to give you a few insights today, keep it short, if not sweet, about the nature, scale, and volume of money laundering around the world today. So this session is about illicit finance, but illicit finance means lots of different things to lots of different people. It's a mixture of legal and illegal activity that we don't find palatable, but it's perfectly legal, to serious organized crime and terrorism. I'm going to focus particularly on money laundering. And I'll draw on my time here in the UK government, but also leading the global watchdog for money laundering and terrorist financing, the Financial Action Task Force. So first of all, 101, what is money laundering? And this might seem like a silly question to pose to you guys, but about 10 years ago, in the early days of, a bit longer, the early days of the Arab Spring, I was in government and I was asked to go and see the UK Chancellor at the time, George Osborne. I was tracking £100 million worth of local currency that Gaddafi was desperate to get his hands on. And I went to see the Chancellor, and he asked me what money laundering was, what the definition of money laundering was. And most of you being politicians know that I'm not going to get through a long legal definition before you get bored. So I oversimplified and I said, well, in the UK we take a rather broad approach. If you nick a Mars bar, a chocolate bar, and steal it, it's money laundering. And he paused and I thought maybe I've oversimplified. And he said, but what if you nick a Mars bar in Libya? And the conversation went downhill thereafter. And I can't reveal where we went from there, but we did manage to get the 100 million or keep it out of the hands of Gaddafi, and we were able to use it for rebuilding Libya after that period. Essentially, most crime is committed for money. And to spend that money, criminals need to make it appear legit. And there are lots of different ways you can do that, but it's all money laundering. So when we're talking about money laundering, we're talking about fighting crime, following the money behind human trafficking and people trafficking and wildlife trafficking and arms trafficking. So it's a way of stopping crime. Don't think about it as a white-collar, victimless crime. Stopping money laundering really does save lives. How is it enabled? Well, John's already mentioned that we've essentially deputized the private sector, and that's because still today, the financial sector largely launders most of the money around the world. Increasingly, as we'll hear later from Lily, through cryptos as well. But not just the financial sector. Lawyers, accountants, casinos, estate agents, and companies, everyday companies, are used to hide the proceeds of crime. So we need transparency and we need regulation. So what is the scale of this problem? Well, in 1989, Time magazine, front cover of Time magazine, said money laundering, the $1 billion shell game. Today, that was 1989, estimates for money laundered around the world on an annual basis range from 800 billion to 6 trillion. So this is not a problem that's going away or that we've dealt with particularly effectively. When you look at human trafficking alone, in the last 10 years, we've seen money made from that by criminals rise from 32 billion to 150 billion. And when you look at illegal wildlife trafficking, we're talking in the realm of 150 to 250 billion, but the total cost of environmental crime ranges from 1 to 2 trillion a year. So this is big money. The 'Ndrangheta, Italian mafia, 10 years ago, they turned over more money each year than the combined revenue of Deutsche Bank and McDonald's. 54 billion a year, one organized crime group. That money needs to be laundered, and there aren't that many people who do it, actually, professional money launderers. We're just not really focused on them. Jason Sharman, a friend of mine, professor at Cambridge, recently did a mystery shopper exercise, and he went around the world pretending to be various kinds of nefarious characters, from Russian oligarchs to your basic everyday criminal. And he tried to open companies, being quite open about the fact that he was trying to hide some dodgy money in different jurisdictions around the world, dozens of different jurisdictions around the world. And his findings were a little bit surprising in that it was actually harder to open companies with little information in some of the Caribbean islands and places you might expect than it was in the US and the UK. In fact, when it comes to setting up a company, it seems the easiest place to do it, where you don't need any information at all, is Delaware. Jason set up a company in Delaware in 137 seconds with no information at all, being quite open about the fact that he was using it to hide the proceeds of crime. So money laundering is on our doorstep in the UK, in the US. We're the countries that benefit from it, but we're not the countries that suffer from it. How are we doing then? Well, also in 1989, at the same time Time magazine ran with that cover, the Financial Action Task Force was created by the then G8. Today, we have more than 200 jurisdictions committed to global standards to tackle money laundering, terrorist financing, and also the financing of weapons of mass destruction, the proliferation of those. Out of those 200 countries, only 5 of them are fully compliant with those global standards, despite the fact that every G7, G8, G20 communique for the last 20 years has committed to rapidly implementing those and called on the rest of the world to do so. And those 5 countries that are fully compliant with those global standards are, again, not the ones you might expect. We haven't got time to have a guessing competition. Uruguay, Malta, Macau, China. I forget the other 2. But these are not the usual countries. So we're not going about it particularly effectively. The costs of money laundering, though, for business range from anywhere between 300 billion a year to 1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a problem that might be in the region of 6 trillion a year, where it's costing business about 1 trillion a year, and out of that, we're recovering less than 1% of the proceeds of crime. So we've created a massive compliance industry, huge regulations, standards around the world, all kinds of activity, countries being listed, which is having a massive impact on their economies. The IMF estimate we're talking in the region of 10% of GDP, reduction in income for those countries that are listed for being bad at tackling money laundering. But again, we're not talking about US, UK that are being listed. So again, the rich countries are benefiting and the poor countries are suffering. How do we stop it? Well, we can't regulate our way out of it. We need investment, we need enforcement, and we need cultural change. In 1991, the first bank ever to be brought down for money laundering, Bank of Credit and Commerce International. If you've ever watched the film The Infiltrator, Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad plays Bob Mazur, who was an undercover customs agent at the time, he spent 4 years laundering money for Pablo Escobar. During that course, he needed to find someone to launder the money. He went into Bank of Credit and Commerce International, I think it was in Panama, and he said, I need a safe place to put my money. It's coming from South America. I'll be honest with you, it's from the cartels. He had it all recorded in a big briefcase. You didn't have, silent or small listening devices those days. And they left the room, and he thought he was going to be arrested. They came back with the head of the bank, and they said, don't worry, we'll take good care of you. If you look at the deferred prosecution agreements around the world, largely led by the US since then, and you go through those in details, I've spoken to Bob, he's done this, he still does this as a living. The kind of behavior we see by banks today is the behavior he was seeing at Bank of Credit and Commerce back in 1990. So you can have the best anti-money laundering systems in the world, but if the people running the bank are essentially bad, then it's not going to make any difference. We need real and consistent political support. Absent Panama Papers, embarrassing leaks, and wars in Ukraine, we don't have it. So it's great that you're here today. We've heard some passionate speeches, but my experience, including sitting around the table with G20 finance ministers and central bank governors, is that they know what to say, but it doesn't translate into action. While I was in government, and I was 7 years leading AML for the UK government, I was never once asked by a minister how to stop money laundering in the UK. But there was hell to pay when the minister was asked to go into his bank and show his passport and explain his source of wealth, source of funds. That's when I had to go to his office and explain what all these regulations were about. So there isn't real interest in tackling money laundering. The truth is, it's not consistent, and it only happens when you have wars in Ukraine or when governments have to respond to embarrassing situations. We need more transparency if we are to be open for business. And as I said, a lot of companies are used to hide the proceeds of money laundering around the world. But being open for business as a country means being open about who is doing business here. And that means we need to know who's ultimately behind companies and legal arrangements, trusts in the UK and elsewhere. And we're not doing very well at that so far. We need to know who's pulling the strings behind our economies. And that includes political donations. It's not just money going into banks. So we need more enforcement and not more regulation, but better regulation. And if we do this, we will take the profit out of crime, we'll cut off the fuel from terrorism and terrorist states, and we will protect our people, our planet, and our economies. Thank you.
Righty-ho. Well, through some quite extraordinary bit of extrasensory perception, actually what I'm going to say follows on very nicely from what David has just said. Before I start, as mentioned, my name is Tom Keating. I run a research program here in London, about 50 yards that way, at the Royal United Services Institute called the Centre for Financial Crime and Security Studies. If you want to know more about me, I will quote my 11-year-old niece. Just Google it. I'll use my time to share my wisdom rather than my CV. So I want to pose two questions before I start, or as I start. And the first one is this. What does illicit finance mean to you? That's the title of this panel, illicit finance. What does it mean to you? So on this first question, and I'm going to wake her up at the back, I'd invite you to read a report from Alicia's committee called The Cost of Complacency, which was published last summer by the Foreign Affairs Committee. I should declare an interest as having been a specialist advisor on illicit finance to the committee at the time. I can't claim credit for the catchy title, but what I would like to draw your attention to is the way in which that committee defined and considered illicit finance. That report says the term illicit finance can cover many areas, including tax evasion and the proceeds of corruption, yada, 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 as well as the flow of funds that are of suspicious or unexplained origin, but have not been proved to be of illegal or corrupt origin. So I'd like to keep that bit of the sentence, that last bit of the sentence, in mind over the next 10 minutes, because I think it will help answer the second question I want you to reflect on, which might be slightly more controversial, which is this: how might you be exposed to illicit finance, clean, upstanding parliamentarians that you are? Now, the report goes on to say, illicit finance, as dirty money is politely known, spreads corruption across the United Kingdom and costs every home and every community. It undermines our national security by supporting corrupt and autocratic regimes around the world. It subverts our rule of law systems to hide and protect ill-gotten assets, deprives the world's poorest communities of resources, prices citizens out of our housing market, and infiltrates our academic and democratic institutions. Illicit finance is clearly a major national security problem in this country, but it is also, for all of us in this room and beyond, a collective security issue. Now, for many governments in the democratic world, it took the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia to ring the bell and wake up from a belief that dirty money was merely a criminal issue, something for the police to deal with as and when they might have the time, not something we should care about because it has the potential to, indeed is already, threatening our national security. So the central message of my remarks this morning is that democracies remain blind to the threat from illicit finance, and that an entrenched focus on the proceeds of crime has left democracies exposed to this threat, as whilst we are focused on the criminal dimension over here, which David spoke about, and which of course we should not ignore, illicit finance, remember, as defined by Alicia's committee, as finance that has not been proved to be of illegal or corrupt origin, but sure as hell is up to no good, well, that's doing its worst over there. We're looking over here, there's a big problem over there which we're not paying attention to. So how did we get here? Well, David has kindly done the bit that I would have otherwise done, which is to start any conversation about illicit finance by referring to the Financial Action Task Force. I like to refer to it as the most powerful organization no one has ever heard of, but actually I'm increasingly of the view that its power is being neutered. Now, for over 30 years, as David described, the international community has developed policies and standards for combating financial crime through the Financial Action Task Force, or through the guidance of the Financial Action Task Force. And of course, the FATF was started as a task force rooted in the threat posed by the proceeds of crime coming from narco-trafficking, the proceeds of crime. Now, we can debate the success or otherwise of the FATF, but it's clearly driven up standards in response to financial crime around the world. It's standardized laws and policies, and most of those have been beneficial to the integrity of national financial systems, and therefore, by extension, to the global financial system too. But this system, regardless of whether you think it's been successful or not, contains a significant gap, a gap that has been brutally exposed in recent years. And while the FATF's mission has been to galvanize states and their private sectors, as we've referred to already, to identify and disrupt criminal finance, finance of a different hue, finance that is less obviously criminal, often referred to as malign, has been allowed to flow almost without question into our countries. Indeed, it could actually be argued that such finance has perhaps unintentionally been encouraged by incentives and policies designed to attract investment and boost economic development. Only now are our political leaders and policymakers waking up to the risks posed by the seeds that they themselves have sown and are being forced to acknowledge, with the one-eyed view of illicit finance as a criminal issue, not as a threat to national securities. And this has left democracies vulnerable to the influence of malign finance. Now, the steps that we need to take are manifold, and some will require political leaders to shine a harsh light on their own activities and shortcomings. But let's consider first the causes of the gaping vulnerabilities. A series of tactical and strategic decisions have combined to leave our financial borders open to the unencumbered flow of questionable finance. From easy-to-come-by golden visas that provide legitimacy, to the drive of countries such as the UK, the UAE or Switzerland and other wannabe regional money centres to promote themselves as the financial service provider and destination of choice. Decision-making has favoured those seeking to move their money around the world, whether that money is benevolent or malign. These vulnerabilities are well documented and despite the delayed recognition are, I would concede, slowly being addressed. There should be no let-up on this progress, and certainly in civil society we'll continue to focus relentlessly on tracking the commitments made by leaders and holding to account those those actions do not match the words. I love a G7 and G20 communique. I hate the failure to deliver on the promises that these make when it comes to illicit finance. The second is that where these gaps start to emerge, we need to understand how this money is being used when it reaches its preferred destination. Investment in property, in yachts, in art, I think we are beginning to understand that. More can certainly be done to ensure that such assets are not used for money laundering, and better beneficial ownership information is clearly required. But awareness of these issues among policymakers and political leaders has grown considerably, and progress, glacial though it may be, is being made. But this progress in identifying illicit finance is predicated on the belief that the funds can be proved to be the proceeds of crime. In this case, often corruption and kleptocracy. What if the funds cannot obviously be tied to criminal activity, or if the country from which the funds are alleged to have emerged is unwilling or unable to collaborate in supporting investigations? And what if these funds are not used to buy trophy assets, but are invested in purchasing influence from people like you, positioning oligarchs and the sons and daughters of kleptocrats at dinner tables and canapé receptions with politicians and Western elites in return for their financial generosity? And herein lies the vulnerability that neither the FATF nor its acolytes around the world have grasped. The threat posed by finance is far broader than from laundering the proceeds of narco barons or the moving of terrorist funds. Uncontrolled finance can threaten and pervert democracies. From cash handouts made by agents provocateurs in nascent democracies to buy votes, to the donations and alleged bribes paid to legislators, or the funding of disinformation campaigns, the checks and policies that have been developed are very often of no use. Put simply, while the international illicit finance community has been dedicating itself to the pursuit of criminal finance, democracy has been increasingly threatened by the purchase and sale of influence. So what do we need to do? So first, of course, there must be much more systematic tracking of the commitments made by political leaders on tackling illicit finance and other responses to corruption. As I mentioned, the communique from G7 and G20 are all very well, but it's the actions that matter. Second, the extent to which influence can be bought by unaccountable funders of politicians, political parties, and other influential bodies, such as universities and cultural institutions, needs to be researched and exposed. The openness of our societies has left them vulnerable to external financial influence, with those responsible for guarding against this threat often also being those that benefit. This conflict must be confronted. Third, and connected, a proper link must be created between the work of investigative journalists and law enforcement agencies. If you look at the work of groups like the OCCRP or the ICIJ, they don't sit as comfortable bedfellows with police and investigative authorities, but some of the most important government investigations are often triggered, as David alluded to, by the investigations of those organizations. Just think, we're still investigating cases related to the Panama Papers leaks 7 years since those leaks were made. Now, in some jurisdictions, there are conduits for this information to flow into the authorities, for example, in relation to the Magnitsky sanctions in the US. But we certainly need to find better ways of marrying the work that is being done by investigative journalists with the investigations that should be undertaken by our law enforcement agencies. I was sitting at Radio Free Europe earlier this week, and that was precisely the question I got asked. How do we get our investigative material into the hands of the people that can actually make a difference? The fourth point is that we need to make greater investment in empowering youth with the awareness of the threat posed to their futures by illicit finance. This is going to be a generational battle, and we need the next generation to be aware of the risks that are out there and to be responding in the same way as they're responding to climate change, to force political leaders to take action. We need to pay greater attention and put greater scrutiny on international financial systems. They are the nodes, they are the drivers of financial flows around the world. We need to investigate them more regularly, not just every 10 years or 8 years as the FATF does, but perhaps every 2 years. Now look, over the last 2 years, the extent to which democracies are challenged by illicit finance has been harshly revealed. The threat has been there for decades, but the illegal Russian war in Ukraine has forced the issue to the surface, making it unavoidable for policymakers and political leaders, a group that seems unable to confront this challenge with any confidence. Existing policies and structures, such as the FATF, have likewise, unfortunately, been found wanting. It is time for all of you, as legislators, I would argue, to walk the talk. Thank you for listening.
I would like to mention at the end, we will have time for questions, so if you hold them until the very end and then ask the panel as a whole, that would be great. Please, Lily.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lily, and I'm CEO and founder of Cat Labs. And at Cat Labs, we build tools to fight crypto crime. But actually, very recently, I spent about a decade working for the government. I was a special agent with Department of Justice, and I ran a cryptocurrency investigations task force for about 10 years, and recently left to start my own company. So originally, my goal here was to throw some really scary statistics at you about how cryptocurrency is invading crime, every facet of crime, and why we should be very afraid. But I think I'm going to change this strategy and tell you a story instead, actually. And the story is about a young woman about this tall, blonde, blue-eyed, but about 10 years ago. And actually, my mom really likes this story, so you should too. It's about me. The story starts with this young woman that left the Basic Agent Training Academy, very ambitious and hopeful, and with a lot of ambition to take down the biggest criminals of the world. And so at first, this was about 2013, I was put into a money laundering task force. And so this money laundering task force was primarily focused on investigating crimes, money laundering investigations that had to do with drug cartels and terrorist organizations laundering money. So within the first year, I learned everything there is to know about money laundering, traditional money laundering techniques. This would be trade-based money laundering, black market peso exchange, money mules, anything, shell accounts, structuring and, integration, all of the general traditional facets of money laundering for large criminal organizations. And one thing that I couldn't really understand at the time is, why is this so complicated? These big organizations are spending over 30% of their budgets, not budgets, revenue, on the process of money laundering. And not only that, it's extremely risky. So, when you walk around with a big duffel bag full of cash, it's not exactly discreet, so they get caught all the time. So it's not a really safe or efficient way to launder money, I felt like, in my mind. And I was 25 years old, so I knew everything, obviously, like all 25-year-olds think they do. So I thought there had to be a better way here for them to do this. And actually, as a matter of fact, I started remembering getting introduced to this magic internet money called Bitcoin, actually a year prior, before I was hired, back in 2012. And back in 2012, and in January, I was actually introduced to Bitcoin from an episode of The Good Wife, which is an American television show. It was called Bitcoin for Dummies. And back then, I did a little bit of digging about what it was. I was very interested in the technology. I'm a little bit of a nerd, and I also have an economics background. And so this new technology was purporting to be a peer-to-peer monetary system without an intermediary, without being controlled by any state, essentially digital cash. And I thought it was a pretty magical invention. I didn't really give it much more thought after that, but once I started learning about all of these different very complicated ways that these criminal organizations were laundering money and getting caught all the time while doing so, I thought, well, Bitcoin sounds like a really great way to launder money. Because why? It's transfer of value across borders instantaneously and cheaply and anonymously with no intermediary and no regulation, and it's perfection, right? As opposed to the traditional ways of laundering money. So I thought somebody must be doing this. One of these bad guys must be using Bitcoin to launder money. It's been a couple of years since Bitcoin was originated or created. So I started looking into it, asking around, nothing. Nobody ever saw Bitcoin at that point being used as a money laundering tool by these organizations. But I started hearing about Bitcoin being used in another setting, which is the dark web. And at the time, I didn't know much about the dark web, but somebody explained to me what it was, where Bitcoin was used on the internet, on the dark side of the internet, the encrypted side of the internet, for buyers and sellers to trade in illicit goods and services, primarily drugs and others as well. So that's the extent of the information that I received at the time. So I thought, okay, well, this was actually really the first real use case for Bitcoin outside of price speculation, an actual group of people that was using Bitcoin for a specific purpose. So that night, I went home and I was sitting on the couch with my husband, my then husband, watching a movie as we usually did, and I pulled out my laptop and started digging into what the dark web was. As my husband was giving me the side eye because he hated when I did this. It was a very nerdy thing to do during our quality time together. In no time, I ended up on the dark web market. And I made an account, and it was essentially an Amazon. It was absolutely mind-blowing. I've never seen anything like it. It was drugs, it was malware, it was hacking tools, anything you can imagine illegal was being openly advertised and sold by international global network of vendors. And not only that, they also had ratings and reviews, just like on Amazon. So for example, if I ordered from someone cocaine and the cocaine was really great, I'll leave them a review saying, great cocaine, 10 out of 10, highly recommend, fast shipping, and everybody would look at that, and these vendors would have this kind of reputation, and then other people would buy from them because they have this reputation. So as I'm looking at it, I just can't believe what I'm seeing. And in addition to this, they also had customer service, just like any other regular market like Amazon. If I ordered cocaine and I received sugar instead in the mail, I can actually make a complaint to the market moderators and file a dispute and get my money back. It's pretty incredible. And so as I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that Bitcoin is the main payment method for all of these illicit goods and services, there's hundreds of listings from vendors all over the world. And now I all of a sudden realize this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to focus on. This is mind-blowing. Why did nobody tell me about this? In the last year that I've been working at the agency, it was kind of very niche. Somebody was working some cases, but it was nothing like it is today, right? And so as I'm looking at a listing of, 100% Afghan heroin, and my husband's looking at my screen, what the hell are you looking at? And I said, look, they're actually selling drugs openly on the internet with Bitcoin. And so I started kind of getting into it and into the technicals of it. And he, of course, I lost him at that point. And he said, well, this is what I get for marrying a nerd. And that was the end of the conversation. But I was very excited. So the next morning, I stormed my boss's office, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and super excited. And I say, boss, I want to buy drugs with Bitcoin. And he says, who's Bitcoin? And I said, okay, let's rewind. So I explained to him what I found, and his eyes glaze over even more, and he basically agrees to everything I say, just probably to get me out of his office as soon as possible, because it was a little bit too much technical mumbo jumbo for his taste at that point. But I used that opportunity to actually start doing undercover investigations on these dark web markets. And what followed was 10 years of an incredible journey of doing exclusively cryptocurrency and dark web related investigations. As a matter of fact, I started a task force over the following 2 years or so that was comprised of several federal agencies in the United States, including FBI, IRS, HSI, Secret Service, Postal Inspection Service, DEA, etc. And we exclusively targeted very large-scale cryptocurrency investigations. And I did some really crazy stuff that nobody ever did before. For example, I created a storefront on the dark web pretending to be a money launderer and actually catching vendors that would cash out through my money laundering service. So that was one of my initiatives. Another initiative that also was never really done before was an undercover operation where I, instead of doing cash to bank account, which is what our traditional undercover operations would do, I would actually take the cash and put it into cryptocurrency for the bad guys. And I would actually ask some of the guys in my task force that were doing traditional money laundering cases, hey, can you ask your bad guy if I can, if they want Bitcoin instead of regular bank accounts, because it'll be faster, it'll be cheaper. And a couple of them said yes, but it didn't catch on because at that point, Bitcoin was so volatile, the price was so volatile that even though it was fast, it was efficient, but they didn't like the volatility in price. And then what happened in 2020 during COVID is kind of a perfect storm. The cryptocurrency market went into a bull market, and also a lot of stable coins started to appear. Stable coins that were cryptocurrencies but were pegged to the US dollar. And that changed the game 100%. And my prediction that criminals were going to use cryptocurrency to launder money came true very, very, very fast. To the point, well, right now, actually last week, I spoke to some of my former colleagues. They don't even want traditional money laundering anymore. Drug cartels are now wanting exclusively cryptocurrency, cash to stablecoins to launder money, right? And it happened very fast, and now it's infiltrating every facet of crime. Terrorist organizations are using it to launder money and finance their operations. Drug cartels are using it. Even Italian mob is paying drug traffickers in Bitcoin and Monero. It's absolutely everywhere. It's not dark web anymore exclusively. It's not just cybercrime. It is everywhere. And cybercrime has also exploded because cryptocurrency has made it extremely easy to monetize these kinds of crimes like hacks, scams, and fraud. So what started happening with hack, scams, and fraud is actually state actors began to do this. and hack into American companies and other types of companies and critical infrastructure to steal cryptocurrencies. So North Korea stole about $3 billion in cryptocurrency to finance their operations. Chinese organizations are now some of the biggest cryptocurrency money laundering organizations in the world. And as a matter of fact, when I was running my undercover operation, Cash to Crypto, the Chinese were actually undermining our operations because they were giving very, very cheap rates, like 1% to 2% broker fees, as opposed to the ones that we were charging about 5% or 5 to 10% sometimes. So it's really spilling out into every facet of crime. And it's not necessarily a horrible thing for us, because actually if we know what we're doing, we can do a really good job at tracing funds and seizing a lot more funds in illicit activity than ever before. But we can't do it with the current solutions. We have to scale. Right now, the current solution is you have a couple of agents, an intel analyst in your agency that it's a handful of them that know cryptocurrency investigations. And essentially everybody goes to them. It's like a funnel, and this is not a scalable solution. We need to make it so that every single cop, every single agent, and intel analyst knows how to do a crypto case, because any case can turn into a crypto case, right? And how do we do this? More tools, more education, right? And more automation, specifically automation tools that make it so that your investigators don't have to have a degree in cryptography in order to do a crypto case. And that's it for me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I'll be speaking in my personal capacity today. And I want to ask a very complex question. What is the future of money? The future of money is a basket of currencies. Terrorist organizations are using a basket of funding streams to fund their operations. So whether it's kidnapping for ransom, or drugs, or trade-based money laundering, or even extortion, or digital assets. Terrorist organizations are going to use a basket because they want options. They want multiple funding streams. And that is their future of how they're going to fund their operations. But the future of money for the global financial system is a system where the dollar, as we heard earlier, has dropped each year. In the late 90s, it was in the early 70s, and today it's 58%, global central bank reserves. Not too long from now, it will drop below 50%. And we will live in a world where even though the dollar will remain supreme, it will be a world where the dollar is below 50%. Because the consumer and the customer is constantly looking and striving for multiple ways to transact. And so, in this future of money, what is the next iteration of Bretton Woods? What does the next iteration of Bretton Woods look like? And I really want to break it down into 4 main areas. Financial technology is moving fast. It empowers all, including illicit actors. Economic security is more central to national security than ever before. So no longer it's geopolitics and national security, it's geoeconomics. That is what is at the table. And illicit actors are targeting Western economies from all angles, from all sides, where their digital identity and their beneficial ownership is not known. And it's constantly becoming different shades of gray every day at the apparent border and the non-apparent border. Adversaries of Western countries like Russia and China and Iran, They're leveraging each other. We witnessed the BRICS countries recently come together, continuing to add countries to that bloc. So we're entering a future where there will be two systems of financial systems. The SWIFT system continues day by day to be archaic. The rails are not working for the normal consumer. And so you will see a world where G7 economies will strive for privacy and strive for really looking for the consumer and not suppressing their central banks for mandates. And then you'll see authoritarian countries use their central banks more like intelligence agencies, more like what you would see in military. And so really the future of money deals a lot with what is the future of central banking. And so digital assets, they have a potential for benevolent means, but also illicit means. And I don't believe that all digital assets is a blanket illicit approach. There's a lot that can be done that's good with digital assets. We saw that with Ukraine. We've seen that with innocent people in Afghanistan trying to move money out where they can't be attached to a bank account. And correspondent banking issues has been a problem for developing countries for years. This is no new problem. So digital assets can be helpful, and dollar-based stablecoins can be one solution for that. We talk a lot about de-dollarization, and we've admired this problem for years. But what we need to talk about for the next iteration of Bretton Woods is re-dollarization. Stop admiring the problem. Stop seeing dollar central bank reserves continue to drop. The question I really ask is, how do we make it rise again? Rather than use the dollar and a euro-based economies as weaponization, how do we remind the world why you should trade with the dollar? How to incentivize economies that dollars can be used for good? One of the arguments that we've heard is that countries are trying to go around the dollar at every turn. The countries are, but are the people? Do people in countries want their national currency, or do they want access to dollar-based stablecoins? And that could be part of a re-dollarization effort. Now, we certainly have threats in illicit finance beyond Al-Qaeda and ISIS and Hezbollah. Two of the sectors that you may not hear about that are quite unregulated is the art market and the equestrian market. Lots of money move through both of these unregulated markets. The UK does a great job with the art market, still very unregulated in the United States. One example is Hezbollah's use of the art market, millions of dollars in transactions. Wildlife trafficking, the equestrian market, is also a poised market because of the unregulated nature. So two markets to keep an eye on when it comes to illicit finance. But I want to raise a threat we've heard, which is obviously coming from China, and coming from what does that mean for the potential internationalization of the yuan. Now, we have seen an uptick in countries using other currencies for cross-border transactions. And one statistic that really stood out to me was that cross-border payments and receipts in yuan increased to a record of $549 billion in March from $434 billion a month earlier. So we're seeing an increase in this cross-border transactions. Nothing to say that the yuan's going to overtake the dollar anytime soon. I don't believe so. But the pie is getting more crowded, and we can't be complacent. I think complacency is our greatest form of kryptonite. And really, more countries are signing on for long-term agreements with the yuan. You've seen with Iran and China have had an economic agreement. And you know that when China goes to countries for agreements, part of those agreements are to do more transactions in yuan. We've heard for years the potential for OPEC, which is dollar-based, to be potentially increasing its share in yuan. So again, something to watch out for. Now, we hear a lot about de-dollarization. And so I just want to point out 4 things that if we did see more de-dollarization occur, this would be the impact. The U.S. would lose its ability to leverage financial sanctions against adversaries. The U.S. would lose its ability to borrow money at very low interest rates or print money. There will be a decline for U.S. demand for U.S. Treasury stocks and bonds, and there will be more turmoil, a change of structure, and ultimately more turmoil in the international monetary system. So these possible outcomes are detrimental for the U.S. in the euro-based system. So moving forward, if the future of money is a basket of currencies, how do these different currencies coexist with each other? How do they coexist along with the consumer that's looking for multiple options, including digital assets? We need to focus more on re-dollarization efforts rather than just admiring the de-dollarization problem. Because when it comes to illicit finance, terrorist attacks are costing much less money. 9/11 cost $500,000. 7/7 in London cost $100,000. To make a bomb today, it's less than $10,000. And to use the dark web, it's less than that. So if the money funding these attacks is decreasing, we have to do a better job of creating more tools at our disposal to go after not just large amounts of trade-based money laundering, but spotting out the small amounts of illicit finance as well. Because terrorists and illicit actors are always going to be 5 steps ahead. And they need a certain amount of money to fund their operations each month. I have memories of tracking Al-Qaeda in West Africa, and as we've seen from the last month, things haven't changed. They've only gotten worse. And so these are some of the efforts that I think we should focus on. Rather than admiring the threat, we should attack it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And thank you, everyone. We're going to make a slight adjustment because we have the honor of adding 2 speakers in, and I do appreciate the panel for adjusting as quickly as you did. We will make ourselves available in the lobby if there's any questions. But before I go, I also want to recognize Andreas Frank from Germany, who's a grandfather of anti-money laundering, and we really do appreciate your involvement in all of these forums since the very beginning. And thank you, everybody. And thank you to the panel.
Outstanding. If we could ask the Honorable John Spiller to come forward, please. And also, is Charles Parton in the room? If Charles Parton could come. Thank you, each of you. Outstanding presentation. I learned so much about illicit finance at every single forum. We're going to have a part of the presentation now on global supply chain, and then we're going to break for lunch, and then we're going to come back. We have some service issues. We need to go ahead and have lunch a little earlier. I think everybody will be happy with that. But we deeply appreciate John Spiller, been a great friend for the last decade, a member of the Parliament and a member of the Defense Committee, and Charles Parton, an advisor in the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, associate fellow with the Rossi, expert in Chinese politics. So, Mr. Spiller, podium is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Robert, and I now find myself in that unenviable position of a politician of standing between the audience and either the buffet or lunch. So I will crack on with that. But thank you very much for inviting me. But also, Robert, can we just pay tribute to you? When you started out with these forums, many of these issues were very much below the radar. They have risen considerably, not as we've just heard, not as far as they should do, but actually looking at some of the hard wiring of our systems and the degradation of it and the impact on societies and on security and on economies. This has helped to shine a light onto that, and I think to encourage a greater degree of understanding, certainly at political level, but I think more widely in society. Now, earlier, Tom Keating said he wasn't going to share his CV. I'll briefly share mine because I think it has some relevance and some understanding, therefore, of why I've always taken interest in these issues. After I'd left university, I went to become head of research at one of our major industrial labour unions, the Electricians' Union. In those days of the Cold War, very much involved in that struggle within the labour movement. And then a member of Parliament for Smethwick in the West Midlands, where the Industrial Revolution started. The James Watt, Matthew Bolton, Soho works where the first steam engines were produced. The site is in my constituency, but actually, my district, but actually you've still got the Gate Arch and some workmen's cottages there. And I'm currently Vice Chairman of the Defence Committee. But I was also Minister for the Armed Forces under the Blair government. And in that time, George Robertson, subsequently the Secretary General of NATO, was the Defence Secretary. And when we were looking at procurement issues and supply issues, and the assurances given by civil servants that, of course, we could rely on supply, and George coined the phrase which I have used so many times since, you can't fire a contract at the enemy. Unless you actually have some assurance of supply, unless you have some long-term assurance, having a contract isn't going to get you through and isn't going to be useful in the conflict. And frankly, up until Ukraine, resilience of systems, society and production and stores was very much a specialist backwater. That has changed considerably, it's quite clear. And it's also, by the way, the COVID pandemic as well, where societies found considerable problems in supplies and in supply chain and in the ability to mobilize that. Huge amounts, we've been talking about fraud, huge amounts diverted fraudulently, but the fundamental problem was those supply chains had been neglected. And a bit later, if I've got time, I will mention even in the production of vaccines, some of the difficulties which by the skin of our teeth we just got through. So the real question then is, why did it take so long? Now, I'm very critical of the UK government and of some in the military about this, but it's also a problem faced by most countries, as we're seeing in the attempts to resupply Ukraine. It's about munitions, but it's also about maintenance of systems. Year after year, they were treated by our military, but what's absolutely clear, for example, from the reports of the German Accounting Office, as balancing items. If you had to balance your budgets and how much you'd been allocated for that year by the Treasury Department, then it was the maintenance of barracks, it was the maintenance of machinery, and it was also the levels of munitions that were run down. That obviously had an impact year on year, but it also had a very significant impact on our supply chain as well. And it wasn't as though there had not been warning signs of that. General Hodges, the head of the American military in Europe, gave evidence to our Defence Committee not so long ago and said, this is before Ukraine, they had conducted a desktop exercise on having major conflict in Europe. Clearly, if there was a conflict with Russia. The UK armed forces ran out of artillery shells within a week. That was starkly there, and yet nothing was done to address that, either in terms of stores or indeed of expanding our capacity at our main factory up in the northeast of England. Now, that is being undertaken. Why it took a year from the outset of the Ukraine conflict is a question that at some stage ministers are going to have to answer for. And a lot of that I fully understand how this happens is in too many countries defence expenditure is annualised, and the ability therefore to have long-term planning and to place long-term contracts becomes difficult. And indeed we've seen almost a resurrection of a problem that was before the Second World War, where the British Treasury had created a concept of the 10-year rule. In other words, your military planning was based on that there would be no major conflict in Europe within 10 years. And indeed, when we have been conducting inquiries on that, we've got to reply, well, in effect, it was at 10 years or more in current planning. So there are underlying problems that have to be addressed as well. But also, industry also has to accept its level of responsibility. Even with those problems and arbitrary cuts to the budgets, there seemed to be a real fear of offending the customer. For many of these companies, the ministries of defence are the main, if not their sole customer. And therefore they became institutionalised into that regime, rather than questioning the specifications and the offers they were given, rather than holding a discussion saying, we cannot do it this way in the way you want. For example, you have the NLAW, the anti-tank shoulder-held missile, devastatingly effective in Ukraine. Problem is, the British forces bought a whole number of these 10 years ago and haven't had an order since. The difficulty for that is that when they've started to look at restarting the production lines, quite apart from the issue with the prime producer, there's also a significant problem with their suppliers. In most defence companies, something of the order of 70–80% of the components are bought in. That's, a lot of it's following on from the car manufacturing revolution as well. But those companies, those smaller companies, those tiers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, they cannot outlast those gaps. They either have to diversify, hopefully, and therefore maybe be able to recreate capacity, although with difficulty, or basically they go out of business. And that's what's been found in a number of areas. The Financial Times had a very good article about HIMARS as well, that so many of these companies, and you find that you are so dependent, even if they are within your own jurisdiction, and you find out then that many of them may not be, even if they're within your own jurisdiction, then they may have diversified, they may have difficulty in ramping up, they may not even be in existence. And then you find that given the low level of orders, that for example, if you take artillery shells, in both the explosive and the propellant, you're dependent on about one supplier. And that supplier cannot then deal with every customer who wishes to ramp up. And if you're seeing this at the moment, we're seeing this with our shells in the UK, but the US have been facing up to that difficulty as well. And then you have the reluctance, I have a reluctance to mention components, because when I talk about components, everybody thinks, as we were discussing earlier about Taiwan, about very, very high value and also very advanced micro-components and microcircuits and our dependency on them. However, it's a bit like cars. Cars have many more microchips in them now, but at the same time, they can't run unless they've got wheels and tires as well. And this is, again, what we're finding is that there has been a focus at the high end, by the way, also in terms of engineers and so on, and sometimes neglecting the skilled trades the production capacity of those firms producing the more basic components, but which are absolutely crucial to the production of the final product. When I talk about those skills further down the train, yes, it's important to look at the training and for technical colleges to be expanding, which they haven't been in many countries. But it's also about maintaining teams. A lot of the focus is on individual skills, and they're absolutely crucial. And the time taken to train a skilled tradesman or technician is still considerable. But what actually gets production out is production teams. We saw that, for example, with our nuclear submarine program. There was a hiatus. I won't go into why that hiatus occurred. Something to do with the Liberal Democrats holding up the coalition government primarily. But because the company obviously couldn't keep these large production teams on, a lot of those went off and worked in the oil and gas industry and so on. And when they restarted the program, that added hugely to both cost and to time delay, and obviously the impact on cost as well. Because, as everybody knows in production, you know, your second, your third, as you move on, you get the build-up of teamwork, you get the learning curve within those productions. And therefore it is about production teams as well, and that has been grossly underestimated as workers have been treated as easily and readily expendable. But even then, often rather than, I talked about reliable suppliers within your jurisdiction, too often also at those lower levels, there has been a tendency to rely on supplies from countries that either industrially or for political reasons may be less than reliable. And that has obviously posing a question, because what we were finding in a whole number of sectors is that they were dependent on quality as well as on reliable delivery from countries particularly like China. And even if you're, for example, for producing vaccines, even if some of the chemicals and the precursors that you wanted were being manufactured here, they were dependent on other chemicals to create that mix. That's something that is clearly a security issue, and one that has to obviously be looked at and understood. And I mentioned about COVID because that's also very instructive. The scientists did an amazing job in all our countries. Actually, in terms of production, it was very touch and go. To produce actually the vaccine, they needed large plastic bags, but they have to be of a particular quality, and they have to be manufactured in a very careful way. That was a major constraint which they just about got through on producing that. You then obviously have to put them into the vial in order for the clinicians to be able to inject them. Those glass vials were dependent on one company here, one company in Germany. And then you have to fill them under careful conditions and very skillfully. We had, again, one company in Wrexham in North Wales, and that's quite close to the River Dee. And we had heavy rain, and the River Dee was flooding the car park. And another couple of days of rain, and the factory would have been flooded, and we would have had no fill and finish capacity in the United Kingdom. And so therefore the idea that you can sign a contract at a top level with a high tier supplier and not as the customer have oversight of where that comes from, that has been a comfortable illusion, and one which has been sorely tested by experience. I'm very mindful, as I said initially, about the need for people to get to food, and I only say our response to all of this, both as individual countries, but also as reliable allies, will be enormously important. What should be the case is that our situation after Ukraine should be seen as an aberration, not the pattern for the next decade.
Thank you, Mr. Speller. Much appreciate you being a co-host for this great meeting. We are going to defer Mr. Parton till after lunch, so we're going to break for lunch now, and we're going to give you about an hour. And modifying the afternoon schedule, they'll end up having to close off another room, so we're going to be able to encourage people to come back for our meetings this afternoon. So we're going to see you here right around 1 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon. If you could kindly find a seat, we'll begin our afternoon session. It will be excellent presentations this afternoon. I certainly want to thank our panelists this afternoon for joining us to continue in the global supply chain discussion. Anthony Kim is Research Fellow on Economic Freedom, editor of the Index of Economic Freedom, and the Manager of Global Engagement for the Margaret Thatcher Center for Freedom, Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy at the Heritage Foundation. Diana Fergot-Roth, Director of Center for Energy, Climate, and Environment, and the Herbert and Joyce Morgan Fellow in Energy and Environmental Policy at the Heritage Foundation. And Charles Parton, Advisor, House of the Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, Associate Fellow, Russi, Expert in Chinese Politics. Mr. Parton, you have been very patient. Thank you, sir. If you could finally take the podium.
Well, thank you very much. I was asked to do whatever I have to do in 12 minutes. I've got 12 headings, that's 1 a minute, so it's going to be a rush. And I'm talking about cellular IoT modules, which you may say, what? Well, I will tell you. But let me just start, first of all, with the question of whether China is a threat. Because if it's not a threat, then why do we need to worry about our science and technology and the industries that depend from it? But if it is a threat, then I suggest that we do. And it is a threat. The threat consists of hostility, the intent to operationalize that hostility, and the capability to operationalize it. I've only got a minute for this section, so please go onto the Council on Geostrategy website, and the Council is where I'm an Associate Fellow, also Council on Geostrategy, and there is a paper there by me entitled, Is China a Threat? And also a paper entitled, What to Do About It, or words to that effect. Because that sets out, not in my words, but in Xi Jinping's words and the leaders of the Chinese Communist Party, what their intentions and their capabilities and how they see us in a very hostile light. So yes, they are a threat. And in that threat, their building up of capabilities in science and technology is the most prominent aspect. And of that, I would put cellular IoT modules as by far the biggest threat in the supply chain, far bigger than Huawei or Hikvision or any of the others. Now, some of you, I'm sure, will know what a cellular IoT module is. Others won't. I can assure you that most people in the government have not the faintest idea, and I'm very good at spotting that hidden, concealed attempt to cover up ignorance. Every minister I've spoken to does not know what one is. We've been playing whack-a-mole. We know about Huawei, we know about Hikvision, Dahua, DJI drones, TikTok, DJI, etc., etc. But actually, what we need to do is look much more at the systemic, generic type of technology, and that's where cellular IoT modules come in. Because China, the Chinese Communist Party, and whenever I say the word China, I mean the Chinese Communist Party, is intent on establishing a monopoly of supply for the power that it will give them. So, okay, what is a cellular IoT module? Well, it's a small device. It's probably about that sort of size. It goes into other subunits and builds up as part of a system. You wouldn't see it because it's buried deep inside. It connects to the internet very much in the way that your phone does, through an eSIM, not through Wi-Fi, and the whole point of it is that Wi-Fi drops out the whole time, and this latency problem is a real issue if you've got massive manufacturing production lines or you're in an area where there is no Wi-Fi, for instance, in agriculture. So it connects to SIMs or cellular modules, connect to other cellular modules automatically without human intervention, and it enables devices to work together in a mesh or a net. The device contains a number of components. It's got processors for power, for modems, applications. It's got filters, amplifiers, antennae, memory. It is, in essence, I suppose, basically a mini computer, a gateway to the systems in which they're installed. It is not a SIM card, despite what the press sometimes write. They don't fully understand these things. And it is not a chip either, although, of course, it has chips inside it. They're used to monitor, to control, to improve the performances in a whole range of of aspects. They are, in a sense, communication computers. They're the gateway to all these devices, and they're found in industrial processes, in agriculture, in smart meters, in payment systems, production systems, security systems, controlling your air conditioning or whatever, and also in the health system very much, very important. So you will have them in a modern car. Every car will have one. In your smart meter in your home, there will be a cellular module. In your Ring doorbell, that's a Quectel model. That goes back. Data can go back to China from your house if they wish, and in a whole range of other things. And the point about this is that you need to trust your cellular module, because you have to trust that manufacturer, that there is a lifelong umbilical cord between the manufacturer and the user at the other end. Because on a very regular basis, there will be firmware updates going in. And whereas you could probably check and test that it's all clean when it goes in the first place, you cannot check every update. It's simply too many, and it would be well hidden. So you need to trust your supplier of your cellular modules. And as the child's fable goes, trust me, said the crocodile to the monkey which wanted to cross the river. Because in trusting Quectel or Fibercom or Meiji or Simcom, all these names which most people don't have heard of but should be more familiar than Hikvision or Huawei or whatever, in trusting those companies, you are trusting the Chinese Communist Party. And as we all know, the Chinese Communist Party's security laws say that any person, any organization, any company must cooperate to the full with the security authorities if requested. And even those laws aren't particularly important, because anybody who's dealt with the Chinese system knows that when the Chinese Communist Party says jump, the only answer is how high. So do you trust the Chinese Communist Party when you install Quectel in your car or your grid or your critical national infrastructure? I suggest that might not be a good idea. So the threat from these modules is that China is pushing forward very fast to attain a monopoly of the supply of these. It's one of the key areas that they've identified for their push in science and technology. Now, they're doing this in the normal way through big subsidies, preferential loans, getting together with IT, getting land grants, you name it, and methods illegal and legal to get that monopoly. They're not doing too badly already, because cellular modules usage is going like that. So we're perhaps still in the relatively early days, but already they have 30% of the market in the United States, 35% in Europe, and a whopping 86% in India. And Chinese companies, you've got Quectel is the leader. It's about 39% of global sales. This is by the end of last year. Fibercom, about 9%. Meiji, 6-7%. Simcom, a bit lower. The good news is that there are plenty of other companies based in free and open countries. The leader, non-Chinese leader, is a merger of Telit and Thales, the French, so they've got about 9% of the global market. There's Sierra Wireless in Canada, they're Japanese and Korean companies as well. So this threat, what if through means fair and foul, and I can assure you I've come across some really quite foul means of obtaining market share, but let us suppose that we emerge in a world where Chinese companies have 100% of the supply of these modules. Well, that gives them three very important threats to our society. The first is data, massive amounts of data. Just incomprehensibly large amounts of data are accessible by the Chinese. Are you happy with that? Take, for instance, Axon cameras. They've just signed a contract with Quectel. They've got 75% of the US market, quite a share here in the UK. They're body-worn cameras. All that data is potentially back in Beijing. Are you happy with that? Data from the President's office, DoD facilities, Homeland Security facilities, as well as the policeman on the beat. Think about it, data. Secondly, policy. oh, UK, we don't like your policy on Xinjiang or Taiwan or whatever it is. And just remember that 100% of your cellular modules comes from us. And if we cut that supply, your economy crashes. Do you want to alter your policy? Imagine that. And thirdly, in a situation of tension, conflict, or even possibly war, but there would not need to be a war, the Chinese could simply turn off your critical national infrastructure, and it would not be difficult. So let us suppose that every smart meter in the UK has a Quectel module. Actually, I think I'm right in saying that pretty much every module in France and Ireland does have a Quectel module. You could send down software, and engineers tell me it would take about a day to write, pretty simple, down the line to those modules, because you know where they are, you know where the base stations are, and you say, at such and such a time, do the following. That will crash the grid, and it would probably take about 6 months to resurrect it. You could knock the power out in a country. You could knock the cars out in the country, all of them if you wished. So why go to war? Just stop the country working or degrade its performance. You know, entry to government, let's ruin the performance of the British government even further and just make the entry systems not work. Or turn up the heating so it's intolerable, or turn it down in winter. These things are possible. And the first thing people say to me is say, okay, so where's the evidence that the Chinese are doing this? Where's the smoking gun? And I suppose my trite answer to that is, well, you don't even know what a cellular module is, oh government, so are you looking for the evidence? No. But more to the point, the response to the government is, it is the job of a responsible government to anticipate threats and to take measures in advance. I mean, in the boxing, to give a boxing analogy, you don't go into a boxing match, have the crap beaten out of you, and then say to yourself, gee, I better learn how to box and maybe do a bit of fitness. Or, you know, to change the metaphor slightly, back to the smoking gun, which would you rather face, a smoking gun or a loaded gun? It's a tough choice, but personally I'd go with the smoking gun because at least it's got one less bullet in the chamber or in the magazine. No, responsible government takes measures now. And there is evidence, of course. Not much, because we haven't been looking for it. But let's take data. Back end of last year, the security services took apart a government car because they were worried about data emanating from it to China. That's all we know from the report. I happen to know whose car it was, incidentally, but it doesn't matter because every government car is vulnerable. And when I spoke to a very senior person in the British government, he said, we're just petrified because every car, every ministerial conversation in the back of that car potentially is vulnerable if you have a Quectel or a Fibercom cellular module. So, and then again, if you follow these sorts of things, you'll see that a whole lot of Tesla engineers were sacked because they were laughing and sending around conversations and videos taken from Tesla cars. How? Via the cellular module. That's how important it is. So it is possible to get the data, believe you me. And policy pressure, we've seen that during COVID. PPE and other equipment, the Chinese Communist Party, very happy to use threats of that. And finally, shutting down critical national infrastructure. When the Russians invaded Ukraine, they took back a whole load of John Deere agricultural machinery. And what did John Deere do? They switched off, through the cellular modules, they switched it off. The Russians got a whole load of metal, fine. And that is what the power of the cellular module is. Now, Quectel will say, but that's up to the operators and the manufacturers, not us. We couldn't do that. Oh, yes, you can. You are lying. It is not the first time that Chinese companies have lied. They lied to the House, TikTok did on access, and Huawei has lied to our own parliament about access to information too. But that aside, in November 2022, Quectel put out what they call a product change notification, which detailed a firmware upgrade which prevented their modules functioning in Russia and Iran. This was as a result of likely sanctions. So it is possible by Quectel. They lie. So there is evidence. We need to wake up. We really need to wake up because this is far more serious than Huawei or TikTok or Hikvision cameras. Hikvision cameras, incidentally, do have Quectel modules in too, but that's beside the point. The Chinese Communist Party, they understand this problem. They don't allow the sale and use in China of various products, electronic products, including they banned Tesla cars from Beidaihe and wherever Xi Jinping happens to be at the time. They know the power of these things. And we've got to stop playing whack-a-mole. We hit Huawei, we hit Hikvision or whatever, and we congratulate ourselves. We have shut the front door on Huawei 5G. It's not going to be in Britain's system. And you've left the back door and the windows open because wherever the signal comes from, it goes through a router. And if that router has a Quectel module in, and most of them do have a Chinese module, that data is available to China. So great, well done. You've closed the front door. Waking up. The UK government is waking up, thanks to Alicia, our chairman, who has pushed through in the procurement bill some amendments which will put, if properly implemented, Quectel, Fibercom, Meiji, Simcom on the debarment list. And you will not be a trusted supplier to the UK government contracts if anywhere in your supply chain are those cellular modules. That is a start. The UK, for once, is ahead of the US. I've been to Washington a number of times to talk about this. The US is well asleep, but just waking up, which is good, because this month, the Select Committee on China-America Competition, the Gallagher Committee for short, sent a letter to the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, asking them about cellular IoT modules. The response has yet to come back, or it certainly hasn't been publicized. But good, they're beginning to wake up. And in Europe, they're fast asleep. I have no idea what the German or the French is for a cellular IoT module, but I'm equally confident that neither does the French government or the German government know what the words are in French or German. They need to wake up. So this is, to me, a very serious matter. This is not about China. This is not being anti-China. This is about protecting our own values, our national security, our long-term economic prosperity, and our data. In a world where the distinction between civil and military use of technology is fast eroding, and where there is a new power that is highly competent scientifically and has the intention of doing a stand. So I usually end these sorts of talks, by quoting the American poet Robert Frost, who said that good fences make good neighbors. We want to work with China, we want to trade with China, we want to invest in China, we want to do many things where we can cooperate together for the good of the globe. But we need to be very clear-eyed about what they are doing in pursuit of aims which are deleterious to our own interests and way of life. And that, of course, ends up with the D word. You can call it decoupling or de-risking or diverging or whatever you like, but I think we're heading to a world where, in terms of data, science and technology, telecommunications, the D word, the Chinese are right, there is not a great deal of difference between the two, but let us keep the rest of the cooperation with China as active as we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Diana, if you would like to come join us now, Diana Roth with the Heritage Foundation. We appreciate your participation.
Well, thanks so much for inviting me, Robert. It's wonderful to be here to talk about global supply chain problems. I'm director of the Center for Environment, Climate and Energy at the Heritage Foundation, and I'm going to focus on electric vehicles. So I'd like to start out by asking all of you a question. And my talk is going to be short, so afterwards, if you like, you can ask me questions. But I'd like to ask you, how many of you have seen Santa Claus? Put your hand up. Good. A few people over here. You have, good. How many of you have seen the Tooth Fairy? No? One's seen the Tooth Fairy. How many of you have seen a European or American-made battery for an electric vehicle? None of you. Well, that's right. That's because China makes 80% of the batteries. And in some of the countries where there are electric battery plants, it's China that is running those plants. Europe and the United States are moving to replace gasoline-powered engines with electric vehicles, and EVs are also becoming more popular in Asia and Latin America. Here's the problem. The world is in danger of being dependent on China for these vehicles because China is producing EVs and batteries. Now, all of you are legislators. Raise your hands if you're parliamentarians or legislators. Do you have any legislators here? Well, you can fix this problem. You can fix this problem because it is a self-inflicted wound. Under pressure from governments, many automakers are saying that they are going to phase out production of gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035 and only make electric vehicles. That means that we are going to be dependent on China for those batteries. But if they didn't say that, if all of you did not say that, if you welcomed gasoline-powered vehicles, then you would be able to depend on many sources of supply for gasoline. And the United States is the largest producer of oil and natural gas in the world, produces a lot of gasoline. Now, I'm all in favor of people who want to buy an electric vehicle to buy that electric vehicle. But I don't think people should be forced to buy electric vehicles. I mean, just recently, just this month, the Mayor of London has extended the ultra-low emissions zone, and that's going to force people out of their old cars into new cars, many of them electric vehicles. So the question is, why can't we in our countries make batteries the same way that China makes them? Well, China subsidizes labor, energy, and capital. Labor because the wage rates are lower. Plus, they can use child labor and they can use forced slave labor from the Uyghurs. I mean, in America, we can't use child labor, we cannot use forced slave labor, the same in Europe. Look at energy. In America, in Europe, we have many, many rules about how we are allowed to produce energy. China's building 2 coal-fired power plants every week. When US climate envoy John Kerry was visiting, China said it was not going to abide by the Paris Agreement and peak its emissions at 2030. Said it was going to peak its emissions on its own schedule. That means that energy in China is less expensive than in Western Europe and in the United States. Then take capital. Everyone knows that the Chinese Communist Party gives artificially low interest rates, lends capital at artificially low interest rates to its favored companies, including CATL, the largest battery manufacturer in the world. So that's why it's going to be very difficult for all of us to compete with China in the EV area. Here's another reason. Batteries weigh 1,000 pounds. They contain lithium, cobalt, graphite, and nickel, and copper. Each battery requires 100,000 pounds of ore to get the right materials. And to get these 100,000 pounds of ore, you need to move 500,000 pounds of earth and minerals. I'm very grateful to Lou Pugliaresi, who's going to speak to you tomorrow on energy, and who's sitting right here in the second row for this information, which he gave at a very interesting presentation yesterday at the Institute for Economic Affairs. The United States produces about 1% of the world's lithium, and it could produce more, but the government in the United States and also European governments are against mining. So it's so odd. There's environmentalists. They want to mandate electric vehicles, and all of you as legislators, I'm sure you've taken part in bills that require electric vehicles. But on the other hand, some legislators don't want to allow the mining that would enable these minerals to be produced in their own countries and thereby to help production of the electric batteries in their own countries. So the American government is blocking a lithium mine in Thacker Pass, which is probably the largest deposit in the United States in Nevada. President Biden has just declared a very large area near the Grand Canyon off limits to any mining or exploration. But while America and Europe are blocking the mining of these minerals, China is monopolizing strategic minerals in Africa and using these against Europe and the United States. Just yesterday, there was a military coup in Gabon. By my calculations, and it's difficult to calculate these things, this was the 10th coup in West and Central Africa in the past 3 years, following last month's coup in Niger. We find that Russia and China are moving into these countries to take advantage of the minerals for electric batteries and natural resources. China exports corruption and Chinese labor to Africa and Latin America and strips countries' natural resources. Well, all of you as legislators, you can support emerging economies in Africa with technology, with training, with investments. I mean, look at Niger. President Bazoum is out. The Russians and Chinese are moving in. Rather than trying to support President Bazoum, who is definitely not going to make it, your governments could be calling the coup leaders and saying, we will support you, but keep Russia and China out. I mean, we can influence these coup leaders if the people who they have deposed are definitely not going to make it. Well, China is taking over the car and EV market all over the world. GM and Ford once dominated Latin American markets, but the Chinese automakers are taking over there very fast. Last year, China surpassed the United States as the main supplier of cars to Latin America. Half of GM sales in Latin America are imports from its subsidiary in China, and the Chinese car and battery manufacturer BYD started exporting the Yuan Plus to Mexico in July. BYD has also taken over the Ford plant in Brazil, and Great Wall Motors, another Chinese company, is investing $1.9 billion into Brazil and is going to start production in May 2024. Believe it or not, and I didn't believe it, but I checked it and it was true, the US Embassy in Havana, Cuba, is leasing Chinese EVs from the Cuban government because they can't import their own. This has security problems, as we just heard, due to tracking of their components. The bottom line is that most of us seem to have no answer for Chinese low-cost manufacturing advantages, especially for vehicles. It's not just EVs. Another global supply chain problem is the Chinese are also trying to take over the movement for renewable diesel. Again, this is a self-inflicted wound on the part of the United States. There's a new law called the Inflation Reduction Act to produce renewable diesel, and China is taking advantage of these tax credits and investing in renewable energy, renewable diesel in the United States. Now, all of you are going to say, but what about the climate? Well, if the United States stopped producing any fossil fuels, didn't use any fossil fuels at all, the difference in terms of global temperatures would be 0.2 of 1 degree centigrade by 2100. And there's similar data for Europe. We are doing this just all for nothing. This is not helping the climate. Meanwhile, China is building 2 coal-fired power plants a week and has, as I said, walked away from its commitment. Asia, Africa, Latin America are increasing fossil fuel consumption, quite rightly so, because they want to get to Western standards of living. It's not fair that we say to Latin America and Africa, you have to have low standards of living and only work for renewables. So what can all of us do? What can you do as legislators? Well, you can roll back the EV mandates, let people who want to buy EVs buy them and not force other people. Spread clean technology all over the world. Do you know the World Bank refuses to lend to emerging economies for fossil fuel plants, for clean natural gas, for nuclear power? So we could encourage the spread of clean natural gas and nuclear power, and that would reduce global emissions. So in the United States, there have been 1,000 million metric tons of carbon fewer. In other words, carbon emissions have declined in the United States over the past 15 years by 1,000 million metric tons because of the use of clean natural gas. and this clean natural gas can be produced in other countries, in emerging economies. It can also be exported from the United States to these economies, and the World Bank ban on using these technologies just plays into the hands of China and keeps living standards down. We can focus on supporting African and Latin American countries with strategic minerals through technology, training, education, and investment to be free of China. So I would say that there is a message of hope. All of you as legislators, you can all do something about this. We don't have to inflict these wounds on ourselves and give the global supply chain to China. And with that afterwards, if Congressman Pettinger allows, I'd be happy to answer questions or answer any questions during the break. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Diana. Anthony Kim, I have introduced you already, but please come have the podium. Outstanding individual. Appreciate your leadership, sir.
Thank you. Thank you again. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I join you all once again for thanking and appreciating our leader, Congressman Bob Pettinger, and also his top lieutenant, Lucas Rojas, who collected us through wonderful emails. So thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Congressman Pettinger. So Congressman gave me 10 to 12 minutes to entertain you, but I'm not going to get into two-digit minute. I'll be precise, 9 minutes, 45 seconds. Let me try that. So I'm Anthony Kim. I've been with the Heritage Foundation, a think tank, I should say, a conservative think tank in Washington, D.C. I'm proud of the Heritage Foundation. I'll tell you why. But before I get into it, like Congressman Pettinger, I'm also a proud American. But my last name happens to be Kim. So just in case you're a bit sleepy this afternoon, we're going to get into this conversation a bit later. But my question is my family from North or South? Because when you think about Korea, there are only two Koreas, right? North Korea and South Korea, no West Korea or East Korea, right? So it's a rather black and white answer, but we'll get into that later. Now, the reason I said I'm proud of the Heritage Foundation is the Heritage Foundation is based in Washington, D.C. You know Washington, D.C., how entertaining it can be, political circus, but it's a city of policy discussions, not always politics. So if I survey Heritage Foundation, although it's based in Washington, we are not part of Washington. We are not owned by any political party. So that gives us a lot of independent stance in terms of talking about much needed debate and policy discussions. I happen to survey political calendar, or have us. There will be many elections in coming weeks and months. But 3 elections caught my eyes. One is in October, election in Poland. I think that will be a very important election. In January 2024, there will be presidential election in Taiwan. We talked about Taiwan many times this morning. Important election in Taiwan. And November 2024, America's presidential election. So that's what we are facing. And I'm sure as much as we are keenly interested in what's going to happen, Beijing and Moscow, everybody will be probably looking at the same thing. So from now to, let's say, just November next year, if you have a chance to visit Washington, D.C., please let me know and Diana know, my colleague here. We'd love to welcome you to our facility to continue our discussion. And also, I see my good colleagues from AFPI, America First Foreign Policy Institute, and then Atlantic Council. So there are many good think tanks in Washington, D.C. What we want to do is really candid dialogues. It's not one-way discussion. We want to think about solutions. And I think solutions, that's the key word when it comes down to this afternoon's theme, global supply chain. If I may, this is not a rocket science conversation. I think we need to be very candid and frank about the current status of global supply chain. And I want to make this kind of 3-dimensional kind of quick talk. The first dimension is whatever we do in terms of not like a completely remapping the global supply chain, I think this is really about reconfiguring
what we've been missing. In the process, what we've been missing. And it should be based on adding and multiplying our willingness and ideas. I think this is why we are here together. Otherwise, why would you come to London? I mean, you can come to London anytime, better season. But you decide somehow to join this forum to think about what we can do and what we should do. So in doing so, I think we should consider and we should focus on how to add and multiply. I think that's the key approach in terms of reconfiguring global supply chain. And number two, second dimension, I don't have to repeat this, but everybody knows this nowadays. Economic security is national security, and national security is economic security. It's all interwoven. I mean, you can add energy security, you can add food security, you can add even public health security, but fundamentally, national security is economic security. The reason I'm reminding you of that is, nowadays, security is not really one-dimensional. This is really has been expanded and broadened. So how to secure our supply chain, that is essentially about how to secure our ideas and our values, and fundamentally, the rule of law. So that comes down to my last point concerning this supply chain discussion very quickly. I think we should welcome this discussion about supply chain. This is not something we should be nervous or anxious. I mean, in a way, what we are doing is how to make our current supply chain better. And, this is still young century, 21st century. It's only third decade. But we've been having a lot of crises in a way. 2001, we had a security crisis. 2008 and 2009, we have a global financial crisis. And then not too long ago, we had a global health crisis. And now we are going through another round of global security crisis in a way. But all these crises, I think they have given us opportunity to think about what we didn't think about. And one of them happens to be supply chain. And we've been, in a way, very complacent in the name of developing some countries. The prime culprit happens to be China. My big problem with China is very simple. China's formal name is People's Republic of China. But as far as I can tell you, China is neither people's nor republic. This is a communist China. And that's the fact. So because of that, they've been somehow twisting, manipulating global supply chain. And it has become so obvious to many of us, many capitals around the world. And what we are trying to do is how to make it more transparent and accountable and more reliable. That requires our willingness and our commitment to revitalize our ideas and even our ideas. At Heritage Foundation, we strongly believe we want to build an America where freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society flourish. I think everyone here, regardless of your political orientation or what country you're from, you care about freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society. And once again, that's why we are here. Then our direction is very clear. How to conserve and ensure and enhance these four ideas and principles. Freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society. These four words are not mutually exclusive, obviously. They are all interwoven. Without functioning free society, civil society, how can we ensure freedom, opportunity, prosperity? So, I think this is a time to expand our supply chain conversation. This is not about just product. This is not about iPhone. This is not about toys. This is also about ideas. How can we ensure supplying good ideas, practical ideas, solution-based ideas to many different societies and many different countries? Supply chain is no longer about just a product. That's a simple, one-dimensional conversation, if I may. I think we have to broaden our conversation because ultimately, ideas, they do have consequences. And I think that's why, once again, through the amazing convening power of Robert Pittenger, we're here to talk about how to ensure that. So if I may, I really believe this is a journey together. There's no quick answer in terms of reconfiguring supply chain. What we need to do is very candid. I mean, just look at what's happening in China. Look at what's happening in Beijing, under Beijing's Xi Jinping leadership. He's now the king of China. And what kind of future are we going to pass on to our next generation? I think that's the big question we are confronting. And of course, it's not going to be like an overnight process. It's going to require rounds of conversation, many elections perhaps. But I think the direction is very clear. We want to preserve, conserve, enhance our ideas, our civilization, the rule of law, and everything. So my conclusion, this is time to move onward because there are many more things we should think about and do more than anything else. Now, coming back to my heritage, Kim, so I'm obviously from South Korea. Thankfully, no one from my family is from North. But look at the South Korea and North Korea. Same people, same geographical locations, but war, ideas, it divided. They divided this one country. It used to be one country, right? So really, this is a prime example of what kind of consequences bad ideas and good ideas can really bring in. Again, same language, same culture, same people, but very different status of freedom, opportunity, prosperity, and civil society. But I want to end my quick conversation with you in a very positive note. If South Korea has been able to enjoy and achieve what it has achieved, I think sooner or later, our friends in Ukraine and many others in Africa, they can achieve the same journey as South Korea has achieved as well. It just requires some more time, more patience perhaps, but I think once again, this is our journey together. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We've got time for one question, if there is one in the crowd. You're great listeners. All right. Thank you, panel. We appreciate it very much. I would like, as our next panel comes, well, not the next panel, Olivier Cadic, Senator Cadic from the French Senate, will join us now. A great friend. He was part of our co-host when we came to the French National Assembly for our forum several years ago, but please come up and join us. I'd like to make a couple of announcements. First, I'd like to thank Dell and 2020 Partners for lunch today, for the breakfast time, for lunch tomorrow. So let's give them a big hand. Thank you. And so we'll continue now with your message. Thank you, sir.
So,
Proposed lunch. This week, allowed to go back to the room.
okay. So, dear colleagues, I want first of all to thank Congressman Robert Pittenger for his great leadership and to give me the opportunity to speak again at the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. This summer, France enacted its second military programming law since Emmanuel Macron became president of the French Republic. Since his arrival, France's military budget has doubled. Emmanuel Macron recalled this Monday at the Élysée Palace in front of the French ambassadors. This is the largest increase in France's defense budget in 50 years. It grants a 413 billion euros defense budget for the next 7 years. The country's military spending will amount to more than 2% of GDP by 2025. France is aware that the world is becoming more dangerous. Great powers are removing themselves from under the rule of international law. Russia's current aggression towards Ukraine illustrates this. During the debates in the French Senate this summer, I proposed amending the military planning law. I have included in the legislation that France has now an obligation to defend freedom of navigation in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea as an Indo-Pacific power in order to preserve peace and stability in the region. I received the support from French government and French Senate. It is a commitment by France that I would like to comment on. The Indo-Pacific covers between 2/3 and 1/2 of the Earth's surface and is home to 60 to 75% of the world's population. The Indo-Pacific now generates nearly 40% of global wealth, perhaps more than 50% of global GDP in 2040, according to IMF forecast. At least half of the world's freight transits through this zone, which concentrates most of the world's reserves of critical raw materials, lithium, nickel, copper. France and the EU have adopted a strategy for the Indo-Pacific extended from the eastern coast of Africa to the French territories of the Pacific. For France, 7 of its 13 overseas departments, regions, and collectivities are located in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. More than 1.6 million French people live in these French territories, and 200,000 expatriates are registered in the countries of the region. In 2022, the Indo-Pacific represented more than 35% of France's foreign trade outside EU and more than 120 billion euros of French investment. France has been the most attractive country in Europe for 4 years for foreign investment in Europe. The only investment in France of the Taiwanese company Prologium, announced last May for more than 5 billion euros, correspond to 50% of Chinese investment for 25 years in France, all sectors and companies combined, just one investment. In my eyes, protecting peace in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea aligns with France's strategic national interest and is essential to a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. During his Senate hearing last May, our naval chief of staff assured us that patrols in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait were regular and adequate. The Admiral reiterated our goal to affirm international law and allow non-aggressive transit. The US Navy and Coast Guard transit also through the Taiwan Strait. Other democracies, such as Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, and the Netherlands, have conducted similar operations. The ongoing militarization by Beijing in the South China Sea makes us fear that this maritime freedom of movement will eventually be threatened in this area. The resurgence of incidents observed in the China Sea is linked to the Beijing regime's desire to appropriate an international maritime space as demonstrated by the map published by the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs on Monday. China has many territorial disputes with its neighbors, Japan, Vietnam, Philippines, Malaysia, and of course Taiwan. The situation is becoming very tense, even distressing for Vietnamese fishermen who are regularly threatened by the Chinese Coast Guard. According to satellite images from the American company Planet Labs, released on August 10, Beijing has begun construction of new infrastructure on a small island in the Paracel archipelago, located less than 300 kilometers from the Vietnamese coast. In addition to a cement factory, the images clearly show the construction of a runway in the middle of the island, strengthening projection capabilities in this area, of which Beijing claims almost total sovereignty, including in the exclusive economic zones of the countries of the region. The port on this island gives China a permanent maritime presence in the South China Sea. This is an additional way for the Chinese to support their Coast Guard and their maritime militia, which put pressure on Vietnamese fishermen. Filipino senators explained to us at the end of last year in the French Senate that the small Philippine reef called Julian Felipe has become a hotbed of tension since Beijing claims it as its stronghold and has built military bases there on artificial islands. Chinese incursions into the western Philippine Sea are now a daily occurrence and make the front page of local newspapers. China has poldered 7 sandbars to make them permanent islands in the Spratleys, a vast archipelago claimed in part by the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Brunei. In 2015 and 2016, the Chinese built these islands. Now, they are equipping them with more and more military capabilities. There are more missiles deployed, more rotation of planes and fighter jets, more surveillance equipment. Chinese claims expressed under the formulas of historic Chinese waters, zones of indisputable sovereignty, and traditional Chinese fishing zones were invalidated in July 2016 by decisions of the International Arbitral Tribunal set up as at the initiative of the Philippines. Beijing considers that sentence null and void. Not content with failing to respect international law when it is not in line with its objectives, Beijing directly threatens the free flow of international trade by claiming that the waters of the Taiwan Strait are under Chinese sovereignty. This predatory approach of China, associated with a navy that progresses in quantity as well as in quality, seeking to compete with the American Navy, creates the escalation. It is even likely to trigger an international conflict if Beijing breaks the status quo by trying to invade Taiwan, like what we are seeing in Ukraine with Russia. The Taiwan Strait is a key corridor for the global economy. It is an obligatory passage for the main commercial maritime flows that link Europe, the Middle East, and the primary Chinese, Korean, and Japanese ports. 70% of world container traffic, and 50% of hydrocarbon and liquefied natural gas pass through it. Because the Taiwan Strait is one of the most strategic axes in the world, the outbreak of a war in the region would have catastrophic consequences for maritime transport and the world economy. Xi Jinping had made the conquest of Taiwan a goal that cannot, as he said, be postponed from generation to generation. We now face the threat of a world dominated by China, a revisionist power whose nationalism feeds on a strong sense of revenge against Westerners. Taiwan has become the 16th world economic power and would have its place in the G20. Taiwan is collapsing the Chinese Communist Party narrative that democracy is not the right model for the development of countries. President Xi Jinping repeated intention to break the status quo, to take control of Taiwan by force, if necessary, are of growing concern to us. My dear colleagues, a crisis in the Taiwan Strait would be very serious for our mutual economic interest and the entire value chain, as it was said before. Nearly 100% of the world's most advanced semiconductor manufacturing capacity is currently located in Taiwan. In December 2022, Rhodium Group estimated the economic cost of a simple blockade of the island at $2.5 trillion. The consequences would be more serious for European countries than those of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The proliferation of military exercises by the Chinese army under false pretenses, such as visits by foreign parliamentarians to Taiwan or Taiwanese elected officials abroad, constitute, in fact, a challenge to the status quo by China. By endangering the freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, but also in the Taiwan Strait, China threatens all the economies of the world. This is why it seemed urgent and important for France to enshrine in its law the necessary defense of the right to maritime traffic in this region, particularly in the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. Whatever the dispute between China and Taiwan, freedom of maritime circulation is essential, as is respect for international law. This is why, my dear colleagues, I suggest that in each of your countries, you, in turn, enshrine this principle in your respective laws. Thank you for the honor speaking to you today.
Thank you, Olivier. That was outstanding, as always. I would like to announce, I've had several people inquire about the video with Matt Pottinger, and we're going to make it available to you so you can have it and send it out to your friends and colleagues. We also, tomorrow night, there's going to be an opportunity. Some of you signed up for a tour of the Parliament, and I've acquired about 100 passes. I think there were some 90 who signed up. So if you did sign up, we're going to work that out. We're going to move up our schedule a little bit. Colonel Stewart will still be involved in leading those, but there'll be at 4 and 4:15. We'll have 2 groups of 50 people apiece. So if we could have our friends to come up and join us now. for the panel on cybersecurity, the case for zero trust, resilience, and regulation. Thank you so much, each of you. Good to see you. The Honorable Cyrus Vance, a partner with Baker McKenzie, North American Litigation and Government Enforcement Practice and Global Investigation, former Manhattan District Attorney. Mr. Simon Hodgkinson, former Group Chief Information Security Officer and Vice President of Global Infrastructure and Operations for BP. And Mr. Steve Hill, Deputy Group CISO of Credit Suisse and former UK National Security Secretariat in the Cabinet Office. Thank you. Would each of you join us? Mr. Vance, or do you want to come instead? All right, you start, and then you can introduce the rest. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend.
Good afternoon. We have an hour, and it's the first of, I think, 3 sessions that you have on cybersecurity. So I want to frame this hour by addressing first.
Speak into the mic, toward the wall. Speak loud.
You can't hear me? You can hear me. Fantastic. Thank you, Dan. I wanted to start by addressing the changing threat landscape, and then I will turn to my esteemed colleagues here to do the hard bit, which is to tell you what you should be doing about it. We want to try and keep this practical, and we want to try and keep this conversational as far as we can. If you do have questions, put up your hands and we will stop, we will answer those. But it's worth saying, as international legislators and parliamentarians, that I'm based here in London, working as the CISO for Credit Suisse. My colleagues here work for international companies. And what we are very cognizant of is the fact that our security depends not just on the security in the US and in the UK, but globally. And as a member of Credit Suisse, we have a large footprint in India. Like many global companies, it's like a back office for us. And if India's cybersecurity is not good, that impacts upon us very directly as well. So we're all in this together. I want to make 5 points. So for those of you who are taking notes on your phones, there are only 5 points that you need to take. The first point is that this is a threat that is growing. The reality is that the digitalization of our economy has a flip side, and that flip side is the downside cybersecurity threats. We collectively designed systems that were quick, they were efficient, and they were cheap. But they were not secure. And there are huge benefits to what we've done in the global economy with digitalization, but there is this flip side. And as we look forward, Lloyd's of London recently said the potential damage of a single global cyber attack could be between 83 and 193 billion as a cost to the global economy. The overall cost could be 10 trillion by 2025. Almost half of the world's organizations likely to be impacted. So that's the first point. You can't ignore this. Point number 2, the bad guys, the adversaries, are growing. There are more of them. In terms of their technical capabilities, how good they are at this, governments are at the top end. And for the last decade, more than a decade, at conferences, cybersecurity conferences like these, we've spoken essentially about 4 nation states: China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. Most of the cybersecurity conferences I go to tend to be in the West, in the UK. That list might be longer if you were elsewhere in the world. But they have invested heavily in offensive cyber capabilities, and they have shown, all of them, that they are prepared to use those. The point I want to make, though, is that whilst those countries will continue to use those capabilities, the threshold for getting offensive cyber weapons is a pretty low one, and more countries, most of your governments will have these capabilities. Most of your governments will be prepared as part of their kind of conflict plans to use them as part of their armory. So if you look at, for example, the papers that have been published about NSO, the Israeli Offensive Cyber company that's been really pretty successful. Amnesty International lists a number of countries, many of them are named here, that were clients of NSO. So we have to be very, very clear that that state threat is growing. If you work in the private sector, you're probably more focused on the criminal cyber threat. Most of these that we worry about operate out of Russia. The numbers of people who are sort of serious, very well qualified, technical kind of cyber criminals, it's probably not more than 100, a couple of hundred, but they operate with license out of Russia, knowing that essentially the Russian government, that President Putin, who has said so in terms, really doesn't mind, and indeed at times would encourage their attacks, their criminal attacks outside of Russia. That criminal ecosystem is fueled by a few things. The dark web enables all of these criminal organizations to talk to each other and to become a mini industry. It's very commoditized. They're really professional. They have help desks. They work together. They can communicate. The use of cryptocurrencies means that they can be paid, and they will, whilst if we put a lot of effort into it, we can trace that money back. It takes a lot of effort, and they know that for the most part that won't happen. They know that for the most part they will not be extradited from Russia to the US, even if the FBI have put them on a wanted list. The insurance industry is also continuing to pay out if there's a ransomware attack in most jurisdictions. Last speaker was from France. In France, some of the insurance companies have said we're no longer going to do this because it fuels an R&D budget for these criminal organizations. They're getting better and better. The good news is that they operate like a criminal business. What that means is that if you are better protected, better defended as a country or as an enterprise than your neighbors, they're probably going to go for the neighbors. About 44% of current ransomware attacks happen against government municipalities because they're underfunded, they're not well defended, and the big banks tend to actually be quite difficult targets. So these businesses will go where the kind of effort versus profit points them, and that tends to be towards the less well-defended enterprises. Insider threat is an increasing part of what we have to face, the people working within our organizations. The social tensions that we've seen, I think, increasingly means that people don't feel the same sense of loyalty. We're in a difficult economic global climate. It means that people are maybe more liable both to some kind of extortion, some kind of deal when they're approached from outside. And we've seen that from governments, and we've seen that from criminal organizations. There's a potential in the future. We talk about kind of cyber terrorism as something that might happen. Hasn't really happened yet, but I certainly will expect there to be more kind of hacktivism, which is to say political activists who express their dissatisfaction and their perspective by conducting cyber attacks rather than gluing themselves to a motorway or to a train and blocking something physically. So from that perspective, on almost every front, the threat actors, there are more of them, and they're getting better, they're getting faster, and the capabilities are getting better. Third point, their objectives haven't really changed for the last decade. For the criminal groups, and actually also for the North Korean government, this is about financial gain. They will go where the money is, and that's why we've seen such an epidemic of ransomware, where the victim is given a choice between paying a ransom, which of course funds the criminal enterprise, or seeing their data released onto the internet or onto the dark web to be exploited by other people, or their machinery, their network not being able to function. Secondly, we've seen increasing cyber attacks which are motivated by espionage. Now, in some cases, it's the classic spy versus spy, penetrating your governments to find out what you really think about a particular topic. But quite often now, it's also about intellectual property theft. We know, because they've said it, that the Chinese government have launched over a long period of time a significant security effort to enhance their economy by stealing secrets, and basically replicating them, duplicating them. Thirdly, there are disruptive capabilities. It's what we've seen with Russia-Ukraine in terms of the Russians they started to do it some years ago at the power system in Ukraine and having the ability. So Charlie Parton, with whom I used to work, was talking about the potential future if some of the things which are built into our increasingly digitally dependent economy are built from Chinese components. The ability to switch off not just military communications and battlefield communications, but whole economies, whole critical national infrastructure is part of the armory here. And then finally, I mean, worth mentioning, of course, the Russian influence operations. I think they were most effective in 2016 in the US when nobody was really expecting it. What we've seen since then is that we've all become more aware of fake news, of disinformation, and so it is less effective. So that's point 3. The things, the motivations and the purposes here haven't really changed. They're quite straightforward. Point 4, similarly, the methodologies that all of these groups use haven't really changed that much at a higher level, certainly. Yes, they are agile. Yes, they can be innovative. But essentially what they want to do is to gain access to your system. Now, one way they can do that is finding a backdoor or vulnerability in your system, like an unlocked window. But actually and they can also maybe guess your username, they can guess your password. But what we see more and more is that they harvest credentials. They will steal a username from your loyalty card, from your airline, from your supermarket, and they'll see whether, as you log into your Parliamentary account, into your bank account, you happen to use the same username, you use the same password, and if you do, all of a sudden that's unlocked. So there's a whole business that basically relies on recycling the passwords that you use in one account, but you also use it in a more sensitive account. They may also use a phishing email where they send you an email, it looks real. Artificial intelligence has meant that they can make it really very, very difficult to detect. But if you click on the link, or if you click on the attachment, then all of a sudden they have a way into your account, and they can use that both to steal whatever is in your account, but also to move sideways into other more sensitive accounts that eventually may give them control of your whole network. Finally, there's been a lot of talk about supply chain in the last hour. Another way that supply chain, it's been mainly talk about reliance and about dependencies, but the other vulnerability that we might have from our suppliers and our vendors is that if they get compromised, they've probably got a direct route into our systems. And so we see that more and more. The easier target being hacked into, and then using that to get to the more difficult targets like a global bank. Final point. So this threat is not one that we're going to eliminate. It would be nice to think that some of these governments that act as a kind of safe haven for some of these criminal groups that have these motivations will sort of change their spots, but it seems pretty unlikely. So what we need to now do, and I think what we're now going to address, is what actions can we take, not to eliminate the threat, because you will not do that. It's just too expensive, it's not a kind of sound investment, but to bring it within an acceptable risk appetite. And I will certainly argue that what we need to do is something, we know what good looks like. We can take lessons from Ukraine, we can take lessons from best practice, the financial system, and there is a playbook that tells you what you need to do. But you need to do it, and doing it is not easy. It's quite straightforward for your cybersecurity, your chief information security officers, people like Simon and myself to come in and say, you need to take backups, you need to have two-factor authentication, you need to patch your systems and eliminate those vulnerabilities. The reality in any complex organization, the reality in any government is that doing that is really, really difficult. An illustration of how the scale and complexity, it's my final point, have made that more difficult. So in 1969, Apollo 11 landed on the moon. The navigation system for Apollo 11 had 12,300 transistors. and it had 145,000 lines of code to get Apollo 11 to the moon. If you look now at the iPhone 14 that I'm sure many of you have got in your pockets that came out last year, it's got 16 billion transistors in that phone. In any car now, you've probably got about 200 million lines of code. Now, all of that represents a potential vulnerability, the complexity there. It's harder and harder to fix it. So last year we had, I think Microsoft announced 12,000 patches just on their system. I think there are about 26,000 new vulnerabilities that came out. It would be a full-time job for all of us to sort all of that out. It's about being realistic that you can't eliminate it, but if you can do the basics, you're probably going to be fine. So I've set out the problem, but what are those basics? Simon, you can come up here or you can sit down there. But maybe, Simon, you can now talk us through what you think everybody in this room should be doing.
Thanks, Steve. What a great setup. It's all really scary, isn't it, when you hear Steve talk about this threat landscape. And, you know, you hear a lot of that from the cybersecurity community. In fact, you hear a lot of people running around saying the sky's falling in because of cybersecurity. Cyber is just another risk. It's a potential trigger for a business impact in an event, an impact to your government departments, etc. And it needs to be managed like every other risk in your business. You need to be able to understand the risk. Now, that's not easy when Steve talks about the pace of digitalization and the fact that, you know, just every part of our business today is a digital business. There are very few organizations in the world that wouldn't be run by some form of digital capability. So you need to be able to understand the risk. And once you understand the risk, you need to be able to understand what your risk appetite is. For every business, your appetite for risk will be different. Like it is with safety, like it is with market or credit risk, there is no difference. You just need to understand your risk appetite. And like every risk appetite, you'll have a tolerance to it. So if you think about a speed limit on a motorway, you know, the risk appetite would be 70 miles an hour for the motorway. We think that's a safe speed to do, and there'll be tolerance. Everybody knows that, you know, if you travel at 72 miles an hour, the speed cameras in the UK aren't going to catch you. So you need to understand how you can step outside that risk appetite, but make sure you manage within the envelope of your risk tolerance. And with any risk, it starts with accountability. So too many organizations, and I've had the pleasure for working for one of the largest organizations in the world that worked in 80 countries. For too many organizations, they look at a cybersecurity risk as being owned by the Chief Information Security Officer or the CIO. That's a huge mistake. You have to start from the perspective, like every risk, the CEO and the business leadership are accountable for that risk. They don't need to be experts in cybersecurity, but they do need to understand that risk. And the Chief Information Security Officer, people like Steve and I, are there to make sure we apply the appropriate controls to get us to the risk appetite that the accountable leader owns. And I think Cyrus will probably talk a little bit more about that. Cybersecurity is not a technology problem. Well, I think it starts with changing the narrative. So the narrative around cybersecurity is militaristic language. It's dark, it's scary. Steve talked about the dark web. That sounds horrible, doesn't it, this thing called the dark web? And when you talk about actors, these adversaries in the environment, they've all got these scary names attributed to them. I think we need to demystify that whole thing. There are some great learning tools. So for boards and for C-suites, the NCSC, the National Cybersecurity Council Centre in the UK, provides something called the Board Toolkit. That's a really good way of actually a layman understanding that cyber is just another risk. You do need people who understand it. Of course, you need companies. For a lot of SMEs, and I read somewhere this week that 60% of the ransomware attacks in the US in the first half of the year were against organizations with less than 1,000 people. So this is not just a big company issue. This is an SME issue. You need companies that can take that, you can buy that capability from, because there's currently somewhere between 3 and 5 million vacancies for cybersecurity professionals in the world. So you're not going to have experts, but there are great companies out there. I work for, I won't name them, but I work for some of them that do a fantastic job of being able to aggregate all of those companies and help them develop those cyber programs. The worst thing organizations can do is just throw technology at the problem. This is not a technology, it is a technology issue, but it's not solved by just throwing technology at it. You have to think through the lens of people. You have to think through the lens of culture. I like to use the analogy to the airline industry. So the airline industry's safety record was appalling. If you think back 30, 40 years ago, how did they improve that culture? They improved that culture by creating an open and transparent environment. There's a great book from Matthew Syed called Black Box Thinking that goes into it in detail. But it changes that narrative. So you've got to encourage your IT organizations when there has been an incident, a data breach, or somebody's breached the boundaries of your companies, to feel confident they can speak up and talk about the situation and learn from it. And I think, again, in the cyber community, I read another article from a company, again, I won't mention their name, recently, that said in the last year, 70% of organizations that had been told to hide a data breach. That is not helpful to anybody. Of course, it's breaking all the regulations, but it's not helpful to anybody because we don't learn from it. And that's how the safety culture in the airline, I was in oil and gas, so it's a very dangerous business. That's how we improved our safety performance, and it's how we improved our cybersecurity performance by creating an open and transparent culture where people could actually talk about those issues. So I think we need to demystify it, is that the language. In terms of technology, there are things you can do. There's this concept of zero trust, and you'll hear many organizations tell you that zero trust is a bit of software you can buy from them. It's not. Zero trust is a design principle. You have to think about this notion that you need to continuously verify people as they're in your environment. We used to work in this world where we had closed networks and people had to penetrate, we use the analogy of castle and moat. People had to get into the castle, over the moat to get into the castle walls. That doesn't exist anymore. Everybody is in the cloud. Every single one of your organizations, whether you're government or private organizations, will be using cloud infrastructure. So you have to appreciate that you're on the web and you're a potential target. So you need to continuously verify identity, that the person that is accessing your systems, your data, is who they are. You also need to create a world in your IT world which you limit what I call the blast radius. So you segment your networks, so if somebody does get into the environment, you're limiting the damage that they can do. And the one thing about the cyber risk that's different from many other risks, and having worked for BP, you'll know we had a few major accidents in the past, they were all geographically constrained. So when we had the Gulf of Mexico incident, as horrible as it was geographically constrained to that area. albeit the reputational damage was global. With cybersecurity, there are no borders and there are no boundaries. If somebody gets into your network or into your systems, they can pretty much, in most organizations, depending on how good they are, they'll find their way into most areas of your organizations. And for most adversaries don't just break into your network, steal something and run out like they would with a physical burglary. What they do is they sit there and they call it dwell time. They sit there in your environment and they just monitor what's going on. And then they figure out what are the most sensitive assets to cause either a disruption or to exfiltrate from your environment, and then they will execute whatever they are, depending on their motivation, of course. So there are things you can do around technology, but it needs to be a well-formed program. It isn't something you just throw tech at. You need to understand when you deploy technology, you have to build the people capability and the processes. I worked for one large government department that did a great job of doing upgrades to their endpoints. The trouble is they didn't leave behind an operational capability. So within months of actually deploying the latest upgrade of the technology, it was out of date already and there was no capability to upgrade it. And therefore that's a bit pointless. You might as well not have done it in the first place. Understanding the risk, the best way to understand the risk is to use technology. So you can deploy platforms out there that very quickly aggregate data from all of these different technology platforms and give you essentially a risk understanding of where you need to prioritize your activity. Most organizations' IT landscapes are so vast, you have to figure out what's most important to you, but not from a technology perspective. You start from business process. What are the most important things your business are there to do? So in a bank, you'll have a key business process you need to do. You need to map that IT landscape to that business process and protect those assets over the things you care less about, because most organizations can't secure everything in one go. And one of the things I like to talk about is operational resilience, and I think I am going to hand over to Cyrus at that point too. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cy Vance, and thank you so much, Steve and Congressman, for inviting me to speak here. One point to follow up on what Simon said is we've really started to move away from looking at trying to prevent all cyber attacks to, I think, a more mature and sensible approach, which is how to be resilient in a cyber attack if and when it comes. And what we see in the States, certainly, is that regulators, banking regulators, securities regulators, government regulators, are now essentially requiring companies to bake into their cyber strategies resiliency. And this, of course, makes tons of sense, and I think that this will be where legislation and regulation goes. But what I'd like to talk about is about community resiliency, and about, we talk about this in terms of a company or a business, but in reality, when we're talking about a major cyber attack, it also may well involve an attack that cripples or seriously undermines the ability of the city to manage its own safety, security, and to run and to restore the city to a point where the citizens feel safe and are in fact safe. And what I'd like to do is use the example of New York City, where I was the elected prosecutor for 12 years in Manhattan, and how we thought about this starting in 2017, which seems like ancient history in terms of cyber. But in 2017, I was talking with the head of NYPD Intel, the equivalent sort of FBI or MI6. And we were talking about security and about prevention strategies. And I asked the question, what happens if New York's water supply is attacked by a terrorist? Who's going to respond? What's the game plan? Now, mind you, New York City is the biggest city in the United States, 8.6 million people, has probably one of the most sophisticated law enforcement agencies protecting it, the NYPD in the world, sort of certainly much like the Metropolitan Police. You know, they're very sophisticated. And I'm asking the head guy for intelligence, what's the security plan for New York City if and when this happens? And the answer was, there was none. There was no plan on how New York City would respond to a major attack on its critical infrastructure, be it power, be it water, be it a major attack on hospitals. And the thing about attacks on critical infrastructure is if you attack one serious piece of critical infrastructure like the power, that attack migrates and can migrate into the subway system, into the street lights, into the hospitals. So an attack on one part of the ecosystem of the city threatens other parts of the ecosystem of the city, and quite honestly can very much threaten public safety. And so I view this through a public safety lens, and that was the reason I was raising it with the police commissioner and the intel lead. And the answer was there was none. And we knew in 2017 that that was an unacceptable answer. But what do you do about it? And what did we do about it? And I'm not suggesting what we did about it is the answer for anybody other than New York, but it has worked in New York City. And what we decided to do was to create a public-private partnership between the corporate leads of the major critical infrastructure sectors, so hospitals, telecommunications, finance, and the like, and government agencies. FBI, Department of Homeland Services was also invited in, and we decided we were going to create, without any legislation, without waiting for a bill, without waiting for financing, we thought we had a red-hot problem that needed to be addressed immediately. So the commissioner and I got on the phone, and we convened in a room, lovely office overlooking the Statue of Liberty, which had its own connotations that were relevant to the moment. And we convened the sector leads in this room, as well as the public agency leads. And mind you, in the United States, unlike many countries, critical infrastructure is often in private hands. So who delivers power in New York City? Con Edison. Con Edison is a private company. And that's different often than other countries. So we brought the critical infrastructure sectors and their leads into a room. We told them we're really not prepared for something that we have to be prepared for. And to not prepare ourselves would be irresponsible. But we need to move quickly. And so what we decided to do was to ask them to do three things, this group, which we ultimately embodied in a task force. One, they would receive intel that we would share with them from the NYPD once a day, 10 times a day. But in the NYPD would be the hub of intelligence sharing for New York City critical infrastructure sectors and agencies. And NYPD, because of its ability to gather intelligence, would be able to understand what the indicators of compromise might be in an attack that had happened in Baltimore, or was happening in San Francisco, or perhaps in Singapore. And NYPD would share those indicators of compromise and intel to all the sector leads in New York City as much and as often as needed to be. Why? So that they could patch their systems and be prepared for an attack that may have happened in Baltimore, but Con Ed was not yet aware of the fact that it had happened or what the indicators of compromise were. Now, we've gone a long way in the United States since 2017 in sharing threat intelligence. And our Critical Infrastructure Services Agency and the FBI, Department of Homeland Services, we've really understood the value and importance of sharing that information from the government to the private sector. But that's not the case. It wasn't the case in 2017. We share intel. Two, we train together. Just like you trained in a mock exercise in a company, a city needs to be prepared to respond through training to an attack that may be crippling its power system, its hospitals, and threatening public safety on the streets. And so what we did was we asked IBM if they would permit us, all 35 of us, to train at the IBM cyber range in Boston, which we did multiple times. And they did it for free. And so all 35 of us would go up to IBM. Each of the sectors and the government agencies would be assigned a computer terminal, and there would be screens demonstrating mock screens of what was going out on the street or what was happening in the subways. And we as a city, we as the leaders of the agencies and law enforcement and those responsible for public safety would do a tabletop exercise as if it was real. And the phone would ring, I pick it up, it's the governor. The governor saying, what the heck's going on? You know, whatever the governor would say, he would engage all of us in this mock exercise in which we had to manage an attack on one sector that was spilling out into other sectors of the city. So that's the second thing. And third, we needed a place as a city to go to all the key leads in the event of a major event to manage that event just like we did at the cyber range in Boston for IBM. Now, it took about 6 months to a year to pull this all together, but since 2018, New York has had a public-private approach response to critical infrastructure threats, be it terrorism, be it economic, whatever it is. Now, New York has not been immune from cyber attacks in the last 6 or 7 years. But when we look at attacks that have hit other cities, Baltimore, San Francisco, in Louisiana, elsewhere around the globe, New York has remained remarkably stable and has been able, I think, in part because of our approach, a resilience, a preventative, a public-private partnership approach to be prepared for what actually is a real threat in all of your communities. Now, I look out across the United States, and I ask myself, as I often ask others, so what's the plan if Boston gets hit? San Francisco? And if you take this analysis out of what happens to your company or your agency alone, and think of it as an attack on a community or a risk to community, I think we need to realize, and what I don't think we have fully embraced yet in America, is that this is a full community response. The FBI cannot ride over the hill on a white horse in response to every attack on a coal plant or a telecommunications system, and the FBI can't restore operational systems in New York City that may transcend many sectors. And that's why, as a city, we had to come together and be responsible for our own ability to protect ourselves. New York, at the end of the day, if it has a critical event, it's New Yorkers who are going to have to save New York. It can't be the FBI. It can't be the Department of Homeland Security. They don't have enough bandwidth or people embedded in the critical infrastructure sectors of the city to manage and remediate what has to be done. Now, in your own countries, in your own communities, I'd be fascinated to hear how you've approached it. And by the way, our New York model, it's not that every city has taken our New York model, but I think it offers at least a model on how complex urban environments should think about collective response. You know, it used to be, if we go back 300 years, that if there was a village and your house in the village or someone's house in the village was on fire, the entire community would line up in a single line from the wellhead to the house on fire. And they would pass buckets of water, citizen to citizen to citizen, to put out the fire. And why did they do it that way? Why did they do it at all? They understood, first of all, that it was good citizenship. It was the right thing to do. But they understood also, and I think one of the simplest examples and lessons, certainly for me, they understood that if they put out their neighbor's fire, their house was better protected. Just as if we're prepared as a community to respond to an attack on the power grid with all the other city agencies who bring their power experience, private and public, in the moment to respond to the attack, we are better protected as a city. It's really as old as human lessons. We are individually better protected if we collectively protect each other. So that prevention model, I think, applies obviously in different ways to corporations and how they should approach this. But truthfully, just as both the speakers who are far more technically educated and intelligent than I am, a lot of this is now written down pretty much on how you can do it, whether it's NCSC or whether it's CISA in the United States. There are models for big companies and smaller companies on how to manage this risk. But I think where we also need to not overlook is we really tend to look at attacks and read about attacks that are sort of big companies, or ones that we read about when the FBI takes control and is called in. But the real risk in America is below, in the medium and small-sized businesses, where really America's economic engine and its community businesses operate. It's how do we protect not just the billion-dollar companies, but how do we protect not a city, but how do we not lose sight of the small business people and residents who live in that city? And I think the challenge in America, it's a big challenge because we have a different system of government. We have a federal system, but we also have different laws for each state. And so we have, in some sense, competing governments in trying to manage risk and public safety. But the big challenge for us in America, I think, is how we are going to, for the future, create a society that understands, as individuals and members of a community, enough about cyber risk and security to protect themselves. And I certainly hope it continues to work for New York and that it's been of some value to you. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Simon if we perhaps, I think we've got some more time. Yes, I think we, oh, only about 5 minutes. So I'm going to ask Simon to quickly respond to that, but also to give me a little bit of a kind of taste of, in 2 years' time or 10 years' time, are we going to be in a better or are we going to be in a worse position?
I'll be in a better position. Just wanted to say what a great example of creating resilience. So resilience is the ability to withstand or recover quickly from an adverse event. And within a company or a department, you should be doing the same. And it shouldn't just be your technical teams exercising their recovery ability. What Cyrus talked about was the whole ecosystem being part of that recovery. I don't even think you talked about the technical side of the recovery. And that's what you need to take away from this. Cyber is just another risk, but you need to be resilient. You need to be able to recover from it. And that takes your legal departments, it takes your communications departments, it takes your businesses. Getting a business to decide which is the highest priority thing to do when they've lost their entire digital landscape through ransomware is incredibly complicated. Don't leave it till the moment it happens. Understand it, practice it, and practice it at the technical level, but practice it at a leadership level as well. So in 2 years, I think one of the biggest things that will occur will be a massive cyber attack. We haven't had a notable massive cyber attack since NotPetya. For those in the UK, when the NHS got hit by WannaCry, it created a huge amount of momentum around cybersecurity. I think we've been close to them, and the next one I think will probably end up attacking critical national infrastructure. It's happened in Ukraine, of course, but I think it will happen in other countries, and it will happen to the operational technology, not necessarily just your traditional IT technology. So again, take away from this, don't worry just about the IT. If you're in the health service, worry about all those medical devices. If you're in oil and gas, worry about the refineries and the rigs, etc. That is all run by technology, and we've got to make sure we protect that. In 10 years, who knows? I mean, the world is advancing so quickly. I guess in the back of my mind, quantum is always something that, we read about. What the impact of quantum will be in 10 years is, I think, quite unpredictable at the moment.
We've got 4 minutes, I'm told. I'm going to paint a slightly more positive picture than I perhaps painted right at the beginning. I worked in counterterrorism for about 15 years. I was in Washington for 9/11, and in those years after 9/11, it felt like the adversary, the terrorists, Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, were always going to have the advantage, that our attack surface was just so vast that they could attack us anywhere, pretty much globally, and how could we possibly win this war? But if you fast forward about a year, there was no magic formula, there was no single lacuna, but what we achieved was to understand that the right cocktail of measures basically gave us the defensive advantage. Some of those measures were protective, defensive security, the bollards that you see all around London. Some of them were airport security measures, which are inconvenient, but you have to go through. But more importantly, we learned the value of intelligence, of penetrating organizations like Al-Qaeda, as they were planning big, ambitious, multi-aeroplane attacks, and then sharing that intelligence with the people that mattered, and moving from a very close need-to-know type of culture to one where it was about needing to share. And what happened in the end was that organizations like Al-Qaeda and Islamic State, to some degree, they changed their policy. They decided, as they observed that every big, ambitious attack that they had was not succeeding, they then shifted to inspired terrorism. So from network terrorism to inspired terrorism, where they would use propaganda to get an individual to pick up a knife or jump in a truck and do something in the country that they were already living. And that's tragic. Whenever you had those incidents, it's a massive tragedy, but it is not a tragedy on the same scale of killing thousands of people in multiple airlines. So we brought down to something that we would much prefer to eliminate, but basically we could live with. And I think cybersecurity, we are now at that stage. We know what good looks like. Look at what the Ukrainians have done in the last year and a half. It's an inspiration of how you use intelligence, how you share it, how you act upon it. You're legislators, you've got governments, a few of you maybe run companies. Bring in your technical guy and ask him some very straightforward questions. First, ask him what his IT budget is. He should know that answer. And then say, okay, of that, what percentage of that do you spend on cybersecurity? And if he doesn't know the answer, that's a problem. If he says it's like 2%, that's also probably a problem. If he says it's like 8 or 10%, it means he's taking this seriously, and if you're lucky, he's also spending it on the right things and not just kind of Gucci toys which, look good but actually aren't effective. Ask him, have you got multi-factor authentication? Do you understand what's most critical for me as a government in terms of our critical national infrastructure or in terms of our business lines, what really matters to us? Do you have backups of the things? Do we have a way of patching all the vulnerabilities as they come up? But most importantly, are we educating both our workforce and are we educating our leadership so that, particularly, as Cyrus was saying, if something bad happens, do we know who does what? Do we know who decides, do we pay a ransom, do we not pay a ransom? Who decides, do we issue a press statement? Do we communicate to our staff? What do we communicate? If you have just like $50,000 or $100,000, you can exercise that, and that process, that understanding of what happens once you assume, as the Ukrainians did, that your adversary, the Russians, will be successful, but hey, actually, if we have all our data offshore on the cloud, then it doesn't really matter. Understanding that and exercising it, that's what you've got to get right. That's the conversation that you need to have with your CIOs, your heads of your IT. But thank you, sir, for the opportunity to share that. I'm sure all of us will be here for much of the rest of the conference and very happy to answer any questions in the sidelines. But thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Thank you, tremendous. That was outstanding. Thank you so much. If Professor Milos Ivkovic, James Black, and Captain Morgan Murphy could come. I haven't seen Morgan yet. You may have, there he is, Morgan. Good to see you. All right. Eric Swalwell, my colleague in the Congress, has got a baby, 1-year-old in the emergency room right now, so he had to fly back from London. He's at the airport now, so he will not be with us. Okay, good to see you, Morgan. Captain Murphy. Yeah. Professor Ivkovic, would you like to lead us? Milos, would you like to lead us? Oh, sure. All right. Professor Milos Ivkovic, International Arbitrator, Advisor to Governments from Austria. Please.
Hello and good afternoon. I do hope everybody is still well rested. It has been a long day. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to Congressman Pittenger, who I consider a dear friend, for organizing this event, and to the UK partners for allowing us to be hosted in London. We've heard so much today about dependence, about how dangerous it is for countries to fall down into a position of dependence towards their enemies and adversaries. Critical minerals may be perhaps the topic that may unleash the biggest suffering among the people and the biggest dependence onto our free states. It appears a rule of nature that whenever an element is, in any historical context, regarded as critical, it is not abundant, but tends to be scarce and indeed concentrated one way or another. Historically observed, such circumstance may lead only to two types of outcome, either conflict or cooperation. Regretfully, our history shows us that the states mostly chose conflict over cooperation. I'd not be standing here today in front of you all, representing your governments and countries, if I thought that the space for cooperation vanished into thin air in front of our eyes. Though I do remain rational and reasonably concerned about the ways and means of addressing diverse interests and complexities surrounding critical minerals. So where are we now on the scale between conflict and cooperation? Well, the scale rather shows conflict over cooperation. By means of example, as we stand here today, 2 bills rest with the US Congress intending to prohibit all imports of cobalt and cobalt-related products sourced through child labor into the United States. Indeed, in my view, and as somebody who proudly supported the initiative, it is an important signal that lives of thousands of children working in illegal mines do matter, and that we stand strong with them. But also, we need to be frank. This is potentially a highly forceful measure of last resort that may disturb the battery market worldwide. At the same time, on the other hand, no mother, irrespective of origin, suffers less over the devastation of her own child's life and future let alone death. Hence, unsurprisingly, we stand strong with our partners from Africa in pleading for a solution to advance the technical progress we all seek, but at the price we are actually willing to pay. So I would like to paint a picture of how complex the issue of critical minerals indeed is, and reducing it to extraction and extraction rights and ownership over mines in particular geographic area is absurd and doesn't do justice to the topic. Unfortunately, there are two additional components to critical minerals that are integral to the resolution of this problem. Firstly, the refining. Again, as we discuss this issue, we should note that there is not a single refinery of cobalt in the free Western world. Not one. And without refining, we cannot use these gifts coming from the nature in order to implement them in our new technological advances. Lastly, it is the production, the implementation of the world know-how into the most advanced products, the most advanced technological solutions that will lead us, hopefully, into quote-unquote green revolution. But those are only assembly plants in their real nature. Monopolization of any aspect of this supply chain when it comes to critical minerals leads to absolute dependency of international economies, which can only be seen as a reckless spark starting a wildfire of potential conflicts. Now, it takes really no drop of sweat to look into the recent past and see how absolute foreign dependence on any element or process can cause abrupt standstill of our economies and expose the vulnerable nature of our national securities. Hence, while necessary and commendable, it is to see the effort and commitment of our governments in building new battery production facilities throughout the Western world. These state-of-the-art facilities and industrial wonders are connected, again, to no refineries connected by the Western world. Knowing that the kill switch rests in the hands of those willing to use it against you does not let you sleep well. In the words of a famous song, we'd drive our Chevy to the levee, but the levee would be dry. The other side of the medal resides with our African partners, who see a unique opportunity to leave the continent more advanced for generations to come. And we ought to applaud that. They hold a legitimate interest in becoming a meaningful part of the supply chain, protecting their countries and the families from child labor, slavery, abuse, and corruption. And in parallel, being able to reinvest the proceeds into long-term perspectives, such as infrastructure, development, energy, education, and agriculture. The reference two perspectives come perfectly together, and they should not be conflicting. Neither party can state to have monopoly over this supply chain. Regretfully, the monopoly in the entire supply chain rests with the Communist Party of China. Without our African partners, we largely do not have critical minerals to start with. And without the Western partners, we do not have the industrial know-how to use these wonders to our benefit. It is therefore that I believe in cooperation and not in conflict, but cooperation based on recognition of the value the world's fastest developing continent holds for our future and the value that the Western world can bring to the table. I'd dare to say that there is no alternative to this cooperation, because how terrifying would that perspective be? The current, almost perfection monopolization of the supply chain by a single world power, Chinese Communist Party, largely led to devastation of Africa, I have witnessed it myself. Being in countries rich with everything God can give them, and yet so poor that 4-year-olds need to work in mines. The death toll in these mines, powered by forced child labor, offends the conscience and destroys the humanity. At the same time, the ability of opposing these practices is muddied and silenced by the need to receive refined products, which we all became slaves of. For these reasons, I see critical minerals not as conflict triggering, but rather as partnership seeking. And I hope we all do. Hence, I do ask you, as leaders of your parliaments, as leaders of your country, to look towards those partners who seek to develop your potential. Not only those partners who provide for a very short term, very limited, and power-greedy monetary incentive. I do thank you for your attention to this issue, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So my name's James Black. I'm Assistant Director of the Defence and Security Team at RAND Europe, which is part of the broader RAND Corporation. There's my name in case I have an existential crisis whilst on stage. So for those of you not familiar with RAND, RAND is the democratic world's largest non-profit policy research organisation. It was set up in 1948, originally focused very much on national security problems. If you've seen the movie Dr. Strangelove works for Bland, which is Stanley Kubrick's not-so-subtle rip-off of RAND. A more relevant and recent pop culture reference would be that we're in the Oppenheimer movie. I don't think we're in Barbie, but I'm working on that for the sequel. And we nowadays work across all areas of policy, supporting governments around the world. I'm obviously talking here today on the basis of our work in relation to strategic minerals. There's a number of different threads that I'll be kind of drawing upon. RAND is a very large organisation, and I won't pretend to be even aware of all the research going on there. But we do have a supply chain initiative based out of the United States, which does a lot of research in this space. We have colleagues in the UK doing a lot of work for the UK on supply chains and broader kind of resilience and critical national infrastructure topics. We do a lot of work for the European Commission and the EU on this topic of critical minerals. And indeed, one of our major projects is we maintain for the European Commission a website which you can all search, but it provides an update quarterly monitoring of supply chain risk for critical minerals sourced from conflict-affected and high-risk areas as defined by EU Regulation 2017-821, which I'm sure you've all can recite by heart. And we've done a lot of work for the Australian government in this space as well. So I'll try and kind of draw some of that together in my comments here, and then open up, obviously, for the Q&A in a moment. So as we've just heard, rightly, the kind of geopolitics of critical minerals is a hot topic. And I say a hot topic really in three senses of the word hot. So it's hot in terms of the media attention that's belatedly starting to get. It's hot in terms of the increasing kind of tension and indeed conflict between states. And it's hot also in the sense of the impact of a warming planet and the increasing climate and environmental dimension to this challenge. So we're faced really with a kind of classical wicked problem. And we've rightly heard a lot just now about dependence. And we very frequently talk about risk when we're talking about this topic. But I want to, I think, bring in a new word to this discussion today as well, which is that of uncertainty. So the reason I say that is risk is a language and a way of thinking that governments and indeed private sector executives are very comfortable with. So to take the example of the UK, as we're here today, the UK maintains a national risk register, which outlines a wide variety of geopolitical, environmental, technological, terrorist, military, etc., risks that might affect UK government, UK economy, UK society. Private firms similarly maintain endless risk matrices at varying levels of kind of quality and rigor, and they often report these to their shareholders and their owners. But the problem with talking about risk in this area is that it implies that we have a firm understanding of both elements of risk. So whether we can quantify the probability of an unwanted event occurring, so in this case, a disruption to the supply of one or more critical minerals, but also that we can quantify and understand the impact. Now, that quantification is important because it's on the basis of quantification that you can start to monetize things. So you can start to make balance of investment decisions, whether as a government policymaker, as a legislator, or as a private sector executive, based on your priorities and based on that understanding of risk, to take your finite resources, be they political or financial, and allocate them to mitigating different types of risk. Now, that is possible to an extent with critical minerals, but I would argue that in many areas we are still actually dealing with uncertainty. So what I mean by that is that we don't have a full understanding either of the probability that disruptions will occur or of the costs and impact of disruption. So we have a patchy understanding, and we're trying to play catch-up with a problem that we don't yet fully understand and for which we don't have a common language for talking about, either between multiple governments and nations, or between government and private sector, or with wider society and the general public. And now, why is that the case? Well, first of all, we have to say that obviously supply chains, as we've heard today, are complex, competitive, contested, congested, transnational, multi-stakeholder, and crucially, rather opaque in many areas. So governments, most governments, do not have a full understanding of lower levels of supply chains. That's true even of large companies in many cases. And so we often do not understand fully our areas of dependence. And this has been highlighted in some ways by the recent experience of the COVID pandemic, where the first order effects of supply chain disruption due to COVID was something that could be fairly easily predicted. But some of those second and third order cascading disruptions came in surprising places that people hadn't anticipated. At the same time, the threats and hazards that we face to our supplies, global supplies of critical minerals, are a mix of the relatively well-known and understood, and then what has previously been called unknown unknowns. So there's a broad range of kind of PESEL M risks that we face, obvious examples being things like war at the extreme end, but more broadly, political competition between states, instability and corruption within nations, the impact of technology, the impact of climate, the impact of environmental disasters, the list goes on. So our dependencies are not always clear, and indeed they are rapidly changing. And when we think about the green industrial revolution that nations are embarking upon, it is clear that there is sharply and indeed exponentially growing demand in some areas for some of these strategic minerals, and our dependency is therefore only increasing in some regards. At the same time, the impact of disruption, as I've mentioned, is not always very clearly understood, or at least it's not understood enough by all of the right people. And that's true both for kind of exporting nations, but also for the consuming nations and consuming companies and indeed individuals that make use of the various products and services dependent upon the supply of these strategic minerals. And again, I'd cite COVID as a recent example of these kind of cascading impacts that can have, not just on the economy, but on broader society. Relatedly, government priorities are not always clear. This varies from nation to nation, of course. Some nations have been more forward-leaning in setting out clear kind of strategic minerals or critical minerals strategies and policies and identifying their priorities and where they want to focus their finite political and financial resources to address risk, but others are still playing catch-up. And indeed, the effectiveness of different levers for mitigating risk remains uncertain. So those levers may be legal, they may be regulatory, political, diplomatic, financial, or of course at the kind of the pointy end, law enforcement, intelligence, and military. So how do we grapple with this deep uncertainty that we're facing, given it's something that governments are inherently uncomfortable with, as well as private sector decision makers? I think I'm going to recommend three things in the interest of time, and they won't really surprise you coming from a professional researcher who advises policymakers, but I'm going to say that the first thing we need is more evidence. So there's a lot of data out there. There are lots of good resources. The projects I mentioned for the European Commission, where we track supply chain and various risks from conflicts-affected countries, draws on about a dozen different data sets that are provided by a mix of governments, NGOs, and private sector players. So there is data out there, but the challenge is often bringing it together and making sense of it. And that's where I think initiatives such as the UK's new Critical Minerals Intelligence Centre, as established in line with Critical Minerals Strategy in the UK, are a positive, if belated, step forward. It's then applying various analytical techniques to that data to get from sense-making to something that is a basis for decision-making. And here there are lots of techniques, things like assumptions-based planning. We heard in the previous session on cyber about kind of tabletop exercises, wargaming, horizon scanning. There are lots of different ways you can run through different scenarios, consider the impact of different events, and then try and understand how resilient and robust governments, nations, economies, or individual companies are to dealing with potential disruption of certain supplies of strategic minerals. So that's the first piece, evidence and understanding. The second piece is then information and intelligence sharing across the value chain. So that's not just governments and businesses exchanging information on where they see risks and dependencies and what government priorities might be, but it's of course also governments talking to each other, including in fora such as this, about what the collaboration opportunities are, where there are areas of mutual interest, where there is understanding and common understanding to be built, and where things might be done together, because of course no nation can have full resilience or full independence on something like strategic minerals, and so inherently some element of cooperation is always going to be required, even for the most autarchical regime. So the final point then really, having built that evidence and understanding and shared that understanding with the people who need to know, is to take as holistic and inclusive approach of the problem as possible. We've rightly just heard that it's a red herring to focus only on extraction when you don't think about refining or downstream. We similarly need to think about a wide variety of stakeholders that we're going to engage in these sorts of conversations. We heard a lot in the cybersecurity session about public-private partnerships, and I think that's incredibly important, but I would go even broader. So it's not just about government and industry, it's also about academia, it's about the media, and I think crucially it's about broader society. So starting to have a conversation with society about the dependencies and about risk, and about what individual companies, individual people, families, how they may be affected by some of these disruptions. In the same way that we had to have a kind of dialogue with our national populations around COVID. And I think that's becoming increasingly important, and it's really at the basis of that idea of resilience and taking a broad societal approach to resilience that I think is essential to go after the sorts of wicked problems, be they strategic minerals, be they cyber, be they broader supply chain disruption of the kind that we've been talking about this afternoon. So very happy to talk more about this in the Q&A and afterwards. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Y'all have my slides, by chance, Morgan Murphy. All right. In 1999, I joined the U.S. Navy, thinking that I'd follow in the footsteps of my ancestors, another Captain Morgan. We didn't call him a pirate, we called him a seafaring entrepreneur. And then the United States got into 20 years of forever wars, and I kept getting sent places with the U.S. Army, which is no fun if you're a Navy guy. If you're a Navy guy, you show up on the ship, they say, would you like some strawberry ice cream? Here's your stateroom. You eat off a silver service. It's really a gentleman's outfit. The Army, you show up and they're like, do you have your sleep system? I said, what's that? A sleeping bag. Do you have your ACH, sir? I said, what's that? Advanced combat helmet. Why don't you just call it a helmet? Do you have your entrenchment tool? What's that? A shovel. Great. So that's what we're talking about today, is shovels, because we need to start digging. So an F-35 Joint Strike Fighter is 20% titanium. The V-22 Osprey is 30% titanium. The Boeing 787 is 15% titanium. The United States is completely reliant on the import, 100% reliant on the import of titanium sponge. The United States makes no titanium sponge whatsoever. Let's talk about rare earths for a moment. Here's a smattering of rare earths and what they're used for. You can just read, they're critical in medicine, they're critical in magnets, they're critical in the making of computers and supercomputers and lasers, and you name it, we need rare earths. Here's where they come from. As my colleagues have aptly pointed out, 92% of our rare earths come from China. There are a lot of reasons for that, and I won't get into all of them. Today I want to talk about just one critical mineral to share with you, and that's thorium. Thorium was discovered in 1828. I'm going to give you a brief history lesson. Marie Curie discovered its radioactivity at the latter half of that century. It's 3 times more abundant in the Earth's crust than uranium, and there are an estimate 25,000 tons of it globally, and most of the available inventory of thorium can actually be pulled up when you're mining rare earths. And that's what makes mining rare earths, at least in the West, difficult. In the United States, thorium is defined as a source material by the Atomic Energy Act. It's governed by the EPA and the NRC. So if you want to take your entrenchment tool and start digging up rare earths, you're probably going to hit thorium, and that causes a big headache for those who mine critical minerals. I want to go down the road of thorium just a bit further with you. This man here, we talked about Oppenheimer just a few minutes ago, so if you watched Oppenheimer, you'll know the Manhattan Project. Alvin Weinberg is this gentleman's name. He worked on the original Manhattan Project. And the Department of Defense was very concerned in the early 1940s that there would not be enough uranium to go around. So they tasked Dr. Weinberg with coming up for an alternate fuel source to uranium. And that he developed a molten salt breeder reactor. Now, I'm an English literature major, so I'm going to try to give this to you as simply as I can using some English major type analogies, all right? So a molten salt liquefies at 933 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in Celsius. I only know freedom units. But that is, it flows as freely as water at that temperature. And so you can mix the critical mineral with it. You can mix thorium with it. And it's like having your gasoline and your antifreeze in the same mixture. It both cools the process and it powers the process. So in a molten salt reactor, it's actually a passive, it's a walk away. Homer Simpson could run this plant and it would not melt down, because if there is a leak at the plant, salt freezes at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it becomes a solid again, and the whole process stops. So it's a passive safety system, and this is not just a theoretical, what we call a paper power plant. Oak Ridge ran and tested a molten salt breeder reactor using Alvin Weinberg's design from 1965 to 1969. And they discovered that it could also burn spent plutonium and spent uranium. Now think about that for a second. What are most people's major 2 concerns with nuclear power? One, that we'll have a Chernobyl or a 3 Mile Island or a Fukushima-like accident. And 2, where do we dispose the waste? Thorium solves both of those issues. Unfortunately, in the wisdom of Congress in the early 1970s, they had a down select. So in 1972, the Atomic Energy Commission said, well, we don't need 2. We got to pick 1. And they picked uranium. And they picked uranium not because it was a superior technology. They picked it because the military was more familiar with it. You may know Admiral Rickover, the United States Navy, who pioneered the Nautilus, using a light water reactor, which made sense on a submarine when you're out in the ocean and is the world's biggest heat sink. They needed a compact reactor to go on a submarine. Because of our familiarity with those reactors in the early part of the nuclear program, we just picked what we knew, and we went with what we knew. And of course, this was before all of those accidents I just mentioned. This is well before 3 Mile Island, and we down blended it. Unfortunately, we put that on a shelf and left it there. And when I first heard this story, I thought, well, surely this is fake. It can't be possible that we actually have the technology and we have the abundant strategic mineral to power the world. But in fact, we do. Here are just a handful of the many documents that you can go and look for yourself. The first one on that upper left-hand corner is from 1941. That's Alvin Weinberg's paper there. The Department of Energy is still studying it. And you might be interested to know the United States in 2012, China was very interested in the thorium reactor. And so in 2012, you see there on the upper right-hand side, the Department of Energy wholesale transferred all of the United States thorium technology to China in a partnership between the Chinese Academy of Science and the US Department of Energy. That's about a 300-page document, the first of their meetings. I had to FOIA that document to get a hold of it, but that's Freedom of Information Act. For those of you not from the United States, to get a hold of that document. I think we did it with good intentions because China was burning a lot of coal and the administration at the time thought it would be a good idea to give them a technology they were interested in. Like that, the small paper, and you can't see it, this eye chart right here, is where they are today with it. So they've just launched their first thorium test reactor in the desert in May, and they'll probably have a full-scale reactor by the end of this decade. This is just a visual chart of the advantages of thorium. So that little green cube there that you see is 1 ton of thorium burns in a reactor and you get 1 ton of waste. The uranium process is much more wasteful. So you can see you need 30 or 250 tons of uranium and to burn the same amount of energy that you'd get from a ton of thorium. So almost all thorium is fertile, and it doesn't need to be enriched. This is a major problem for the United States. It's a major problem for developed nations because where does our enriched uranium come from? Anyone? Russia. Russia. The United States is getting 100% of its enriched uranium from Russia. So we're wagging our finger at Germany saying you're getting your natural gas from Russia, but we're getting 20% of our grid from Russia. Not a smart strategy. The other advantage of thorium, and I'll wrap this up here quickly, but the other advantage of thorium is spent thorium has a much shorter life as a hazardous material than uranium. Uranium is estimated to cause 100,000 years of maintenance to make sure. In fact, they've designed, graphic artists have designed scary looking logos that in case 100,000 years from now someone doesn't speak our language, they can look at those logos and know it's something dangerous. Whereas thorium really dissipates in 300 years. So it's a much easier disposal issue. And lastly, it's much cheaper to build a thorium reactor than it is a light water cooled reactor. You have to keep a LWR under enormous pressure. So that takes 18 feet of reinforced concrete and 9 inches of steel to keep all that pressure in. A thorium plant is unpressurized, so it's cheaper to market. The danger there is a country like China could export thorium power on their Belt and Road Initiative. They could do that without fear of proliferation of nuclear weapons because thorium makes a really bad nuclear weapon. It makes really efficient power, but it makes a very bad nuclear weapon. And as we've seen in this century, conflict breaks out over energy. This is what a potential, this is a former constituent of ours, has designed, had an artist rendering of what a nuclear power plant, a thorium nuclear power plant would look like. You notice there aren't the gigantic cooling towers and all the concrete, so it's much more inexpensive to build. This is the reactor, the first breeder reactor I mentioned that was developed at Oak Ridge. And I would just end here by saying the promise of technology and critical minerals is so rich. And it's worth us taking the time as leaders to look into and to study and to maybe explore some of these pieces and take them off the shelf. 1 ton of thorium can create the same amount of energy as 3.5 million tons of coal. So put another way, this coffee cup could contain enough energy to power you and your family for your entire life, contained in a coffee cup. That's the brilliance of mankind. That's the brilliance of science. And I think that that will be hope for us in the future with strategic minerals. Thank you.
Just a follow-up thought, if I may, in summary. What we have discussed here is almost exclusively a self-inflicted wound. And I'll give you 3 arguments for this statement. Out of the 15 largest cobalt mines in the world, 9 are controlled by China, 4 by Russia, and 1 is active and controlled by a trader from Switzerland. All major cobalt mines had before been developed by US or Western companies and then sold to China. All of them. Secondly, our laws prohibit refining in any of our countries. So we leave away a critical part of the supply chain to the country that seeks it, and that is China. And thirdly, our incentives address only the last assembly part of the battery supply chain and only for those companies who want to do it in our territories. While we do not incentivize Western companies to go to our African partners, work with them, in spite of, and we have many African leaders here and they can testify to that, great willingness to host Western companies, even pleas to Western embassies to bring Western companies. There are no incentives for that. So this entire supply chain issue is a dangerous example of how reckless policies can be and how short-sighted. And I do hope in the partnership with our friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You got a question? Stand and speak loudly and state your name. You have a comment?
Well, thank you for bringing this up. I'll rely on
Malos? Ven acá.
So you're absolutely right, and I had the privilege of speaking with Mr. Massa about the issue. It is devastating what is happening in Argentina. Argentina currently is in a situation where they need foreign partners, period, for many reasons. And the only partner that they actually have to speak with, and I put that under quotation marks because they're not a partner, is China. And China has a policy in Latin America, throughout Latin America, to run into crisis, cover sovereign debt, external sovereign debt, in order to indebt the country even further, enslave the country, and take away mineral resources. So that is a pattern. I absolutely agree with your statement that currently there is a challenge that the Western partners are not assisting also Latin American partners well enough. Though I think that the situation may improve, I'm positive in this respect. If you look at Chile, you will see that there is ownership of Western companies in lithium mines. So it is incorrect that China controls the ownership in Chile completely. In Argentina, there are currently negotiations with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank to assist Argentina, so there are alternatives to it. And the information that I got is, at least in your energy sector, there are alternatives to Chinese building new nuclear plants. So there are willing partners. However, it is not sufficient. And I agree with you, and I hope that Argentina can act more aggressively on the world stage to seek this partnership and point out that the risk rests with the United States at the very end. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, we do have a question right here. Speak up, please. Sorry, we have a mic problem. Wonderful. Yep. Wow. Morgan.
It's HALEU. I probably should have clarified that just a bit more. High enriched, low assay uranium, which we use as the fissile material that we're 100% relying on, but also mostly uranium as well. So right now you see Congress spending billions of dollars to restart all of this technology we've forgotten. We built some 70 nuclear power plants between 1950 and 1978, and then we didn't build another one until 2012. We let our nuclear industry completely atrophy, and a lot of the people who designed those plants using slide rules, they were brilliant, but they're gone. So we're having to restart that, and so looking for and encouraging Congress to secure that uranium pipeline.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you. Appreciate it, gentlemen. Outstanding presentation. Thank you. Is Ann Basham and her task force, are they in the room? Ann Basham, please come forward, and your team. Thank you. Outstanding. Really appreciate it. So important. Strategic minerals are the name of the game. Welcome, Ann Basham. Please come up. Ann chairs the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking. And she has brought with her her colleagues, Right Honorable Karen Bradley, an MP, co-chair of APPG on Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery in the United Kingdom. Honorable Senator Linda Reynolds from Australia. Honorable Arnold Viersen, an MP from Canada. Honorable Tanya Gould, OSCE International Survivor of Human Trafficking Council member, Anti-Human Trafficking Director for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And Ambassador John Cotton of Richmond, Virginia, the former ambassador at large to monitor and combat trafficking in persons and president of the Libertas Council in the United States. What a remarkable task force you have, and the leadership that Ann has committed is extraordinary. So please give her your undivided attention. If you're having a conversation, please go outside the room. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman Pittenger. Real briefly before we begin, Lucas, do you have the PowerPoint that you can put up with the QR code to start? So we have an incredible panel here for you today, and I'm really excited for you to hear from them. I'm going to dive right into letting them speak, but I wanted to let you know that for the sake of time, we really want to allow you to ask questions and not just have to raise your hand. So you are able to scan the QR code right there. If you can scan it right now before the presentations begin, those questions will be able to be sent to me via text, and then at the end, hopefully, we will have time to address some of them. Thank you so much. But without further ado, I want to introduce our first speaker, which is Right Honorable Karen Bradley from here in the United Kingdom. She has done amazing work on modern slavery. She was the first minister of modern slavery here in the United Kingdom. She was the author, one of the authors of the Modern Slavery Act, and really helped usher it in here in the United Kingdom as well. And she is the current co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group, the APPG, on modern slavery. So welcome, Karen.
Thank you so much, Anne, and it is great to be here again at PASF and having an opportunity to have some focused time on this incredibly important issue of human trafficking. Human trafficking is a crime that occurs wherever there is trauma, disaster, war, wherever there's an opportunity for a human being to abuse another human being for financial gain, human trafficking will occur. And I want to be clear to everybody. This is a financial crime. It is not a migration crime. I fear too often there is a confusion with people trafficking and people smuggling. Well, human trafficking is a coercive crime. You are forced as a human being to do something for little or no pay that another human being financially gains from. Whereas people smuggling is often a consensual crime. You are paying somebody to change your migration status, to get you to a country you have no legal right to be in. They are two very different crimes, but unfortunately, I think it's partly because the word traffic, which has a very strict definition in international law set out in the Palermo Protocol, which we mark the 20th anniversary of the start of the implementation of the Palermo Protocol this year. The Palermo Protocol sets out the definition of trafficking, but in the English language, we think of trafficking as being the fact you can't get around the city very well because there's too many cars. And we need to really be clear when we're thinking about what this crime is. Because when we think about what the crime is, we can then see quite easily why it is that children are so incredibly vulnerable to global international criminals who want to abuse them for financial profit. And that could be for all sorts of reasons. In the UK, we have some very specific issues, a very specific crime set, which we call it county lines. These are children who are usually living in care homes, children's homes, who the gangs will focus and target because these are vulnerable children, and they use them to carry out their criminal activities. So they will be using them to run their drugs, to firearms and weapons, to carry out petty criminality. These children then return to their care homes as if nothing has happened. But of course, they are actually bringing the crime problems that we see, the gang crime problems we see in cities, they're taking them into across the whole country. That's why we call it county lines. It's the movement across counties into our shire areas. We also have children that are children who are migrant children who are abused. And there's a big problem with children who believe that they're coming to a country for a better life. One particular area that I did want to just focus on for a couple of moments is the issue of sport trafficking. And this is a very serious problem. Young people who are talented athletes, often it is footballers because of the desire to want to work, to play football in one of the big European leagues. And there are just the most horrendous stories of villages clubbing together to fund a young person, the young person who's the champion footballer, and get the money for them to go to play at Bayern Munich or Chelsea or PSG, but it's actually false. It's not true. They are not moving to play for a Premier League club. It is a completely fake program. The person who is taking the money is a trafficker, and they will take that young person and they will take them to the country they think they're going to play football in, and they will make them commit crimes. They will make them perhaps pick fruit or vegetables. They might involve them in drug cultivation and selling, or it may be prostitution. And this is a really big problem. We saw a lot of it in the UK when we hosted the Commonwealth Games recently. We were very alert to that. We also have had it when we hosted the 2012 Olympics. We were very alert to the possibility that people were going to come to the country thinking they were going to be competing in the Olympics, but actually they were being brought into the country to be abused. There's one other issue I wanted to touch on before I go on to how do we tackle this. And that is the issue of the Ukrainian children who have been stolen by Russia. Now, there are over 19,000, probably 20,000 children who are currently living in Russia. They have been taken from their families, they've been taken from their loved ones, and they have been told they're not wanted at home and they are going to be Russians, and they are being adopted by Russian families. We know this is happening. The world needs to step up and find a way to get those children back to their families. Because I was at a conference recently in Warsaw, and there's a few people in the room who were at the same conference, where we heard the stories from the families who have lost their children. They are loved children, they are Ukrainian children, and this is using human beings for warcraft, using them as part of the attack on Russia, stealing these children. And so the global community must step up all of our efforts to get these children back. So how do we stop this? Well, the first thing has to be education. We have to educate both young people, the risks of what trafficking looks like, and we had a fantastic conference yesterday where we heard from people who had been child victims themselves, and the passion that they display in wanting to educate all young people to know what the signs are so that they don't become victims themselves is so incredibly important. But we also have to educate the educators. We need to make sure that the teachers know what to look for. We need to make sure that healthcare professionals need to know what to look for. When the young girl comes in to the nurse's surgery with yet another sexually transmitted disease, don't just prescribe the antibiotics. Try to find out if that's because she's being abused for sexual purposes, whether she's being prostituted. She very well might be. When the police officer arrests that young boy for drug offences for the umpteenth time, is that because that young person is being abused and being forced to commit those drug offences? That is something we need public authorities and others to know about. And we also need to break the business model. Quite simply, we've got to go after the criminal finance. We heard yesterday, I hope I don't steal your thunder, John, but the amount globally that traffickers make is $150 billion. That is a lot of money. It's sitting in bank accounts. It's being used to fund criminal activities that hurt us all. We need to get that money, and we need to break the business model. I'll finish with one good news story about the Ukrainian children, and one thing that has been a real wonderful initiative. There's an organisation called PACT, which is the umbrella company for independent production companies. They produce the TV shows we watch. And when the Ukrainian war started, PACT got together with all of the makers of their children's content, so that would be Disney and Nickelodeon and ITV and BBC and all the other big makers of children's TV, and said, would you give your content free of charge if we dub it into Ukrainian and put it out on YouTube? Because we want to make sure that those 40% of Ukrainian children who are displaced, some internally in Ukraine, some in other countries and some kidnapped in Russia, we want to make sure that they can still continue to watch programming in Ukrainian, keeping that language alive. And I happen to know PACT through other ways, and I talked to them about it, and we asked them if they, in their YouTube channels, would put up messaging about how to protect yourself as a child from the risk of traffickers. And what PACT said to us was they couldn't believe how much of the programming was being viewed in Russia. And it's being viewed in Russia by those stolen children. So PACT is now showing things like Peppa Pig, Dora the Explorer, and all those other children's programs dubbed into Ukrainian, but with messages about what children can do to get themselves back home. And that is the kind of thing where we can use technology, we can use social media, we can use education, we can use every weapon we have to try to get to those children and give them the information they need, because that's how we will make sure that we break that business model and we get those children home. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Arnold Viersen. I'm a member of Parliament in Canada. And my entrance into the fight against human trafficking comes through introducing a motion in the House of Commons in Canada. Now, I'm an auto mechanic by trade, and my friends always say, Arnold, there's not a wrench big enough to fix Ottawa, but I say we got to try anyways. So I introduced a motion that would study the impacts of pornography on Canadian society, and I was quite naive to the fact that I thought, well, we could fix this problem because this problem was small. It turns out that pornography is the marketing material for many of the human trafficking victims that exist. Pornography is being used to market the individuals that are then sold, bought and sold online. They are often forced, human trafficking victims are often forced to participate in the production of pornography, but they're then also used as drivers for the types of things that people come to buy. And so I think we do not end human trafficking if we don't end the demand for it. And so human trafficking or the demand for paid sex is coming out of the viewing of pornography. Now, one of the challenges we have in Canada, and I'm sure it's the same around the world, is that the age of first contact with pornography continues to go down. In Canada, the age of first contact with pornography is 9 years old. Kids at 9 are generally not looking for pornography. It's something that is being marketed to them. The trouble we have, and this doesn't happen for everybody, but along the way, children get addicted to pornography, and by the time they're 30 or 40 years old, they're heading to the Philippines to buy paid sex with children. This is an ongoing issue, and there's many things that Canadian government has worked on to try to minimize this. So we're working on trying to bring in age verification laws so that kids that are viewing pornography then have to run through some sort of barrier. We're not real particular on what that barrier is, just like when you go to the corner store and you want to buy cigarettes or alcohol, we don't say to the shopkeeper, you must use this type of mechanism to verify the age of the person. We're just saying you can't sell pornographic material or you can't provide it to children. We're not real particular on the mechanism, but we are working on that. On the flip side, we're also trying to keep kids out of porn in terms of being actors in porn. It's already illegal in Canada to have underage children in pornography. It's already illegal in Canada to have non-consensual images in porn. But the big problem we have is that the police in Canada have to prove that the person's underage, have to prove that they don't consent. So we're working on a piece of legislation that will make it so that if you don't have documentation proving the age and proving the consent of the people depicted in your videos, that is a violation of the criminal code. It comes with a fine and an eventual jail sentence. So that's some of the things that we've been doing around the pornography issue. The other issue is that some of the products of people that have looked at pornography for a very long time is that they're traveling around the world to then fulfill some of their desires. And we have a particular case in a guy named David Baker, ongoing problems with him. He's been in and out of jail, he's been convicted several times. He is a registered sex offender in Canada. We have no system of alerting other countries that he's coming. Oftentimes we know that he's leaving and we have no way of alerting them. So we've been working on we first then said that they had to register with us anytime they leave the country. What the problem with that is that they were sitting in the airplane, sending the email, alerting our government saying like, we're leaving the country. So we've actually moved that up. They have to now alert us 30 days before they leave the country. We're also we worked on bringing in a system so that we can revoke passports of registered sex offenders. And so this is something that we've been working on as well. We have the law in place. However, much to my frustration, our Canadian government has only revoked, out of the 44,000 registered sex offenders in Canada, we've only revoked 2 passports. Finally, I'm looking for a system that we can mark our passports. I know many countries already mark passports of registered sex offenders, and I would like a Canadian passport, because in the front cover of the Canadian passport it says, we, the government of Canada, or on behalf of the Crown, we testify that this is a citizen of our country and we ask you to give them fair passage everywhere that they want to go. We basically endorse the individual who's carrying our passport. And I would like, if we can't revoke the passport, if we're not going to revoke the passport, at least put in that page a notification that, alert, this person is on the registered sex offender list in our country. The final kind of major policy thing that I think is important around the combating of human trafficking, particularly human trafficking of children, is collaboration of police forces. I know that the Canadian RCMP, our National Police Force, they have RCMP officers sitting or stationed in Cambodia, because the Cambodian government realizes that they have a problem with Canadians coming to their country to participate in basically the child sex industry. And so the Canadian courts, the Canadian laws were very good on this. We can deal with our own citizens that are going to Cambodia. So we actually have stationed in Cambodia RCMP officers to deal with our Canadian citizens that are going to Cambodia. And I think that this is probably a highlight of how law enforcement cooperation can happen. I note that this is only one country in the world that we're doing this in, but it is something that we are proud of, and we hope that other countries we can work with to ensure that our Canadian citizens at least aren't going abroad and participating in those kind of heinous activities. So that's a whirlwind tour of the things that we're working on in Canada, and I hope that some of these ideas you can either help Canada in them or implement some of them in your country. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya Gould, and I'm Director of Anti-Human Trafficking for the Office of the Attorney General in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I'm also a survivor of domestic trafficking. Today, I'm going to lay out before you a few practical ways governments can protect its children. So first, age verification is a requirement now on sites like Pornhub, and actually implementing this are on the rise in the US. So other states like Louisiana, Utah, now my state, the Commonwealth of Virginia and Mississippi, has put age verification law into effect in effort to protect children from further online exploitations like Pornhub. Of course, there's backlash, but if civil communities are not able to hold themselves and each other accountable, then government has its duty to protect its most vulnerable, especially when it comes to children who are our future. Another way our Commonwealth of Virginia has decided to focus on children is by providing a human trafficking lesson within our Virginia schools. This is called Virginia Rules. The Office of the Attorney General provides a curriculum to our school-age kids from 5th to 12th grade. And these are lessons on drugs, gangs, human trafficking, and guns. We teach them laws against the crimes, laws that protects them as victims, and in addition to that, we also bring them awareness to luring and baiting tactics used by criminals. Something else we do is provide child ID kits. This is crucial since we've learned that many missing kids in the United States do not have a recent photo, nor do they have any other types of identifying information. The kits collect DNA from child saliva, and we also gather their fingerprints. This helps law enforcement officers have more information to identify missing children. These kits are at no cost to families. Also, families keep these kits in the privacy of their own homes, and this will only be utilized along with their report of their missing child. We also created a downloadable toolkit for direct service providers for minors. This was created because my team and I, we literally traveled across our Commonwealth to assess how we are identifying and reporting and responding to human trafficking among children specifically. We were missing it because even at the child advocacy level, where systems are already in place to identify and respond to other types of violences against children, they were just not properly trained. So now we take the toolkit and we train child advocacy centers, detention centers, behavioral health centers, alternative schools, and children's hospitals. Finally, we have made partnerships with business communities to understand that as they are a part of all communities, they are a part of the solution. Businesses as simple as your ice cream shop and clothing retail stores can take part in this because their ears are to the ground, sorry, I lost my space, and get to interface with all of us on a daily basis. We are teaming with businesses to train staff on identification and response. We have created an outreach to businesses called the 100%, that's called 100% BAT, Business Alliances Against Trafficking. We've created a video for training purposes, and this is also free to them. We ask for their commitment, and once they train their staff, they will be recognized by our office. And who doesn't like to be recognized, right? Human trafficking is not a byproduct of crimes, but more often one of the root causes of other criminal activities. If we can get away with the trafficking of humans, then any other type of crime is possible. To address human trafficking head on and even prioritize it sends a message that human beings have value, period. End of the story. We will raise our humanitarian ideas to be based around protecting humans first, then we can work diligently on saving things like, or other items or ideas like animals and the weather. That is how we protect our planet. Listen. Humans should never have been viewed as a disposable resource. That should be our talks at global climate conferences. What is the point of global talks if we do not prioritize talks around protecting our children from slavery and paying attention to our human climate? Slavery is age old, and it is now time to no longer ignore it. But I say that it stops with me. As government leaders, we sign up to serve in these capacities, but then too easily become detached to why we decided to serve in the first place. We don't stop being human once we become elected. Matter of fact, we are now poised to serve humanity. Also, my final point. It is crucial to listen to survivors of slavery like myself and allow history to no longer be written by observers, but by survivors. And this is how we move forward. Thank you for your time.
Well, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Senator Linda Reynolds from Australia. And first of all, can I congratulate most sincerely Robert Pittenger and the amazing Anne Basham for bringing trafficking and slavery into this intelligence and security forum. To my mind, these issues are inextricably linked, but unfortunately we don't often discuss them together, and we certainly don't action them together. But I think by having this topic discussed here at this forum, it is a great first step in that direction. As we've heard today from the many wonderful panellists, security issues now are very multidimensional. And our nations, when we think about it, our nations have fought together many wars to preserve liberal democracies, but also for the freedom from enslavement by individuals. But despite this, something that unites us all, and still unites us here today, we're not fighting together for the freedom from slavery for the millions and millions of men, women, and very young children who produce the goods that we now rely on. Slavery, as we've heard today in the last panel, starts with extraction and refining and goes along the process from there. It's important also, I believe, personally, my journey started with this a number of years ago, but I reflect in 2020, as Australia's Minister for Defence, I was very proud to have delivered the Defence Strategic Update, which was a very strong and clear-eyed assessment of our geostrategic circumstances. But as proud as I am of that, I think I'm even prouder to have been the Assistant Minister for Home Affairs in 2018, when I fought for and delivered, with the support of many, the first anti-modern slavery legislation in Australia's history. And I'm proud of both because both are all about democracy and freedom, but we don't always, as I've said, see those two issues together. But the stark truth is, as we've heard today, that there are nations, and one in particular, who present a security threat to our democracies. But not only are they a security threat to our nations, we are also still allowing them to sell us goods with components that are riddled with the slave labour of millions of women and children and, of course, men. And yet we still turn our eye away from that stark fact. And as we've heard from today, just about everything that we carry with us that is fabricated and has electronic componentry in it is made with slave labour. Our phones, our wind turbines, our solar panels, our electric cars, our Joint Strike Fighters are all full of slave labour. Yet somehow we can still turn a blind eye to this. So I strongly believe that we can and we must deal simultaneously with security and slavery issues, but it does take political will and leadership, not only of our executive governments, but also as parliamentarians, to lead the charge and bring these two issues together. If we have the political will, we can actually deal with both simultaneously. And we do this, as we heard in the last couple of panels today, by working as friends and allies to create alternative supply chains from extraction through to the final product being delivered, and one that is not only more secure, in the ways that we've heard today, but one that we can pretty much guarantee is slavery-free. So let me give you a specific example, one that we looked at in detail yesterday at our trafficking forum here in this room, and that is the issue of orphanage trafficking. Now just think about that for a moment, those two words being said together, orphanages and trafficking of children. Now, I just wanted to explain to you how this happens, because there are very great similarities with other forms of slavery that we ignore. So our governments across many of our nations, and our charities and our citizens are unknowingly contributing to the trafficking and the enslavement of over 5 million vulnerable children globally. 5 million children. So how can this possibly happen in this day and age? Well, it happens quite simply because our nations and our citizens are not doing their due diligence, and they are not checking. They've just assumed somebody else has checked for them. So across the world, in all of our nations, people with disposable income are genuinely looking to help those less fortunate than themselves, and that is particularly so in relation to children. And there are thousands of charities who are very happy to help them help others. But donors and volunteers, beware, because as the proverb says, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and the road to hell for millions of children goes straight through orphanages funded by our citizens. The stark truth is, and it's a very hard truth for our people to hear and to understand, is that the huge demand charities and volunteers and donors, kind-hearted as they are, have created a demand that far outstrips the natural supply of orphan children. So consequently, millions of vulnerable children are trafficked by recruiters from their families. 85% of these kids in these institutions have parents. For our donors and our volunteers to have a paid orphanage experience. Because for traffickers, as we've heard from the other speakers, traffickers just see children as another commodity for sexual exploitation, for money, for child labour, in this case, to provide an orphanage experience. This is a particularly wicked scam because it is dressed up as child protection. But in fact, rather than protecting children, donors are paying for these children to be trafficked and perform for them and abused. So the dissonance this causes is very great, and the denial that comes with that is even greater. But when you strip everything away, our charities and our donors know absolutely nothing about the children that fill their Instagram feeds. They assume that someone else has done the due diligence, that somebody else has checked for them, that it is a legitimate facility, but almost all of them are not. But the good news is that as wicked as this particular form of trafficking of children is, it can be fixed because our behaviours have caused the problem. So by changing the behaviours of our charities, our volunteers and our donors, we can stop this form of trafficking. And I'd say that is also the case for many other forms of slavery and trafficking. If we work together to change the behaviours and to support other industries, in this case now rare earths and our minerals supply chains, we can actually prevent this slavery. So in conclusion, I'd say that I firmly believe that it's not enough to preserve democracy and the individual liberties of our citizens in our own nations. We have to work together and not turn a blind eye anymore to the slavery and death of women, children and men in many countries that are represented in this conference today. So it's time to call out our silent acceptance of our clean energy technology, our military materiel and all of our modern day conveniences which are riddled with the lives and the deaths of other people's children. We have a complex security environment, but there are ways of linking the strands that we've discussed here today and incorporate anti-trafficking and slavery because it is just simply the right thing to do. So thank you.
Lucas, do you have my slides that you could put up? Okay, perfect, wonderful. Well, I'm going to start with a story. Hazel was only a teenager when she was in high school and when a trafficker came into her village in Ghana. And he lured her into the kafala system, a form of indentured servitude that is prevalent in much of the Middle East. What Hazel thought was a wonderful job in Europe was actually servitude in the Middle East, and she didn't know this until she was hundreds of miles away from home, and her passport had been seized. This is a copy of a similar labor contract. It's not actually hers, but it was actually someone that was enslaved close to her. She signed it. I've actually cut out all of the identifying information. I have permission to share it, but it used a simple fingerprint, not a signature instead. But I want to just give you a couple examples of what's on here so that you can read it. One of the things it says is that there are no days off in a week. The girls are not allowed to go out of the home without taking permission from the family, even if they want to buy something from the market. And if any of them want to go back to their country before the contract ends, they should pay $2,500 to the company and buy a ticket for themselves. Yet they make only $250 a week if you read that. But I want to tell you with this that there is good news for Hazel. This is the photo that was taken the day she got to go home to Ghana. She experienced both labor and sexual exploitation, but now she is free. And she is passionate about educating students and their parents, especially in her home country, about the signs of human trafficking. She often says that she would never have been trafficked if she had known that the promises presented to her in high school by a person that she trusted as a young adult friend, that they were actually lies. Since returning to Ghana, her passion is leading school-based and community-based prevention education, the kind of education that could have stopped her from ever embarking on her journey in the first place. Hazel is also an example of the fact that human trafficking is a borderless crime, and it is globally fueled by both labor and exploitation and sex trafficking. We are here at a security forum today, so it is important to note that there are currently 24 armed conflicts around the world, and the war in Ukraine is just one of them. These conflicts are driving a wave of mass migration, which is fueling organized criminal networks like MS-13 and other terrorist networks. All of these criminal networks use sex trafficking, labor exploitation, and forced marriage as a significant source of income. In 2015, the US Treasury found that, quote, money generated by local MS-13 cliques engaged in sex trafficking, drug trafficking, murder for hire, extortion, and money laundering was, quote, consolidated and funneled to the group's central leadership in Central America. All of these factors contribute to a heightened risk of human trafficking for children, especially who can be sold for sex as a source of income for the organization. Human trafficking is big business, and unlike any other human rights abuse, it is a transnational, organized crime, and it is actually the second largest criminal enterprise in the world, only surpassed by drug trafficking. In the United States, in March alone of this year, more than 12,000 unaccompanied children crossed the US southern border. And this number has remained relatively consistent month after month. Now, smuggling, as Karen pointed out earlier, is very different than human trafficking. So when I am referring to human trafficking, I'm not referring to human smuggling. However, there is an intersection because those who are smuggled are absolutely more vulnerable to human trafficking. Many of these children were between the ages of 11 and 14, the prime age targeted for sex trafficking. We know, as Karen said, that it generates more than $150 billion annually, and it actually funds every single nation and movement that is currently threatening the security of our world today, many of whom have been mentioned here in this forum this morning. And we're talking about China and Russia and many other nations. And that is why there is a critical intersection between human trafficking and illicit finance networks. Many of the Latin American children sent across the border alone or with smugglers have been taken by organized criminals in the cartels, and what frequently follows is child sex trafficking or labor exploitation. Children are often canaries in the mine shaft, if you know that term. They are targeted by traffickers who leverage lax rule of law, shadowy supply chains, and lucrative black markets to see how far they can go from profiting on human suffering. To put it very plainly, a vulnerable child is much more easily manipulated, hidden, and then discarded. So here is what you can do today as lawmakers. There are a couple of things. One, like I said, I lead the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking. We meet with leaders from all over the world to talk about policy solutions and actually to provide awareness, and then have working groups that are going on currently. But also, you can draft legislation. And I just want to encourage you, this is sample model legislation. Karen had mentioned this earlier. This is model legislation that is currently in the United States Congress. I have put here section 101, it's the Frederick Douglass TVPA, but this is great legislation that actually does not mandate curriculum. What it actually does instead, this particular legislation, is that it provides a vehicle for funding curriculum to the states. And so here's the deal. Curriculum is cheap. The average cost, most people don't know this, the average cost of restoration for a victim of human trafficking is over $500,000 and at least 5 years. And that estimate is actually quite low. But most of the time, curriculum is either free or it's less than $2 per child. So look at the cost difference just in that alone. So I would tell you that's where as we look at this issue, I've talked to lawmakers from all over the United States, but all over the world. And specifically, as we look at this intersection between human trafficking and global criminal networks, one of the simplest and easiest legislative fixes that anyone can do is to put in prevention curriculum. So thank you so much.
So I was noticing that this is an intelligence and security forum. So I figure you all came to London, all the way from wherever you're from, because you care about security. So some of you must be wondering, what in the world is human rights and human trafficking doing on the agenda? You're here to talk about security. I want to make an argument that if you care about security, you should care about human rights. And more specifically, if you care about security, you should care about human trafficking. During the course of my career, I've gotten to look at human trafficking from a number of different lenses. I moved to India with my family when we were young, lived there for a number of years, thinking about forced labor and sex trafficking, learning what that was about, listening to survivors, listening to traffickers, understanding the frustration of governments, and the people's frustration with governments. Then I went back to the United States and I was served as a federal prosecutor for a decade, prosecuting human trafficking cases, both forced labor and sex trafficking cases. Cases involving adults and kids, cases involving domestic victims as well as foreign victims. I've worked in NGOs, I've taught human trafficking law at various law schools in the United States and India, and I got to work and lead on U.S. foreign policy around the world on human trafficking as part of the U.S. State Department's Trafficking in Persons Office that writes the Trafficking in Persons report that many of you might be familiar with. I've even spent a short stint as a partner in the world's largest law firm, thinking about forced labor and supply chains and what it looks like. And all these different lenses have helped me understand a few things. One is that the business of trafficking targets vulnerable people for the simple reason that traffickers, whether it be an individual trafficker or a corporate trafficker, thinks that vulnerable people are easier to control. And of all the vulnerable people out there, children consistently are some of the most easy to control for these traffickers. I want to suggest two areas where there's overlap between security and trafficking, and maybe a few benefits that might come to you as you're working on this issue. One overlap is that forced labor and sex trafficking drives the philosophy upon which extremists desire. It's what they need in order to control people. Extremists want people to be seen as invaluable, as not possessing human dignity, because if they are not valuable, they can be treated as a commodity. And if they can be treated as a commodity by a trafficker, they can then be treated as expendable by an extremist group. If human trafficking drives the philosophy that people don't have inherent value, then traffickers can focus on that hopelessness and find a community of people that are easier to radicalize. And it generates the funding they need to support their extremist operations, whether it's sex trafficking or forced labor, whether it's child marriage or child soldiers. All these forms of human trafficking can be used by extremists. The other overlap that I think is critically important, and that a few people have touched on today, is supply chains. And indeed, the panel, I think, right before ours about rare earth minerals was incredibly insightful, because we have a problem of dependence on where we get these minerals. Whether it is uranium or cobalt or microchips or palm oil, there is forced labor in all of these supply chains. But the challenge comes when all of a sudden it's not just a gang coming across a border. Instead, it is state-sanctioned forced labor. And our traditional criminal remedies, our traditional remedies of victim identification and perpetrator accountability no longer apply when it is the government itself that is acting as the trafficker. We can't ask the government to increase its investigations of its very own activities and to hold itself accountable or to put itself in jail. And we have that right now in China, where the government of China is exploiting millions of people in forced labor. It's been found by both Secretary Blinken and Secretary Pompeo to be a genocide of the Uyghurs. We have other countries that are, I think 11 are listed right now as engaged in state-sanctioned forced labor. And that requires a different set of interventions. It requires diplomacy. It requires you all to act in legislation in new ways. There are three categories that generally come up. One are transparency laws. And indeed, Senator Reynolds and Ms. Bradley have led on that in the Modern Slavery Acts in both the UK and Australia. Laws that require companies to disclose where they are getting their goods and whether those goods and those raw materials are tainted by forced labor. But we have a new regime arising in Europe around due diligence laws. Germany and Austria have already passed them. The EU is about to. It's going to create a new floor of legal compliance that every company is going to have to deal with if it's going to do any international business. So even if your country isn't passing a due diligence law, it's coming for you. It's coming for your citizens, it's coming for your companies, it's coming for your commerce. And you're going to be required to disclose whether or not there's forced labor in those supply chains. In addition to transparency, in addition to due diligence, there's trade law. And we're seeing more and more a desire to block the importation of goods made with whole or part by forced labor. The United States Senate overwhelmingly voted unanimously, and they almost do nothing unanimously. They unanimously passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, saying that goods that are tainted with forced labor from Xinjiang are presumed to be in violation of our law and they cannot come in. We are not going to let consumers become unwitting participants in a demand for human exploitation. Here's our challenge on all three of these different interventions, is implementation. We can have them on paper, we can have the laws on paper, but are we actually going to use them in a significant way? You know, it's true when you think about cobalt. We talked earlier about the number of cobalt mines that are controlled by China and Russia, and we can think about it in terms of big power competition. We can think about it in terms of the Belt and Road Initiative and how it is operating throughout Asia and Africa. But as you're considering your security arguments for that, consider the benefits of adding a human rights argument. Consider the fact that almost all of that cobalt in all of those mines are mined by kids, forced to work by the companies that own those mines and their subcontractors. You can add to your security dependence argument a human rights argument and gather yourself new allies and human rights activists to stand with you as you try to advance the security cause. The same is with polysilica in Xinjiang. We may have bold renewable energy goals that you love. That's great. You may want more solar panels more quickly. That could be noble. But do we want the fractional possibility of reducing our carbon footprint to be traded on the backs of guaranteed exploitation of children making those solar panels and solar wafers? I think we have to ask ourselves, can we source from a different area, both from a security perspective, but also a human rights perspective? And add to yourself the allies that will bolster your security arguments. That is, fighting for human rights and fighting for freedom of everyone who's exploited in human trafficking isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart and strategic thing to do if we care about security. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to all of our panelists. I have a few questions. We're going to be able to open it up to the audience. We did have a little bit of a glitch with the QR code, so we weren't able to use it. But one question that I had both for Senator Reynolds and Ambassador Richmond and anyone else who wants to answer as well. The Trafficking in Persons report last year actually highlighted the link between clean energy and or what we call green energy, and also slave labor, which is which comes not only from the Democratic Republic of Congo, but actually is then funneled to China and actually controlled largely by China. In fact, the cell phones that everyone has here today likely use parts that that have been mined or manufactured by children as young as 4 years old in Africa, as both Ambassador Richmond talked about, and then of course Milosh in the previous panel. While there are no simple solutions, what do you see as a path forward in the ethical dilemma between two competing efforts to have both clean energy and clean supply chains? So either one of you can go first. Sorry, we don't have a handheld mic. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks for the question, and I think it's pretty clear. To start with, we've got to call it out, as we're doing here today. We can't have any silent acceptance in people's minds that somehow the environment and clean energy is worth the suffering of millions of people who are enslaved and who die. So I think, as I said, the first thing is to have these discussions, to go back to our nations and to discuss this issue and find a way to deliver both. So before we embark on a sole source for most of these products, solar panels, wind turbines, batteries, electric cars, is two tracks. One is through our modern slavery acts, those of us who have them, is actually to start to get companies to report what products and what critical minerals, for example, go into your products. Because I can guarantee you they'll come back and say, well, they come from Xinjiang or wherever else in China, but we can't tell you what's in it. And that's having the conversation and starting to highlight it in the public. The second is that we do need to have a far more clinical review, again, as some of the panellists have discussed today, about how we get supply chains from extraction, as I said, through to final products, that if we can't guarantee they're not slavery-free from China or the other 10 nations, then we have to start working together to work out the fabrication and the production processes. Part of that actually comes, as has been discussed today, starts in the offtake agreements. So Chinese and Russian and other companies not only own the company, they own the offtake agreements. And they have no price signal because for a lot of those commodities there are no markets. So we have to work out together how we can put enough value, or strip cost out and put value into the supply chains so that our companies in our nations can work together and start providing alternatives to slavery-filled environmental and technological products. So I think there's two things that we can start on. John?
I mean, I think I agree that it's a false choice between choosing that we care about the environment and we care about freedom. I do think, though, there's an opportunity to consider how we sequence and how we measure. That is, if the purpose of wanting renewable energy and a clean environment is to advance human flourishing, we have to respect the fact that the pathway to more human flourishing is not the intentional acceptance of human exploitation and suffering. The idea would be that we cannot go green on the backs of slavery. We can't just accept that. And so what if we innovate? What if we decide we can make solar panels and wind turbines in other places with other things? What if we put the economic pressure on people and create a market for free and fair-made goods? The reality is that human trafficking is an affront and an attack on free markets and free minds. Capitalism cannot survive because it's being undermined by forced labor. And if we want economic flourishing, if we want innovation and opportunity, people have to be free. So if we stop sourcing from slave-made goods, we are going to bolster the market for free and fair market goods. And that can include all sorts of environmentally useful products. Thanks.
I agree with everything that's just been said, but I wanted to make one further point. So when we brought in the Modern Slavery Act in the United Kingdom, Section 54 of that Act compels companies that trade, large companies that trade in the United Kingdom, to produce a director-level report, a statement of the action that company has taken to root out slavery in its supply chain, or identify slavery in the supply chain. And they're compliant by saying, we have taken no action to find slavery in the supply chain. The disappointment for me is that we as the public, the consumer, are not using those statements. We're not comparing them. We're not making a decision to not buy from that business because in our view, what they've said they're doing is not sufficient. Now, it's really, really difficult with complex global supply chains to find exactly what's happened. Cotton, for example, we know that cotton seems to go into some sort of big pile in the middle of the world somewhere and then is extracted from it. You can't easily trace the cotton that's been picked by the Uyghur slave or the cotton that's been picked in a completely fair trade, free trade, totally well remunerated way. It's impossible to find that. But it shouldn't be impossible. We should be able to find ways to do this, but it's down to the consumer. And we do it really well on all sorts of other issues. We don't go and buy fake goods because we know that that's a brand, it attacks the brand, and it's, we look at how we make sure that we're ethical when we're buying fair trade products, etc. But we should be going further, and we should be looking at those statements. And I would call on everybody in this room, we have a platform, we have a voice that we can use. So when you get the opportunity, point out that that information is there. Call out those companies that aren't doing enough. Make the point, because it's down to finances. If you don't hit the criminals in their pockets, you're not going to stop the criminals from being criminals. We've got to get to the money they're making. We can do that by shining that light down the supply chain and taking action as consumers and customers and saying no. And we do it on all sorts of other things. We boycott all sorts of other goods when we decide that it's not acceptable. Well, we need to be doing the same now, because then business will act, then governments will act, and we will find those alternatives, because I absolutely agree. We don't have to be compelled to buy products that have got forced labour in the supply chain, but we need to know what's there, and that's what we can all do using the platform we have.
I'm just going to further the point that Ambassador Richmond made earlier. For me, as a person who was bought and sold, I will never forget what that's like to be purchased, right? But if you have not experienced that, it's hard for you to try to make decisions for people who have been in that situation. And it's also hard for society as a whole who haven't had this experience to understand and to purchase responsibly. So I believe it has more to do with our society as a whole, our world, and how we, again, view human being. And I think that we need to do more talks and discussion around healing our world regarding how we view each other. We've had generations of on our planet where we have this hierarchy and we have placed value on each other, and that has to stop. And until we can grasp that as a whole, which means you will need to partner with those that are not like you, who have these types of experiences, and you begin to see the world through our perspective, which is the way it is, then there really can be no change of mind if there is no change of heart. And this is the message that we must have and conversations that we must have with each other, because if we continue to do it from up here, there's not going to be a real change. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. What a remarkable group of people. Each of us deeply care about this diabolical scourge of young men and young women. And I thank you, each of you, for the attention that you give to this plight. I would like to show you a very brief 3-minute video. You know, as we look at the vulnerability of these young people, what we find is that they need hope and opportunity. And there's a gentleman in a member of parliament in India, Dr. Samantha. I've been to his campus, his university, there in Bhubaneswar, where there are 30,000 young people from K through university who their entire education is paid for. This is the poorest of the poor in India. And I'm going to show you a brief video about him right now. It's only 3 minutes long, but it's very powerful. Thank you very much. If you could show the video.
Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, or KISS Bhubaneswar, India, is the world's largest fully free residential educational institution. It provides free education from kindergarten to post-graduation and beyond, accommodation, nutritious food and comprehensive healthcare, sports and vocational empowerment to over 80,000 underprivileged indigenous children, 30,000 students in Bhubaneswar, 40,000 alumni and 10,000 students in 10 satellite centers in 10 districts of Odisha. 65% of its student body is female. KISS, deemed to be university, is the first and largest exclusive tribal university in the world. KISS has been successfully implementing the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. KISS is the recipient of UNESCO International Literacy Prize 2022. It is a unique educational initiative for social transformation and change.
I was born and brought up in the midst of severe poverty in one remote village of Odisha, and I can describe the hunger, poverty. We are so poor, we are not getting even 1 square meal in 2 days. So because of that pain in my stomach, I have been always searching to do something for the poor children. Initially it was too difficult. We had convinced their parents in many ways. Slowly their parents could get information. They are convinced. That means even if they are illiterate, live with superstition, they also want their children should be imparted quality education.
What a privilege to be with you today to honor Dr. Samantha in this incredible institution. This is my second time to be in India in the last week, and I've come here to honor him in this great work. You'll have a chance to meet Dr. Samantha at the December forum. He'll be with us then. Panel, thank you very much. God bless each of you. Thank you. Yep. Okay, that's fine. Go around and take your picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have a very dear friend likened to human trafficking in the rights of individuals, freedoms of conscience, freedom of worship is included in that. And so Dr. Bob Fu with China Aid will now give us a presentation on religious freedom challenges throughout the world. If you could please have a seat, and if you need a conversation, please go off the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Pittenger. I think Ambassador Richmond already made a very persuasive argument why human rights, religious freedom should be part of the national security issue. So today I want to just present you with some recent facts and trends as what's happening in China under Emperor Xi Jinping. First, I was a made in China product. I think maybe the only one in this room. Hopefully it's a good one. And I was born and raised as an atheist under the communism, and then became a student leader in the Tiananmen Square in 1989. On behalf of my students in my university. And then I became a follower of Christ as a Christian under the influence of the American missionaries in our university. And essentially, I went to Beijing after graduate school and became a professor teaching English to the Communist Party leaders as my daytime job. And during the evening and the weekend, I was as busy as any full-time evangelists and pastors in university areas of Beijing. So when the Wall Street Journal interviewed me, they said, "Oh, you're a God's double agent." That's the title of my memoir. If you Google Amazon, it's already in 7, 8 languages, called God's Double Agent. And until 1996, both my wife and I were arrested and imprisoned in Beijing for being accused of illegal evangelism. And friends, religious persecution in China today has reached to the worst since the Tiananmen massacre. So since President Xi Jinping took power, he launched 3 wars against the faith. Perhaps no picture is better than this one, if you can have the second, to illustrate the church-state relationship in today's China. And every church is mandated to have President Xi and Chairman Mao's picture being lifted during the Sunday worship services. At the beginning of each worship service, the congregation is mandated to rise up and sing the Communist Party's national anthem before they sing the praises of God. So essentially, Xi Jinping is playing as God in China today. So he launched the 3 wars. The first war he launched is called War Against the Cross. The second all of a sudden, overnight, a wooden or metal cross is classified as a national security threat, as the enemy of the state. All of a sudden, all the church leaders, local governments, mayors were asked to drive the bulldozers to go to each church to forcefully tear down, burnt down, and took off hundreds of thousands of crosses from the rooftop of the church building. Those church leaders who refused to do that voluntarily were dismissed, fired. Some were even sentenced to 10 to 14 years imprisonment. In the Muslim area in West China, in Xinjiang, as Ambassador Richmond has alluded, the US government and several Western governments, I think including Australia and the UK, has already recognized legally that Xi Jinping's China has committed genocide. The Pentagon has estimated between 1 to 3 million predominantly ethnic Uyghur Muslims, including some Kazakhs, some even Han Chinese, are in the modern-day concentration camps. We at China Aid, as a non-profit human rights Christian organization, had even rescued some survivors from the concentration camps. According to some women, we rescued themselves eyewitness and also victims of Chinese communist regimes systematically organized forced prostitution and gun rape in these concentration camps. So the symbols to recite a verse of Quran in the Muslim mosque in West Xinjiang now is a crime, including the president of the University of Xinjiang, who is a German-educated PhD, was sentenced to life in prison. So the symbols of religious symbols were all of a sudden declared as the enemy of the state. And Xi Jinping launched the second war, the war against God's people. Pastor Wang Yi was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment, a very close friend of mine, for simply preaching on John 3:16, the Gospel of John 3:16, for God so loved the world. When he preached that sermon that Sunday on December 24th, on Christmas Eve, in the city of Chengdu, Sichuan province, he asked President Xi Jinping to repent for his repressive policy against the faithful and even offer the salvation of Christ to him. And for that, he was sentenced to 9 years imprisonment, and over 300 of the believers in his church were arrested. His wife, Ms. Jiang Rong, was tortured over 2 years, and their 9-year-old son was separated with both parents. So Pastor Wang Yi is still in prison today. The third war President Xi Jinping launched was the war against the rule of law. You know, President Xi Jinping and his regime leaders, the dictators, they're not only satisfied in suppression to the 1.4 billion Chinese citizens, they are exporting their repression. It's called the transnational repression effort. They are exporting their religious violations model to the country like Burma, like even in Africa. My good friend, a Chinese American, who simply established 16 schools for 2,000 Burmese, the ethnic Kachin minority group children, for them to have an education, a basic education, when the Burmese military government forced them, bombed them to the mountain area. So Pastor John Hall traveled from the US and saw the needs of the education for these children. And for that, he was lured by the Chinese state security agents, literally lured to the border and being kidnapped, and then sentenced him to 7 years imprisonment. 7 years imprisonment. For what? For purely doing charitable work. That's his crime. For educating, for mobilizing the Chinese underground church with American churches and even the UK churches, supporting 16 schools for these 2,000 children. As a Chinese American with a Caucasian American wife with 2 children, they were never allowed to visit him in the Chinese prison. And Pastor Zhang Cao is still serving prison. It's really the war against the rule of law. It's the transnational repression. And now we all know the Chinese regime has set up 5 overseas police stations in the US soil alone. They set up police stations in Spain, in France, in many other countries. They kidnap not only the Chinese citizens, but also citizens from Canada, from Sweden, from Australia. The CIA told me today in Chinese prison, there are 100 American citizens being held in the Chinese communist jails. So talk about transnational repression. One of my good friends, who is called the Conscience of China, a human rights lawyer whose name is Gao Zhisheng, a 2-time Nobel Peace nominee, just this month marked his 6th year in enforced disappearance. Nobody has heard a word, dead or alive, a Christian human rights lawyer. 6 years after he was already suffering 5 years before his last kidnapping. Tremendous torture. Toothpick. Torture his private parts. So talk about the brutality of the regime. So my friends, I just want to plead with you, if you are in dialogue with your fellow member of parliament, your country, with the Chinese regime, please, I'm not asking you to just say, oh, we disconnect the diplomatic relationship. But simply, I think, number one, just maybe first privately raise these cases. A friend of mine recently, just on July 28th, a human rights lawyer, was kidnapped while on his way to meet his wife and children in Los Angeles. He has a legitimate visa, valid Chinese passport, kidnapped in Laos, in the capital, in Vientiane. Nobody, including his lawyer, has ever been allowed to visit or meet with him. His name is Lu Siwei. If you have a relationship with the Laotian government, please ask the Laotian government, as a country of signature of the enforced disappearance and against torture, signed by the UN signatories, ask the Laotian government, purely from a humanitarian perspective, just allow this human rights lawyer with valid US visa, the US Embassy, US State Department are ready to facilitate, to get him to Los Angeles to reunite with his wife and children. And just really, share with President Xi Jinping and his confidence that actually, for its own benefit, to adhere to the Article 18 of the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights on protecting religious freedom, it will help actually make their economy more prosperous. It will help get more respect in the international arena, like this situation. And to those, especially who are from Muslim countries, on behalf of the Uyghur Muslim brothers, I'm a Christian pastor, please do a little bit diplomacy with China. When you meet with the Chinese counterpart, speak up for your brothers and sisters. 1 million of them are being tortured. Some are even suffering as the worst. Organ harvesting. So these are some of my pleas. If you don't speak for your brothers and sisters in the concentration camp, who will speak? Unfortunately, the majority of Muslim countries chose to keep silent and quiet, just purely for the benefit of one belt, one road, or maybe some political coverage. I plead to you all, please speak up. Thank you.
Our heart is with you. That's a core value that supersedes everything else. So a couple of announcements. Tomorrow we're going to conclude by around 3:45. We've adjusted the program to do that. There are opportunities for some tours for those of you who signed up. We have 50 in each group. I've acquired some tickets for those individuals, and so we will conclude by that time. Also, the prayer breakfast tomorrow morning is going to be led by our brothers from Africa. We're going to hear about Sudan and Nigeria and to pray for Africa at this very grievous time in that continent. And Andreas John of the German Bundestag will say a prayer for them. So if our friends now, Marco Camonesio and Dr. Ben Firi could come up. And I'd like to say a special thanks to our friends from Bahrain. Our friends from Bahrain? Are you from Bahrain? Saudi Arabia. I heard it wrong. You've been so attentive today. Thank you very much. You haven't moved from your seats. You're good. I respect that. All right, my friends, please come on up here. Yes. Marco's a member of the European Parliament.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Good to see you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robert, for the invitation. Thank you for all the organizers and for the people still in the room, because the day has been very long. Many interesting debates and interventions, really. I'm a member of the European Parliament. My name is Marco Campomenosi. I'm from Genoa, Italy, a city port, so I'm quite interested and expert, how to say, on transport and trade issues. I'm member of the Transport Committee of the European Parliament and also member of the International Trade Committee. The topic of our intervention is about trade-based money laundering. And my first reflection is that on trade-based money laundering, we should propose the states, the institutions, the public authorities to invest more time and money in order to study this phenomenon, in order to draft articles, because we don't have too many sources of information regarding an issue which is, on the contrary, very, very important. So I will try to shorten a bit my presentation. I will start saying that money laundering, of course, goes hand in hand with organized crime. Someone today has also mentioned the importance of this issue, speaking about other topics. And the scope of money laundering is, of course, allowing criminals to make illicit cash happier legitimate. There are more or less summarizing 3 main ways of doing it. One is to transfer dirty money through banks or other financial institutions. The second one is to move illicit funds physically by cash couriers. And this is something which is really very, very important. Our friends of the police authorities know very well this. Third one is to use international trade to move and disguise the proceeds of crime. So trade has an important role on this issue, and trade-based money laundering in particular is difficult to be detected because for the authorities it is quite complicated. Have I to? Sorry.
Yes. Speak like you speak at the back of the room.
Okay. And the value of these activities is very important because it has a very important added value. Of course, this kind of money laundering, the one linked to trade activity, is especially strong where we have interconnected supply chains, where there are difficulties, where in supply chains which are world distributed, involving authorities of different states or organizations, and for which is difficult to find links, to find proofs of the activity. Indeed, organized criminal groups, professional money launderers, terrorist financing are part of this story. And they create networks using myriad types of financial flows, including laundering of proceeds of crime, such as from drug trafficking, financing of terrorism, and evasion of sanctions. The question of sanction is nowadays very, very important because of the geopolitical situation we are facing now. Oil smuggling is also another very, very important issue, and oil smuggling in many, many cases is something for which I've asked also to the European Commission to answer me regarding some questions I've seen in articles and so on, and they don't have enough information. They should have more information on this topic. The logistic operators in some cases are also involved. So which kind of goods could be involved in order to have trade-based money laundering? Normally, goods with wide pricing margins, goods with extended trade cycles, as I told already, and goods which are difficult for custom authorities to be examined, to be found, to be checked. Indeed, supply chains moving lower value goods are more at risk because of the procedure which are following this kind of exchanges, and of the fact that this kind of exchanges cannot create these added values for which, as I told at the beginning, the game, how to say, gives results for the criminals. We had a very interesting debate this afternoon on raw materials, commodities, and the exploitation of gold and other precious metals and minerals is often a factor in the trade-based money laundering. Even illegal mining activity is involved, and this is very important to be checked. There are also exploitation of other kind of products, which could sound quite funny, but this happens as well. We have information from police authorities and services about money laundering coming from trade of auto parts or vehicles, second-hand cars, luxury vehicles as well. So there are a sort of activities which are focused and checked by our police authorities and international organizations, but there are also services which are involved, because there could be anomalies in value and price which are less apparent and more difficult to be concretely checked. And it's also common and lawful to include retainer and penalty payments which are payable even if a service is not actually supplied. This is something which is happening very soon, very, very often. So not only merchandising, but services as well. Which are the techniques? Because there are task forces between different state authorities which are collaborating. And so which are the techniques and which are the areas of risk? Because there are areas of risk in the world. We could speak about over and under invoicing or shipment of goods and services. Fake proof of this invoicing or shipment of goods and services. Then multiple invoicing of goods and services. The good sent only one time, it could be invoiced many, many other times, the same for the services. And then, of course, falsely fake described goods and services. So all these kind of instruments could be checked, but in many cases the enterprises used by these criminals are not living more than 2 years. So even for the courts, it's very difficult to intervene because these enterprises are open and close every 2 years, and it is very complicated to have a procedure in order to sanction these behaviors. And this kind of intervention could be mixed and to make it even more and more difficult. Then the question is also between the shell company and the front company. The front company, the one which is publicly seen by the people, is a real business which is legitimate to operate. But normally it operates through and with a shell company, which increase the possibility of these behaviors. Then we have to mention the areas of risk. And of course, I mentioned countries with which we have also good trade relationships and for which we have good investors and enterprises. So I don't want to generalize, but of course, also to consider the big volume of trade we have with this country. Of course, we have to mention the People's Republic of China. Other jurisdictions in Asia-Pacific region which are very typical, and transshipment areas. Transshipment ports are places where these activities are very, very open. Regarding the Chinese, I could mention also that in Italy we have an interesting case, which is the one of a Chinese enterprises very active in the garment sector, especially in the region of Tuscany, and where even there is a sort of hyperactivism of Chinese circuits of enterprises opening, closing, in order to make very difficult for the Italian authorities to intervene. And in this case, we have also the case of people, of smugglers of cash money, or people who has to invest this money in front very positive and normal activities. So, but this is something which is creating a situation which is also not fair with the normal operators paying taxes and so on. Another case is in Turkey, because we have seen cases of virtual casinos and betting websites which are used in order to smuggle money again, to intervene in order to use these websites as washing machines, so to say. And then we have also information regarding the fact that free trade zones, free trade areas, in some cases are attracting this kind of activities. Of course, we are in favor of free trade, but the fact is that in free trade areas, sometimes controls by custom authorities are less strict, are less, how to say, active, because they don't have to take, how to say, taxation from these enterprises. And so these areas, in some cases, we have information on that are used in this way. So what we should do, which are the challenges we have to face? We should ensure security through information systems and a good management of data. And my first proposal, I spoke with Italian experts and other experts in Brussels, is that we should implement artificial intelligence tools in order to put together all these data, because the data are there, but normal persons cannot manage all this information. We need national authorities to put together these data, to collaborate. They do this, but they need legislative instruments in order to do this more and more concretely. We should need maybe also trade agreements, having chapters dealing with this issue, because only with artificial intelligence tools, I think, we could put together all these data and check which are the sectors, the areas of risk, and the activity and the enterprises which are using trade-based money laundering in order to intervene in a better way. Because we have a very low number of successful investigations. This is very difficult for the authorities in all the areas of the world. America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and so on. So we need to exchange more data and in order to face the difficulties in investigations. Because the lack of information is a big problem. We, as European Parliament, we have voted some documents which are very important, which are very positive regarding money laundering in general. We should face a bit more, I think, also the importance of cybersecurity. Of course, we are here today to the Parliament Intelligence Security Forum because e-commerce frauds, gig economy fraud, cryptocurrency exchanges are also aspects for which money laundering in trade is also very, very important. The European Commission has worked since 2 years on a package, a legislative package, that is good and which is more or less discussed and exchanged also with US, UK, because we need to collaborate with these authorities. I am also a member of a delegation for the relationship between European Union and United Kingdom, so I know very well that we have also a framework on money laundering involving also UK and the European Union, despite the fact that Brexit has created a little fracture, of course, but this is something for which we are going to intervene in a very concrete way, I say. So I think we should also have open lists of suspicious activities and areas, but in a balanced way, in order, of course, not to create burdens to the good traders. But of course we have to remember that drug trafficking, oil smuggling and terrorism are activities which are using these trade-based activities on money laundering. So what I'm saying is that of course we have also to pass through the training of employees of national authorities, because every year the technologies are developing, and the technologies we use as national authorities, European authorities, world authorities, are the same in some cases and are also useful to the criminals. So when I say we need artificial intelligence tools in order to intervene, we know very well that artificial intelligence tools are also used by the criminals in order to facilitate their activities. So we have to know very well that the money and time we spend in developing these tools and these instruments are more or less the same, or even less in some cases, for little states, for authorities which does not have enough money to invest, which are the same amount which are used by the criminals. So for this reason, I think we have to invest more money in order to study these cases and to exchange more information. So thank you, Robert, for this initiative, and thank you for having invited me as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So much appreciated. That's my friend. Dr. Ben M. Ferry, Malawi Parliament, Vice Chairperson of the Public Appointments Committee for the Parliament. You get the final word tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Congressman Roberts. Thank you very much, and colleagues from that side, as indicated. My name is Ben Piri. I'm a member of Parliament in Malawi. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Public Appointments. I'm a former Cabinet Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. I sit as the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Caucus for the Southern and Eastern Africa on Sexual Reproductive Health. All this puts me at a position where I understand where resources and trade that could be used by our people on the needs that we have are not being used because of trade-based money laundering. You will discover that there are a few articles in my country where a Minister of Finance in my country comes out to concede that about $700 million in illicit financing is being exported out of my country every single year. We have had recoveries that were deemed to be, but they never were. And everybody was questioning. We had a $750 million vanishes in the thin air. And for us to reclaim that money in Africa, it poses to be a challenge. Now, the issue we are discussing in this conference, illicit financing, in particular trade-based money laundering, is a war to Africa. Whilst you're considering the Ukraine war, whilst you're considering all other wars everywhere, in Africa, we've got a war in as far as trade-based money laundering and illicit financing is concerned. And as Africans, we cannot come, fly all the way to this capital and go back without resolutions. That will not be, and it will demotivate people. We need to come here, come up with deliverables, come up with resolutions on how we can reclaim the money that have been going out through trade-based or financial illicit flows as it may be. As a matter of background, let me tell you that a number of reports, to begin with, a report by the high-level panel chaired by former President of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, depicts, that's of 2010, depicts that about $189 billion every single year leaves Africa for capitals that are not known. 189 billion. The Global Alliance, the Globe South of the United States, further shocks us because it puts the amount to about $250 million out of Africa through trade-based and illicit financial flows. And as Africans, we're saying, we can no longer allow it. As members of Parliament, we are saying, we can no longer allow it. That's more reason why Africans have been tend to be beggars when actually they are endowed with a lot of resources that can build their capitals, that contain and help their countries achieve the sustainable development goals without necessarily requiring aid from somewhere else on the recurrent budgets. But that's the case at the moment. We are beggars when we've got minerals and we are beggars when we've got resources, and we are saying time has got to come, and probably that time is now through the initiative that Congressman Roberts is taking. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, allow me to bring to your attention some of the imbalances and flaws that we have, one of which are what they call mineral samples. So there would be investor would come in a country like Malawi and claim to be wanting to look at our minerals, the levels and everything. They will collect samples in there. At some point, a full container load of minerals, and you will never see them coming back into your country. They are testing them. They have gone to check the content, the value, and everything, a full container load, and nothing comes back into a country. That's trade-based money laundering. And what we're saying is, don't we have laws? We have laws in country. But what are we doing at international level? Our colleagues from the West, our colleagues from the South, parliaments and capitals, who you oftentimes aid us, are you willing to cooperate with Africa to make sure that such are able to be repatriated back to where they belong? We've got cases of misinvoicing, where first-grade commodities from Africa are taken out of Africa, and then they are qualified to be second grade as they go. That's money laundering. But when you get on the market, you find that they are being sold just like first grade. When getting them from Africa, they connive to make them second grade. A very good case are prawns from Mozambique. Very good prawns. They live in there. They, as second grade, they get out. They are first grade on the international market. And Mozambique, Malawi, and African countries remain poor, being abused, the trade that never was. Recently, last year, our Attorney General in Malawi pushed a letter to American government to claim compensation of minerals amounting to $319 million that a company in a gem house company in Vancouver took advantage of, and it weren't. Now, what is wrong with Africa? Traders, investors have taken advantage of gaps within the laws and expertise within the resources that we have. And we are calling on, that's why we're saying, Congressman, we thank you for this initiative. Not many parliament has got caucuses of illicit financial flows in Africa. We call on caucuses in all parliaments to begin to discuss elements of illicit flows as it may be. You may appreciate, honorable members and congressmen, that the challenges that our colleagues from the West, from Europe and others would have may not necessarily be the same challenges Africa would have. When the African team under your leadership gets together and begin to discuss the illicit flows that they have, they'll be able to flush out issues within countries and come up with resolutions, and we'll be able to lobby parliaments across the countries to help us break the barrier that has made Africa poor as it stands today. The other imbalance, trade imbalance that is there, are archaic trade agreements that have been there. I'll give a good example. Double taxations, for example. You will find that some of us who were under the British colony, we have got what we call double taxations on different commodities. I'll give a good example of tea. The fact is, how many Malawian companies will be able to get into a country in Europe, to be able to get into a country in the Western world, register a company and be able to trade? Out of 10, you will find 1. But how many companies from the West, from Europe and from all over will leave their country and go to Africa and trade? You'll find that so many of them will be able to find, because they've got capacity in terms of resources, they've got capacity in terms of knowledge, they've got capacity in terms of market, they'll be able to come to Africa, open up their country, companies, be able to trade. Now, if we are talking about double taxation, what that means is the 20 companies that have left Europe, that have left the West to come to Africa are not paying taxes there. They're not paying taxes. And only one company from Africa, one company from a country is operating in Britain, it was operating in America. It doesn't work. Can we balance this thing to make sure that even Africa tends to benefit in some of these treaties that we're talking about, to make sure that the money that is lost is claimed and that Africa stops begging but becomes productive? May I conclude by making a call that we come out with deliverables, we come out with resolutions, so that we are able to track down the progress that we're making. When we meet again, whether in Taipei, whether next year we meet again, we should be able to say, do we have a tick box? What is it that Africa you've managed to deliver? What is it that we have delivered in this sector? What is it that we have delivered in this sector? That way, we shall deal with the illicit financial flows decisively, in an affirmative way, and this shall become history. But if we don't, we shall continue to do the same thing time and again, year in, year out, and nothing. We shall no register, no progress at all. And I stand here to say, I shall not be part of a discussion that does not make progress. Africa must rise, and I represent one that is going to rise and deal with trade and money laundering decisively, affirmatively, until we arrest the fires, because Africa is poor, because we cannot take such malpractices head on. I thank you.
Strong ending. Thank you very much. You all have been magnanimous today. Thank you for your attention. You have carried on listening to countless fantastic presentations, but it's been like a machine gun to you. We're going to try to give you a little more free time tomorrow in terms of having an opportunity to go up to the Parliament. We'll have a wonderful reception tonight at the Reform Club. It's about a 15 to 20-minute walk if you like to walk. I think it'd be good to stretch your legs if you're up for that, but otherwise the cabs are available. Thank you very much. At 8:45, we're going to have a very special presentation regarding Africa, and pray for them. Very sad what's taking place in the continent today. So thank you. Have a wonderful evening.